to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the friar of futurism. This particular evening, folks, welcome here to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. Folks, this has been quite an evening. Just recently, I made an appearance at Truth in Fiction on YouTube. Truth in Fiction Pod on YouTube. All together, one big word, Truth in Fiction Pod, where we talked about colonizing the stars, colonizing space, getting way out there, folks. And that is something that I'm looking forward to getting into with you. But before we do that, folks, I'm going to put this link right here for a while here, folks. This is to help the West family. Sarah Elizabeth West passed away. Chicken's nieces and nephews now without a mama. And so this is a rough time ahead. If you can help the West family in any way you can, please do. The link is here. The GoFundMe is right there. I'm going to actually just drop that in the comments as well. Let me make sure I got that. There we go. All right, let me hit the button instead of enter. And there you are, folks. The GoFundMe to help the West family. Please do. And more importantly than any of that, your prayers could definitely be used. Also, we're doing drives still for the Cunard family as the mother of that family tries to acquiesce herself and heal as quickly as possible. So always remember them. But also tonight, we're especially doing a drive for the West family. So keep them in your prayers. God bless and Godspeed. We're thinking of you, chicken. We're thinking of all y'all Wests. So, folks, we bring that from the interpersonal to the intergalactic. And I'm looking forward to sharing this with you. And I'm going to be dropping this link and other links. And in fact, there's the scrolly banner part. Bam. There we go. Look at that down there. Yeah, K.O.E. Nation, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Big Buck and Empire on Facebook, YouTube, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube, Spotify. Please help the Cunard family with the GoFundMe link right there. And then another little dash, GoFundMe. Please help the West family. So there you go. Those are two different GoFundMes that if you would just visit the link would be much, much appreciated and obliged. But folks, let me just fix that because I noticed there was some slight confusions. And let me just clear that up. There we go. Save. And now scroll it. There we go. But folks, without further ado, let's get right in to me and Tiberius D's episode of Truth in Fiction. And then later we're going to get into one of the most epic fun times I've had podcasting in a very long time. Me and Tony G doing a live watch along of AEW Revolution. It was probably some of the most fun I've had podcasting in a very long time. But without further ado, let's get right in to Truth in Fiction, folks. So if you got any questions you'd like to drop it in the comments. God bless all y'all. But yes, this is we're doing a special drive. God bless you. And without further ado, Truth in Fiction. Welcome, one and all, to Truth in Fiction, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. We are here at Truth in Fiction Pod on YouTube, TIF_pod on TikTok, and where all great podcasting can be found. And folks, I'm here to tell you that this is a very special episode. In fact, I am jealous of all of you because you get to watch this amazing episode. Me and Ty simply, live our lives as us, which is amazing enough. But folks, I do want to say that in this amazing introduction, in this amazing time, I wanted to let you know that with this particular show, Phil K.O., we will bring the vivid description, Ty with the learned prescription. Satisfy your internet addiction, affliction. This is Truth in Fiction. This is Truth in Fiction. The show's called Truth in Fiction. Welcome to Truth in Fiction. Yeah! So, yes, folks, welcome to Truth in Fiction. And we're going to be getting into all of the interesting topics of the day. We're getting into one of the most seminal topics, one of the most important topics of our time. We're going to be getting into not only the colonization of the stars. We're going to go deeper than that. We're going to go far, far deeper than that when our esteemed Tiberius makes his way back in. Because, folks, we also had a little bit of an encounter on a panel the other night on Saturday Night Lights in the big city. Yes, folks. And we're going to get into that a little bit, which is another great show that you can see on Tiberius D on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. But folks, me, your King of Extreme Phil, K.O.E. Of course, you can find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. That's K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, as well as Truth in Fiction podcast, Big Bucking Empire Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And for this evening, I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner in Truth in Fiction, the one, the only
Tiberius D. Hello, everyone. It's great to be back. I will apologize. Our good friend Phil is making up for me kind of being a little bit down in the dumps as of late. I've been going through some personal struggles, and that washing machine just keeps on beating me up a little bit. So yeah, Phil's just kind of bringing in the positive, where I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to hold ground. So thank you very much for that epic introduction, Phil K.O.E. That was quite impressive. You have outdone yourself, sir.
Thank you, sir. I have a lot of time when I'm in the semi, so I thought
truth. Yeah, basically, if you're in the semi and you're doing what Phil does, which is just hauling grain around, you can put some serious man hours and road hours into that amount of time. And if you're not basically treating yourself like an actual trucker, where you've got that podcast, or you're just thinking in your own head, and get pretty boring pretty quick. But enough about the life here on Earth. Today we're going to be talking about the colonization of space. This one's quite a fun topic. Like, I'm very excited even when I'm down in the dumps when I talk big brain shit, because this is some big brain shit, and I wish we had like Neil deGrasse Tyson on just to kind of like smack it up with. But unfortunately, guys,
we've got better than that. We have Phil K.O.E. and Tiberius D. So, I mean, Neil deGrasse.
Hey, no, it's fine.
You don't understand. We are Neil deGrasse Tyson's show prep for the next time he's on Joe Rogan.
All right. Well, without further ado, the hype beast is wanting to get at it. So, what do you want to start this one? Because this one's your particular baby, but I can add a lot of details here.
Oh, I know you can, because like whenever I watch you go, and first of all, Ty, I just want to say, folks, we all have trials and tribulations that we go through. And Ty, I know you're going to come out of this one happy, healthy, much the wiser, whatever it is. And folks, all of us, because we are together here in Truth and Fiction Podcast, K.O.E. Nation, Tiberius D. We are all a community, and that's what makes it different, is we actually do care about each other. And so we hope for the best for you in that, and we hope for the best for our species going into the stars. And that, Ty, is a beautiful segue. But yes, this particular topic is it's a personal passion of mine, because to me, everything that postpones us becoming an interplanetary species is a catastrophe, and anything that moves us one step forward is a miracle from on high. Because the minute we can become truly interplanetary, we can't go extinct as a species. And so that's the moment we need to strive for. And so the big question is, why do we go there then? Why would we go to these different heavenly bodies? Why would we colonize space, other than it has to be more than just peak? It has to be more than just like, boy, wouldn't it be neat to go there? And industry is what's going to ultimately take us there. Industry on all the planets is going to ultimately be what pulls us out, whether it's just material and raw materials and wealth, which we can get a lot of from Mercury and the asteroid belts. And then something Ty and I have been going back and forth on, and that is fusion. And if we get fusion energy, then really Jupiter and Neptune and eventually the sun are our most valuable assets within our solar system. And so once we can start moving out into the solar system, pretty much any of the concerns that you and I have had to deal with our entire life of, oh my God, the planet's going to be destroyed and all will be nigh, all will be lost, bury your treasures, burn your you can go out infinitely. Like the possibilities are literally endless. And so that's why, to me, that should be the primary concern of humanity, is going out into space and beginning these industries. And to me, like, and I haven't encountered this, Ty, on your Discord and on different areas, but particularly in your Discord, I'm not going to name names, but like I've had this idea of given to me that we shouldn't go out into space, that like it's somehow wrong or debauched for man to do it. And like to me, it's like the idea that if we shouldn't go out into space until we've solved all the problems, that's never going to happen. You're never going to solve all the problems. And so like it's to me, that's just the take of not a smart person. But I'm not going to pick on anybody in particular. But what I did want to kind of set the table here is there's going to be a real pushback on even the very idea that we should colonize the stars. And we definitely should. And it's going to be an amazing discussion when we get into the hows, the who's, the what's, the when's, the where's, why's. What do you make of this very strange space colonization skepticism that we? And with all of that, Ty, I now hand it over to you, sir.
Well, I think I can answer this to some degree. I'm not one of these people, but I don't think they're completely out of bounds to suggest that space is a little bit sketchy, for lack of a better term. And to solidify that really quickly is that if you think about space as an environment, it is the most hostile environment to human habitation that you could possibly think of. You have no pressure to have an atmosphere. You have gamma rays and ultraviolet rays and infrared rays that basically go through the medium of space without any kind of interference. The list is endless, and when it just comes down to for me is that if you can think of like all the worst ways to die, put them all together, and that is exactly kind of what happens to you in the medium of space. You will lip yourself apart while your blood boils. Oh, and you will suffocate at the same time. And it like literally all the horrible things that could happen to you happens when you go into space. So for anyone who's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't go there, like it is a dangerous medium, but I do believe the risks are worth the rewards. And so what is the rewards? We're going to do baby steps. We're not going to do the generational ship kind of thing unless we think we have to abandon the planet and we can only save like 100,000 people. That's the only way we actually do that. Because at the quickest we have ever gone, we wouldn't even get to the next solar system for over 180,000 years. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't send the generational ships because like that thing will be puddling along at 8% of its journey, and then some new technology will come by, then that ship just zooms right on by it. Like you'd sure feel like an ass then, wouldn't you?
Yeah, kind of, yes. But the more important thing is that it's an economics thing, you know, and I always kind of relate everything to economics because I studied in this. But if you're a math whiz, almost everything you do becomes a calculation. Do you get more out of it than what you put into it? And whether it's pleasure, whether it's wealth, whether it's what have you, this is why we do all the things that we do. It rewards us in some kind of capacity. Well, when you go to space, it absolutely is that case too, but we have to make it worth it. Right now, it's not necessarily super worth it even today. A lot of these are cost negative things. We do some really good research, and in the long term, they kind of pay for themselves, but we don't have like space mining that is profitable to a city near you, right? Is that possible? Yes, but that gets into even more details about like how hard it actually is to leave the atmosphere in Earth's gravitational well. How hard is it actually just to get into orbit and then bring things to and fro? How far are you going? Are you just going to the moon? That's remind you 230,000 miles in the vacuum of space, right? Depends on periapsis and apoapsis, but depending on where you're at, it's quite a bit of distance. It might be 180,000. I can't remember exactly. I apologize. I had this figure in my head and then it was gone. But basically you have to circle the Earth like 6 times to get to the same distance as the Earth to the moon, right? So it's a lot. Going through the medium of space in that for that long, yeah, that's hard. That's really, really hard. So that's kind of the pushback that's there's there. It's not that it isn't worth it, but to make it worth it, you got to really dot your I's, cross your T's, and make sure that your math is correct.
Now, a couple of things I wanted to touch on is, first of all, when you're talking about how you can die in space, first thing I was thinking of was, in space you'll die. In space you'll really, really die. Like, yes, that was the first thing I thought. Like, yeah, there's like a million ways to die in the West. There's a billion ways to die in space. So it's one of those, like, you just can't avoid it. And what you touched on in a very, very pivotal thing there is, once we get to the point where we are starting to colonize different planets and the industry starts kicking off everywhere, because a great example is Venus, harvesting the gases of Venus to extract nitrogen and then sending those barges of nitrogen to Mars to help them in their terraforming efforts. And so there you actually have an interplanetary industry, and you have a need, a why, and everything is right there perfect. And here's the kicker, Ty, because any commodity you have, whether it's oil, whether it's grain, whatever the fuck, coal, take your pick, pretty much worthless until you can get it to a port. Then you can trade it on the international futures market. Then that is the moment. And so for us as a species, once you can have a barge of goods break the gravity well of a planet, that is the moment that it can start being speculated on the interstellar futures market, or actually interplanetary futures market. We'll get there eventually, but the interplanetary futures market. And so there you go, like right there, and you've got 6 months of that fucker floating from whatever planet to wherever it's going, and you can just speculate on it the whole fucking way. And you think Wall Street isn't going to lick its chops at the mere suggestion of 6 more months of getting to speculate on goods? I mean, my God, like, every planet will have its own Wall Street eventually. But yeah, that is actually how trade will work, is the moment you break the gravity well, then it's worthwhile to speculate on these goods.
So to double back on that one, this is where the calculations get wild. If you're talking about going from point to point that isn't in a gravity well to like an asteroid base or an asteroid base, that's kind of easy. You're not spending a lot of energy doing it, but you will spend a crap ton of time doing that. And you all know how valuable your time is. So that's kind of the first major hurdle, is just the enormous distances of space means that you have to take an incredibly amount of long time to do even some of the most basic functions, right? Can we get to that point where that is viable? Yes, but most likely it's going to be robots, not people. More likely than not.
Oh yeah, these barges will be basically AI driven. There won't be any anybody on these giant barges. It's just kind of floating down. And hell, it'll be a whole job of people that go out and try to pick up fucking barges that have gone astray a little bit. So you're absolutely correct there. But like 6 months kind of sounds like when the big galleon ships are going across the Atlantic from Europe to the New World. And I think that's something that we will in time adapt to. And like you said, we'll eventually get a lot faster once we get to fusion energy. Right. And so I think we need to start colonizing now. And, I mean, by my estimations, Ty, we'll have fusion energy long before we start colonizing anyways. So that'll be a fait accompli anyways, because it's only 10 years away, right?
Right. Well, we already had an episode like that. So if you want to go check it out, A Frolic in Fusion, episode 2 is where you need to go see the Truth and Fiction podcast. But
nothing if not good at callbacks.
Yeah. Anyway, here's the other side of this equation. When you get into an atmosphere, that's where something kicks in that's a lot different than the rest of space. In space, physics doesn't work the same way as what we think of here in in the medium of the atmosphere. And we don't really realize how much the fluids that we go through on our everyday actually slow us down, hinder us, and keep us from doing things that are, if you will, on a stellar level. The best way that an aircraft steers through the fluid that is the atmosphere, and air is actually a fluid. Just look at how clouds move, and you'll see that. it actually uses the fluid to help it maintain its momentum in a particular direction. So you have flaps and spoils and ailerons that allow you to steer through the median. You have the same thing on the ocean. If you're a submarine or if you are just a traditional ship, you're just on a 2D plane. And you kind of have this on your car, although the median you're dealing with is actually a solid, right? You're basically resisting the road. In space, there is nothing to slow you down. Now, if you kind of want to put it in this particular regard, the atmosphere lets us cheat if we want to change direction. But if you don't want to change direction, then space is great. The problem is that you just have to slow down at some point because there's nothing to help you. And that's where the kicker gets in with all this. The actual amount of energy that you will use in space operations versus what you will here in the atmosphere is an order of magnitude higher. This is why you would need fusion or fission power in the grand scape of space, because rocket fuel just won't cut it. And this is the big issue with going into space, is that you're putting a nuclear reactor on a space shuttle or some kind of spacefaring thing. Okay, you've got radioactivity, you've got the shielding, you've got the weight, right? Like the list goes on. But it's the biggest thing that people don't think about regarding this fluids that we keep involving ourselves with is the heat. Taking the heat and getting rid of that extra heat is actually the easiest cheat code that we have when it comes to being in the atmosphere. We can radiate it. This is how your air conditioner works. This is how a number of other things work. The backside of the solar panels on the ISS are all giant heat radiators. And all they're do is to just put the heat of thermal radiation back into the ambience of space, because if they didn't, the space station would cook itself alive. And that's the problem that you have with a nuclear reactor. Go on.
It's one thing I like if thank you. Bring my beautiful mug back on there, because like when you're talking about the fluid we go through and the atmosphere, it's one thing that a lot of people don't take into account. Like let's use this here, even better, this beautiful bottle of Nebraska straight bourbon whiskey as an example. When something goes through our atmosphere at a lot of speed, it's going to leave heat behind it, and is what you're talking about. But in space, just because you're moving in space doesn't mean that you're actually leaving thermal energy behind you, and certainly not to the same extent. And so, like you said, that shit can cook itself alive. Now, we've actually had a big breakthrough in fusion energy just like about 10 days ago. It was just a few days after our fusion episode where we actually figured out a lot better magnetic fields to actually contain all those materials that can get so hot, so it can actually keep it from making physical contact with any material within a craft or what have you. So we're getting a lot closer with fusion energy, because we're going to have to, because something you touched on is if we're going to be using chemical fuel, I mean, we're limited to maybe the asteroid belt, moon, and Mars, and a little bit of Venus. We're not going to make it too far so long as we're strictly on chemical fuel. We're just not going to get there. In terms of like the immense gravity wells of some of these planets, until we get fusion, Jupiter and Neptune are not available to us. Once we get fusion, it's really just a matter of material and energy that we can even generate magnetic fields that'll actually hold the materials together greater than any gravity field once we get enough fusion, because it's just a matter of energy and will at that point. Now, for Jupiter, it might be an issue of we have to generate so much energy that the cost isn't really there. But if you get like some Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk of the future that just wants to prove that we can do it, we would fucking if we had fusion energy. So that's why we literally need it for cheap energy, fast spaceships, and our ability to reach out all the way to the Oort cloud of the solar system.
I want to come back in on this one, and I'll put it this way:
who's back?
We can do chemical rockets to a pretty far degree, and when I say pretty far, is basically you can get to Jupiter if you want to come back. And that's pretty far away, right? The closest manned mission would take 7 years just to get there. And that's with, everyone having done the calculations. Because we can go to Mars at you can rig up a rocket to go to Mars at any point. But how much fuel you're going to use and how long it takes to get there, that's why we have the optimum launch windows that you may have heard about. Where basically when you think about orbital mechanics, Mars is kind of trailing us behind by a couple of months. And so what you do is you just kind of plop off of Earth, and then you steer yourself a little bit off the orbital track, and then you just run an intercept course on Mars because it's in the trailing position. So you don't have to put a lot of energy into it. But this happens once every, I think it's like every 3 years, if not more. And so you'll hear all of these rockets that are going to Mars every couple of years, to where you hear about this mission and you hear about this mission. That is a very real thing. And it takes forever because even when you do that to where you're not accelerating super quickly because you want to save on the fuel, you're going to take 3 years to get to Mars. And that you're basically just coasting because you don't want to use all that fuel. That's the issue. We want to go fast, and we want to get there in a way that is feasible. And that's the two things that just keep clashing, right? We go fast. We literally are strapping ourselves to a thermonuclear rocket. And we don't know how to do that. If you want to get there at all, right now, you just got to take it nice and slow.
Oh, Ty, since World War II, all of society's been strapped to a nuclear rocket. We've made it this far. What the hell? What's to the stars at this point? Because, like, to me, this is the point where you can truly try everything, because you don't even need to terraform planets necessarily. You can also create what's called O'Neill cylinders, where it's basically kind of like your dryer, where it spins and it creates false gravity, and you have thousands of people living in these things. And that would be where, if we found out what is the exact gravity need for each human being, that would probably be where most people end up living, if we find out that it's very significant. Because right now we don't know. We know that too much gravity or not enough gravity, zero gravity will make you go crazy. We don't know if like 12% gravity is enough, or if like Venus's 93% gravity isn't enough. We have no idea there. And if we find out that 93% isn't enough, everybody's going to be living in O'Neill cylinders above the planets. And so that is where you get even more interesting, because now the gravity wells are kind of the most important economic factor of the entire solar system. Is everybody's living above them, and it's kind of like Los Angeles. Everybody drives 5 hours to work there and then drives 5 hours back. And so that'll be sort of the new frontier economically. So when you're talking about the time, you're seeing that as a problem. And it's like me, it's like, what you call a bug, I call the main feature. That's 3.5 years of trading, buying, selling, and trading on the interplanetary futures market of whatever good is barge is going through space. And so, like, that's just like, quit drilling, Ty, you hit oil. Oh my God. Like,
Canada,
so,
I resemble that remark, sir.
Thinking as a downside can potentially, like, one man's trash is another man's treasure in this instance. So I find this as all objectively good, but like we were saying, like, if we're on chemical fuel, we can get to maybe about Jupiter. But we got 1 billion years to get out of the solar system before our sun explodes. So we've got to figure out fusion pretty much as an imperative for the survival of our species. And I know there's some folks that think, fuck it, why should humanity get to keep going? Well, fuck it. I'm part of humanity, and I got fucking future generations to think about. I want them to keep going on. So fuck it. We're going and we're doing this, despite the skeptics.
All right, so I understand that, and I do appreciate it. I'm cool if you're like, hey, you know, let's diversify. You know, we're on different continents. We want to be on different planets, right? It's an imperative, but it doesn't make much economic sense until we can make economic sense, and that's all kind of hit there. Someone's got to make the math work. O'Neill cylinders are interesting. I like O'Neill cylinders. They're one of my favorite things in the franchise Mobile Suit Gundam. Which I am a massive fan of, by the way.
Everybody said that's where I got that from. I've never seen that fucking show. I watched Isaac Arthur on YouTube.
Right. So, a lot of people didn't know what a Dyson sphere was until Star Trek, right? The long and the short for me is that O'Neill cylinders kind of seem interesting, but it's one of these deals where you have a lot of time and investment, and then you got to figure out how to like pressurize it with an atmosphere, yada, 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 and then have it not kill you horribly if one little thing goes wrong. because one, you're without an EM shield that protects you against like gamma rays and shit, and you're out of ozone. So you're basically exposed.
Canada goes, of course you do. I know you well. Thank you, sir. And also, I'm looking forward to. I hope you're here when a little later we get into my super fair down the line, basically axiomatically, objectively, and self-evidently true breakdown of the differences between communism, Marxism, and socialism. I hope you're here for that. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be fucking sweet.
To the direct radiations of space, even if you are in with some kind of like pressurized tank, which is one of the big problems we have with the ISS, is that you can only be up there so long. Not only do you have the fatigue of space where you have no gravity or far less gravity, but you're also slowly being irradiated, which a lot of people don't talk about. But it's okay. You need 400 rads, and that's pretty hard to get up to. One thing I do want to clarify. True.
Yes.
Sorry.
I went a little too Fallout on him there. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, you did. The one thing I wanted to clarify is that the launch window is every 26 months to Mars, and basically what they do is I had it backwards. We come up in on the inside track, and Mars is going slower. And so what we do is we use that speed advantage to basically fling ourselves at Mars. And all you have to do is slow down and you'll hit the terminal track because of how orbital mechanics work. I'm sorry, I had it actually the exact opposite way, but I think you all understood what I was getting at.
Yeah, basically using the planetary
using
the planetary gravity as a slingshot and a brake.
You kind of use that, but the big thing is that you're using the orbital mechanics to help you out. So Earth moves faster through the cosmic void than Mars does. So what you use is that when it's coming up on the inside track, all you do is fling yourself off in a particular direction to where you intercept Mars, just because of the fact of what your orbital inclination is. It's actually a really interesting thing. It's technically very cost efficient. And that's probably what we're going to do for the first manned mission to Mars whenever we decide to do that. It'll be very interesting to see what the actual manned system is, because you got to make the return trip. And I don't know what the launch window is from the return trip. So they're probably going to want to put it together to where you're only there for a little bit and then you come back.
Yeah, Elon's is a little more long term. So, like, everybody was shocked when he said, yes, the people that I send to Mars will likely die on Mars. And they were all like flipping out, like, oh my God, how can he say he's planning to kill them all? And it's just, the people who hate Elon, because I don't know why he is just like the conduit for all the lefty hate as of late, is just all going to Elon. I don't know what the fuck the guy did. I mean,
he ruined Twitter for him. That's what happened. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right. He ruined their little narrative monopoly. Oh, that's too bad. But yeah, he's sending them to Mars, and the thing that's going to make them stay there is the gravity well. It's not that he's like, yes, I'm going to send you to Mars and then kill you all, ha ha ha, because I'm a billionaire and that amuses me. Like, no, but he's kind of like a Captain Planet cartoon. Too many people on the left now, so they're not even using their rational brains anymore. But yeah, Elon, I say God bless him, because he's trying. Nobody else is trying, so let him try. I don't see why anybody gives him any pushback on the Mars thing at all, because it's like it's a lot like a speech by Teddy Roosevelt about how it's the doer of deeds that deserves the praise, and it's the critic means nothing. The critic counts for nothing, because it's the easiest thing in the world is to face life with a sneer. And so, like, that's how I see a lot of people that are criticizing Elon.
Let's see. That does remind me, we do have a bit of a bonus topic that we're going to get into at a later point. And we can switch that at any time that you wish to. But what are the things that we're missing here? Because I haven't talked about the K.O.E drive, aka like the possible warp drive, which I think we might want to touch a little bit. But
I mean, because the other big constraint that we have, is beyond our power. We need energy. But once we can get fusion, then we can start to actually power some of these things that are still in the theoretical, because it takes a tremendous amount of energy. Our other big bottleneck is the speed of light is agonizingly, heart-achingly slow. Okay, like
Yes, he just said that, by the way.
unfortunately for our plans for what we need to do and the distances that we need to cover, the speed of light isn't even fucking close. The speed of light is a fucking baby's crawl pace, because here's something that you need to keep in mind. I know speed of light seems like, oh my God, it's so amazing, so incredible, so fast. If there was to be somebody living on Mars and we were here on Earth, and the two planets were at their very closest fucking point in the solar system, and you were to send a text to them, and it would travel to them at the speed of light, it would take 3 minutes and 45 seconds for it to arrive to them. And if we were at our two farthest points, it would take almost 15 minutes for that text to arrive, going at the speed of light from Earth to Mars. So, unfortunately, the speed of light is agonizingly, like, just heart-achingly slow for what we need to do. So we need these kind of drives that Tiberius is about to talk about. So without further ado, Ty, that is setting of the table for the Star Trek warp drive, because that shit makes way more sense than that bullshit hyperspace. And then and you know, don't get me wrong, I love Dune. Space folding is interesting. I think it's a little much. And also I love how in Event Horizon it showed, yeah, space folding might accidentally open a hole to hell, and it might not be a good thing.
By the way, that movie is 100% in the 40K universe. Just saying.
I could see it.
All right, so let's talk about the three theoreticals here, because a lot of people weren't sure how, if you were going to break the laws of relativity, which is Einstein's work, by the way, how we were going to do it. Because remind you, just because something is possible doesn't mean it broke the law. There's usually an exception. Einstein's laws of relativity are basically the exception to Newtonian law and Newtonian laws of physics, which is Isaac Newton, right? This was an add-on. It's not a cheat. It's a feature. So let's talk about like how we go about breaking our relativity. First and foremost is that a lot of people think of something like Star Wars and hyperspace. Well, what is that in its essence? Basically, it is going into either the quantum foam that kind of makes up the fabric of reality that we think of, we know, understand, and kind of like moving through that as a median. Well, that's kind of questionable, because if you're going to do that, you have to shrink yourself down like Ant-Man to the quantum realm. If you're not doing that, you are still looking at something where you're kind of folding yourself into a alternate possible reality. You're actually like getting into, you know, shadow dimensions, pocket dimensions, yada 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 yada.
You know what I call all of that, Ty? Like, I have a name for the pocket dimensions, the shadow dimensions, the quantum realm, all of it. Bullshit! A giant pile of bullshit. It's like 99.9999999% of the time when you hear the word quantum, it's indistinguishable from made up sacred science bullshit. And it's unfortunate, it's sad but true. Wouldn't it be nice if there was some sort of unified theory of everything? But yeah, so like when you talk about hyperspace and the quantum and the pocket dimensions, that is lovely, gorgeous sounding bullshit.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with you. So the issue that I'll put here is that this is one of a number of things, and some of these all actually interrelate, because there are some actual laws of physics here that we think we might be able to exploit, which I'll definitely get in topic 2. But just to finish this one out, if string theory is correct, one of the things that is theorized that would make hyperspace a possible reality is that you basically can figure out how to ride the strings that connect one piece of gravity to another. That would be kind of hyperspace's at least idealized form in the current iteration that I'm aware of. It is the least likely of the three major ones to be something that's going to be feasible, at least in my understanding. Number 2 is space folding, wormholes, this kind of thing. Basically, is that the idea here is that space, as we see it, is a three-dimensional entity. But what it actually can do is that it can move and fold. In fact, we're probably sure that there are medians that we can use, such as a fourth, fifth, and sixth dimension, that you can just transmit yourself through that median instead, and basically leave the plane in what we normally think of, right? And you have to think really outside the box here, but basically it's this. If you think of yourself on a piece of paper, like our good friend K.O.E was thinking of, you can't go across it on just the two-dimensional way, right? You just gotta, I'm sorry, you can, but you gotta go all the way around, right? But if you fold it in on itself because it's three-dimensional, then you go from point to point and you just jump across from paper to paper. That's kind of the idea, but in the fourth dimension or higher. And to kind of consolidate this into why this may be a little bit more feasible than people think, we know time is the fourth dimension. We understand that there was a when, a now, and a future, right? What if it's even more than that? You can move through the fourth dimension. We think that it's very, very possible, right? So you can transmit yourself from here to there, and you're moving through time to do it.
I actually watched a demonstration of what a 4D object would look like moving through the three-dimensional universe, because like we're three-dimensional, but we can look at a 2D object, and kind of vice versa. And it's literally like would start off as a small object, like just imagine it as a round ball, small object, and then it would grow right in front of you, and then it would shrink into non-existence again. And that's literally what it would appear to us, a fourth dimensional object moving through the third dimension.
I can't speak to that. What I basically do know is that anything that's a fourth dimensional is largely going to be seen as omnipresent. It is a fabric of the universe that we don't really perceive, which is time. Like time is that. It's always like we recognize its existence, right? We recognize that there was a then and a now. But what we cannot do is travel through that median. We are not able to basically move ourselves from one point of time to another, because for us, it's not a situation where we walk on it, we're in it. We are the line on the paper for us. And that's the part that we are having a conversation about, is can we actually break into a higher state of being scientifically to actually move ourselves through the void of space? There's some math to this, which actually leads you to warp drive. Warp drive in its basic iteration is that you make yourself into a little bubble, that you fold space around you, and then instead of moving through space, you move space around you. And this is why all these ideas are kind of
Star does.
Yeah. In some regards, yes. This is why relativity was such a big deal. Newton explained that gravity is one piece of mass attaching itself to another piece of mass. We don't really understand like the physical connection because it's not a string, right? You can see a electromagnetic field with like iron shavings,
literally
right?
a fabric of space. And what Einstein thought was, if you have a heavy object like a star here, it literally
Pulls it.
and that's what causes the gravity. And so it's literally causing a bend. It's literally bending the fabric of space and causing a bend in space time. And that's where the idea of like space bending and like the warp drive you talked about has like in our own star and the way it works, there's a grain of possibility to that. So that's one though that like unlike fusion energy where the science has been solved and it's now just a matter of the engineers just figuring it out, this is one where I'm afraid the scientists are going to have to poke at that
one. Speaking of poking, thank you very much. Yeah, so I don't think we're ever really going to see viable fusion. Just putting that back out there again. But anyway, moving on to.
If you're wrong within our lifetimes, you owe me a Coke.
I'll tell you what. I'll definitely throw some bits at your charity of choice. Okay.
Sweet. All righty. We're on. But all righty. Now, moving right along, I think while we got a few minutes left, let's move on to this secondary topic. And I definitely have my thoughts, but I'm going to let you set the table here on this one.
So I'm a little bit ruffled by a panelist that we had on the other day, and it's nothing that we haven't come across many times over on my show. But
hey there, grow the farm
it does
up.
show
Got to
where
bring up the
where
Rick
we
and
get
Morty
to
time
do that
testicles.
whole ethics conversation again. I know you all really enjoyed that out of the freedom of speech conversation that we had. But what it basically boils down to is that there are people who have ethical considerations that really kind of will jive very poorly with me. So me and K.O.E are either farmers or, part of a farming family. Our families own some some incrementation of land, right? Don't know how much he does, and I'm not going to state how much my folks own. But what it is that people kind of look at that and they're like, yeah, that should you should share that. It's a general sense of equality, which is a strong moral foundation, and I will actually get into that at a later point. But these are people that I tend to very much adamantly disagree with. Because just because you want it doesn't mean you get to have it. But I'm going to let Phil go from here and kind of paint the scene a little bit.
Yes, because we had commies that were talking about like, oh, why should you be allowed to own that land, and why should you be? Because basically, what it boils down to is the commies, the Marxists, the socialists, and I'm going to be honest with you, Ty. I know everybody, you hang out with a lot of people that say that they're this or that or the other. To me, it's the difference between the emos, the goths, and the vampire kids. Okay. Like, I know to y'all, you seem like it's a big difference, but to us on the outside, you're just a bunch of sad teenagers with too much eyeliner. So it's kind of the same with the commies, the socialists, and the Marxists. But they were all like, they didn't like the idea that you should be able to own this land, and really they just don't like the fact that some people own the means of production. And that is, whether we like it or not, the individual is the source of all wealth. We can not like that fact, but that is in fact true. Every single idea that we've ever had that generated wealth originated from one human mind and went out from there. Of course, everything's collaborative, but the source is the individual. So to me, I thought it was kind of funny that I was getting a call back to something that my grandpa told me many, many years ago. And he told his son when it happened. And we referenced this on the panel where he was listening to one of those songs from the 60s. And one of the lines was, I'll be there to share the land. And that was like, share the land? Whose land do you think they're going to share? It's going to be yours, the one that your family's blood, sweat, and tears went into for generations. And I even straight up said to him, like, I'm well aware that to you, like people like me are kulak farmers, okay? Because the Soviets hated the kulaks because they were reasonably successful. They weren't like gajillionaires, but they had a nice house, a few acres, and maybe a cow or two. And so to the socialists, that was just like, utter hatred. Now, the one thing before I hand it back off to you, Ty, this is this thing that I realized just today. And it was when we were talking back and forth about this topic. And it's the reason why socialism and Marxism, communism, all whatever, the reason why its siren song is so sweet to so many ears is there's so many people in this world, and nobody wants to admit this. There's people who are cans and there's people who are can'ts. And the can'ts, they want to believe so badly that if they were to just take the things from the cans, then they too would be just like the cans. But it's not ever going to work out. It's never worked out that way in history. The cans are never going to be made cans just by taking what the cans had. And so this is the utter brilliant siren song of Marxism, because it's going to get the most disaffected, the most cynical, and it's going to round them all up into one big group. And so to me, when I was hearing it, it's like, yes, what this guest was saying was not intelligent, but it was more of a symptom of a greater cause.
I'm molding a little bit. And I hate this because I'm gonna have to defend the commies a little bit here. I'm gonna have to steal. I know, right? It's terrible. Like, for the record, folks,
is Canadar losing it in your comments?
Of course he is, but that's a whole other conversation. So guys, let me be very clear. I have no love for the commies and radical leftism, but I also don't have much of a love for radical righties either. So let me bring this one down. Who are these folks? What do they believe on another level? I'm not going to do the poli-sci. I want to do the ethics. We can do a poli-sci later, or if we need to fill in the last 5 minutes. But what these folks generally ethically believe is that they have a moral foundation that is largely attributed to the notion that we would call equality. Now, this is not fairness, which a lot of people like to kind of put together, because I would say one of my strongest moral affinities is to fairness, but it is very low on equality. What is that? Well, we've done a number of studies, both on humans and a lot of our own, animal family, for lack of a better term, right? So most of the mammals, and whether it's dogs, whether it's pretty much any of the social mammals, is that we only will play to a certain degree, and then we won't play anymore. And what the general studies kind of correlate around is 1/3. Even if your opponent is the biggest dog in the yard and could kick your ass every single time, if he doesn't let you win about 1/3 of the time, you're no longer interested. You're no longer invested because you don't win. You're not a participant anymore. You're a joke. And we humans,
How you keep a child interested in a learning game. Yes.
kind of. So the whole thing here is that we, on a instinctual level, but also other critters, will absolutely not participate in something that we can't win, at least to some degree. And the threshold does seem to be about, at least from perception, about 1/3. Even if you are, as long as you are playing the game, whatever it may be, or the contest, or this particular engagement, you basically deserve something for showing up. That is kind of the ethical foundation for this. And this is where I tend to get into a fight with a lot of these folks, because I believe in that to some degree. I believe that if you're going to go out in the world and you're going to try, even if you fail, you should get some points for trying, because there's people who don't even try. And we'll talk about those in another particular episode. But when it comes down to it, if people feel like that they're just not getting anything at all, or they're barely getting anything, they don't want to try anymore. And then they become like communist vanguards. They're the people who are like, well, if you can't have nice things, then, if I can't have nice things, then you can't have them too. And this gets into like what happened with the Soviet Union.
I'd say you're describing Marxism really well. I didn't know if you're trying to like give a some sort of capitalist critique, but it's like, boy, you're really critiquing the Marxists and the communists.
Look, I'm trying to steel man, but there's also a level where this is why I don't believe in these kind of things, is that I recognize where my moral axioms lie, and I equality is really disgusting to me on a level, but I do understand where it comes from, because I even understand where my equality moral foundations are. I don't want people who are trying and who actually show up to the game to get fucked, because there's a level where I don't feel like you should. If you don't show up and you don't do anything, then you shouldn't get jack shit. And that's where I piss off a lot of those folks on.
Well, yeah, it's I'll never forget, is a great line by an amazing author that gets shit on way too much, despite how great of a writer she was. Ayn Rand one time wrote the line that we are given life, we are not given amenities to support this life. Milk and honey will not fall into your mouth for the mere price of opening it to the sky, or pointing it to the sky and opening it. And so unfortunately, all of us have to make our way in some way, shape, or form, even with Marxism, with their from each according to their abilities to each according to their needs. There's still the idea that somebody's got to get some work done and do some shit around here eventually. And so, and what's actually really funny is, just as kind of an aside, Marx was like one of the theorists that I don't think has been, I think he might be the theorist that's been proven wrong the most over anybody in all history. And it's been like, he's been hysterically, comically bad at predicting anything. Like when he was saying like, what's going to happen is, under communism, we're going to have people work only a few hours a day, and then they're going to go be artisans, and they're going to make crafts, and they're going to write poetry, and they're going to make amazing paintings. And now what's actually happening is the AI is making the poetry, the paintings, and the art for us, so we can all stay in our click at desk jobs. Okay, so yeah, Marx was 1,000% wrong on that. The computers are making the art for us. So yeah, sorry Marxists, you take another L, all you commies, Marxists, and socialists, which are all the same shit. I know you want to pretend that it's different, but like I've noticed that that same kind of distinction is never given to people on the right. They're all just kind of the same evil. Like, do you remember that same guest actually asked me how many Nazis were in the Big Buckin' Empire fan base?
Same
It's like,
person. Yeah.
it's like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, it was the exact same person. It's like, none. And I could see, like, in their minds, there's no distinction. Like, and so, like, I'm sorry, if there's no distinction in your mind, you can't really fault the right for not having the same distinctions either.
Sorry, a little bit of just like, oh god, I don't want to revisit some of this. But
Bring the drama, motherfucker.
No. So here's where I'm.
She was a rapscallion ne'er-do-well that did not wash her socks often enough, and like, oh come on, let's bring it.
Oh my god. Anyway, what I will get into is that like I understand the moral foundations of folks who are, you know, left or even far left. I don't agree with them. And that's where, like, hey, you know, can we work something out? Can we compromise? Right? Because there's someone out there, no matter who you are, that you morally absolutely hate and disagree with. Right. And it's hard to deal with that. And I think to some degree, this is one of the things that a lot of folks are finding out now due to the internet, is that now everyone does have a voice, or at least people have far more of a voice than they used to, because you can basically run your own news press on Twitter. Well,
thank God.
When everyone gets their opinion out, now we're all finding out that we don't agree on shit because we all have different moral foundations and axioms. A lot of us do get together on things that work well. So, as an example, the modern core of the right, as we think of it, most Republicans, is that they have moral foundations vested within purity, hierarchy, and order. And these are things that, if you think about it, they kind of mesh really well. They work together really well. And so you can build a coalition out of that. The left generally comes out of equality, fairness, and the reduction of harm. And that is a coalition that can be put together pretty well. And so you have that. This is the part that concerns me about all this.
Equality,
is that
fairness and reduction of harm. Is that
yes,
right?
Yes.
Okay. Because like I don't mean to interject, but like, you know, my take on fair. It's one that you hate dearly.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, like, there is instances where like if you're talking like gambling, if you're talking like fighting, and you're saying like, is this a fair, even then that's kind of a strange way of putting it, but like people do use it in that vernacular. But like for me, in like most political terms, fair has two uses and values. One is it was a term that we invented so that idiots and children can participate in debates. Okay, it's like, so like kids go, that's not fair. And so, and the other one that it's used is people who don't have power, who are trying to take power from the powerful. They'll say, no, what's happening isn't fair. This isn't fair. That's not right. When Republicans have power, the Democrats will be screaming to the high heavens about fairness. When the Democrats have power, you'll suddenly hear the Republicans screaming to the high hells about fairness. And whoever politically has power doesn't seem to concern themselves too much with it. Whoever's looking to get it, that's whenever you'll hear the word fair come out, because it's another word that people use when they're trying to grab power. And those are my general takes on fairness. So it doesn't surprise me that folks on the left would have something that's somewhat illusory as a core tenant.
So yeah, I hate all of this, and remind you, I do consider myself center right. I am not nearly down the train that Phil is, but you know,
you're coming along. Don't worry. We left your room just the way you left it, Ty. When you're back to the full right winger, it'll be a glorious day.
Well, it's funny. Everyone wants me on their side until they don't, and it's so weird. It's like, oh, you're actually a lefty, Ty. Oh, you're actually a righty, Ty. But then I'm like, hey, here's my opinions. You need to be with them.
No. You're normie moderate in every fucking way. Don't get me wrong, but like, it's one of those like, oh, come on, Ty, just come on over to the Trump side one more time. It'll be glorious.
My God. All right. So
actually, I want you to support whoever Trump's running against, because your record has been so awesome.
It's better than yours.
No, actually, I've been doing pretty good other than the last time around, actually.
All right. Well, we won't have that debate here, because that's just stroking each other off at that point. And I just don't need to.
Then, Ty.
What?
As I'm known to say around here. All that being said, thank you for joining us here at Truth in fiction, folks. You can find us at Truth in Fiction Pod on YouTube, TIF_pod on TikTok, and wherever all great podcasting can be found. Yes, folks, that is Truth in Fiction. The show's called Truth in Fiction. The show for me, the show for you, the show for everybody that you care to talk to, folks. I am your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man of the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the friar of the future. And folks, one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, signing off and handing it off. Folks, I hope all of you make it back here to Truth in Fiction. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. You can, of course, find me, Phil K.O.E. at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, Big Bucket Empire on YouTube and Facebook, and Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. And I'm handing it over to my indomitable broadcast partner for this evening, Tiberius D. Take it away.
Well, good evening, everyone. And of course, we're towards the end of this episode, although I don't know why he was wrapping it up so quick. We actually had another about 3 minutes here. But we love you, Phil. Thank you for being you.
For 3 minutes.
Let's
see it.
Well, we might do that. We might not. But what I definitely can say is that we do appreciate Phil giving us plenty of time to do our own outro here. It's always nice of him. I do want to talk a little bit more about moral foundations in another episode, because I'm sure I got everyone on the cliffhanger. It's like, wait, what was he going to say? Unfortunately, I've now forgotten. So, definitely remind me.
That's a teaser for next episode.
True. So anyway, thank you all very much for joining us. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us in a number of ways, whether it's personally on our own particular basically our own productions, whether it's K.O.E. Nation on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok, or whether it's Tiberius D on YouTube and Twitch. Also, you can find me on most social media, although I'm not actively on it, but I get pinged. So you can definitely go that route. Also, definitely check out Truth in Fiction Podcast. If you're actually not watching the YouTube, TikTok, Twitch of all these particular shows, definitely go look those up. They're not too terribly hard to find. Hopefully we're on Spotify by now, but we'll just have to wait and see. But yes, anyway, this has been fun. I can't wait to do it the very next time. And hopefully I'm a little bit more cheery when we engage again in Truth in Fiction Podcast, supported by, I just lost it. I had it in my head. Perspective Media. Yes, we are actually produced by Perspective Media LLC with our wonderful creators and producers over there. And so thank you very much for basically paying the bills, boys. We really appreciate that. Without further ado, I'll catch you next time.
Peace. Yes, that was an amazing show, folks. And we're just getting started here. So yes, what are your thoughts on colonizing the solar system? I just did that show with Tiberius a little over an hour ago. Once that wrapped up and we had the post show, I decided to come to talk and chat with all you beautiful people. So this is a bit of a chill stream and AMA, but I'm also bringing you something that I'm really proud of. I'm going to play something for you that some of the most fun that I've had on podcasting in years. Okay, this was the live stream, the live watch along that me, Tony, and Chicken did for AEW Revolution, and it was so fucking fun. We were cracking jokes to each other the whole time. So the content we're watching is largely irrelevant. Okay, you don't have to have any knowledge of what an AEW is, what the Revolution was all about. You don't even need to know anything about pro wrestling to know that this was just a spectacularly fun time of three friends just joshing each other for a good long while, and I was really proud of this. So I'm looking forward to getting to that. EOD, I think colonizing the solar system is inevitable. And if we had been given NASA the funding it deserves, we probably would have at least gotten to search by. I think really there has to be a reason to go. So there has to be an economic reason to get there. And to me, it's like for the asteroid belt, it's simple. There's more precious metals in the asteroid belt than anywhere in the whole solar system other than the sun. So yeah, that would be an obvious reason. Once we get fusion, Jupiter and Neptune are now valuable fuel sources for our entire solar system. And one thing I didn't even talk about was if excuse me, if you go using a fusion candle, now this is very theoretical, but literally you have a globe here And the fusion candle is basically firing off on one end against the planet's gravity. And then it fires off the other end, even more powerful than the planet's gravity. And you can actually move a gas giant that way because the gases of Jupiter literally fuel the fusion candle. And so you literally turn Jupiter and all of its moons into a mobile mini solar system that you can move anywhere in the solar system. And basically, you're just looking for more gas giants that you can consume. And so that is one direction that I do see our species potentially going for colonizing the solar system, really. And after that, forget the solar system, the universe. Whoa, mobile mini solar system. You're blowing my mind right now. Well, what's even crazier is think about doing that with the sun or a star, because that's got way more hydrogen gases. And everybody thinks the minute you touch the sun, it's just insta kill. Not really. The surface of the sun, it's kind of like the difference between a boiling pot of water at 400 degrees and your oven at 400 degrees. If you set your oven at 400 degrees and you put your arm in it, your arm's still going to be okay. It's going to be warm, but you're not going to be injured because the molecules hitting your hand are so dispersed that it's not doing a lot of damage. But if you put your hand in a boiling 400 degree pot of water, your skin's gone immediately because the molecules are so compact. And so it's kind of the difference. Like the deeper into the sun you get, the more compact it gets. But on the outer edges, I actually see in probably a million years, there will be people actually colonizing the sun. And I know that sounds insane, but no, think about it. 99.999% of everything that's in every solar system is in its stars. Like that's 99% of our solar system is a star. Most of the rest of it's Jupiter. And then the little tiny bits that are left are where we're all living. EOD, I would have never thought of that. You could provide heat in the darkness of space. Yeah. Well, again, once you've got everything you need for fusion reactions, yeah, and also in the void of space, people forget the fact that there's giant gas giants that are just kind of floating out in the middle of nowhere. And if you come across one of those, well, now you got another 68 million years of fuel that you can utilize for your civilization. So eventually, yes, we'll be controlling where our stars and everything go. And it's going to be quite amazing once we get there. Another thing that a lot of people don't think about as a way to extend one's life is once we get to this certain technology where you can just literally push against the gravity to the point where you can keep your physical body right at the event horizon of a black hole. And then at that point, a second you can make last for 1,000 years as far as your perception goes. And so that's another, like when you talk about mind-blowing things that you can do once you master how to push back against gravity, like the possibilities are limitly endless. But folks, now we're going to get into something that I'm really, really proud of. Something that I'm really, really happy with how it turned out. And that is AEW Revolution's watch along. So folks, without further ado, let's get right into it. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, folks, on YouTube and Spotify. It's the show so nice, I had to intro it twice. Folks, it is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one damn handsome man if I do say so myself, Phil K.O.E. And not only here at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify, but you can also find me, Bill K.O.E. at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. That is K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And tonight, folks, we are getting into a true revolution. Not only the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, but also the people who ripped us off clearly, AEW Revolution. And yes, it is the final night of Chicken reigning as our Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. And speaking of which, I am joined this evening by one of my indomitable broadcast partners, the reigning, defending, soon-to-be former Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, the one, the only,
Your 10-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, Dr. Chicken here. Super excited. Sorry for the technical issues on the intro. You'd feel like we're in Ohio with all these train wrecks we have on here.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes.
Well done. Hey, folks, we are nothing if not topical. Okay. And actually, strangely enough, for some of that topical talk, you can go to Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook to see me, Tony Chicken, and a whole wide range of folks get into all of the different issues and ideas of the day. That is Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. And you can find all of that at Linktree/Big Buckin'. And folks, making his way in a run-in, it's like the glass is shattering and Steve Austin is on his way to the ring himself. The one, the only, the 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion himself.
The non-coppa friendly, quadruple distilled, non-chill filtered, and soon to be 15-time RWP champion, Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe. Fuck Apple and their AirPod horseshit connectivity problems. Fuck my shitty laptop. I got a lot of other stuff I can complain about, but no, I'm not going to do that to you guys. We're just we're here for fun, right?
Let's have some fucking
fun.
He gets a little sore whenever a new storm front comes through.
Fuck your knee. All right.
Well, Tony. All right, we are all in a great mood this evening, and before we get in to the festivities this evening, gentlemen, what are you drinking?
I'm going through my cupboard and all my bottles of stuff I never drank, and I have a Jefferson Rye cognac cask, and I literally opened it once and had one dram. So I'm trying it out as a mixer tonight and seeing what I can do with this bottle, because otherwise I'm never going to drink it.
Yeah, I actually have a bottle of that at my mill that I just kind of left in a cabinet, and it's a cabinet where all the employees know where it is. Nobody's touched it. Like, it's weird.
Yeah.
Like, because like a lot of folks
as a mixer, it's just okay.
It's one of those like, oh, you know what I really am in the mood for? A rye finished in cognac. Like, not a lot of folks say that. It's a different one. So me, Chicken, I'm going kind of a classic way. I'm trying. Over the last few weeks, I've decided rather than opening new bottles, I'm going to try and like finish off some of the ones that I have open. And so I'm getting into the marvelous Blanton's Grand Central from York, Nebraska store pick. So I'm down to about that much, which is still a nice, healthy little bit of Blanton's. And I've still got about 7 bottles left of different Blantons. So I'll be okay. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Now, Tony, Mr. Possible 15 time by the end of this night, which is Ric Flair 15 or 16? I forget.
16.
I always
Allegedly.
thought it was 15. Now,
it's more like 23, but whatever.
I was about to say, if we're counting every house show that he won the title, it's probably like 170. But we won't go there. But so, Tony, this could be the night where you become the 15-time champion, or this could be the night where I hit lucky 13. We'll see what happens. And there's no chance Chicken retains. That's out of the question. But
never happens.
T, what are you drinking this evening?
I am sipping on currently some Rabbit Hole Cave Hill. Really nice stuff.
Lovely stuff. So now, before we get into the predictions, Tony, you and I, we have an issue here. And that is what the tiebreaker is going to be between you and I. Because that's going to be really what it comes down to. Not nothing to do with Chicken. The only thing we got to worry about Chicken is him copying our picks at a 1-to-1 ratio, because that's the kind of game Chicken plays. He goes with the odds, not with his heart, and that can't be respected. Can't be respected. So, Tony, our tie-breaking point. You made a recommendation. What was it, sir?
We're gonna pick a total number of falls, finishes, etc. in the Iron Man match. That means any tap out, any DQ, any pinfall, any victory that gets counted towards both men, just a total. Like, is there going to be 2 pinfalls, 3, 5, 6, 10, whatever? Whoever picks closest will be the victor. If it comes down to a tie.
I like that, but I think what we should really do, because this is something that you can just bet your bottom dollar it's going to happen. How many times is John Moxley going to have to blade in order to bleed properly? It's not going to be 1. It is not going to be 1. Do not even lie to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. It's going to be 1 time. It will be somewhere between 2 to 5 times that he's going to have to blade himself in order to bleed.
There's a problem with that. there's a problem with that, Phil, because here's
You
the
can
thing.
count the gashes on his forehead.
No, here's the problem with that. He's gonna bleed. Now,
Yes.
he's also gonna bleed unintentionally, and I know you, and I know you'll try to count that as a point towards you
And
as well.
so would you.
And here's the thing: the camera's only so bad. The cameramen are only so bad. They're going to miss one of the blade jobs, guaranteed. They'll
No,
catch us
not from that match with that guy from Japan a couple of weeks ago.
I'm
They
just
caught
saying,
every blade job, and even him trying
Everyone.
to hand the blade to the ref.
we're not in Japan tonight. We're in America.
Well, no, this is on an AEW show, but they
I'm
just
just
brought a guy
saying.
over from Japan.
I just can't trust that tally. That's just
Oh, you know, that's fair. That's fair. So we will get to that tiebreaker when we get to that matchup. But I think my idea of the Moxley blade job is a great ham-fisted segue to start in with our predictions of John Moxley versus Hangman Page in super duper lazy booking, no rules match.
Well,
So-
it's a Texas death match, and first out of the gate, folks.
Lazy booking, to quote Jim Cornette.
I wasn't here at the top of the program. My earbuds were giving me a little bit of hell, but I got them going now, and I'm only using one currently. And why is that? Because I'm trying to conserve the other one so I can swap it out. Because this is going to be a marathon stream. We are going to do our first watch along, folks. Typically, we do our predictions, then we come back after the show. Tonight, we're just going to watch the show with you. If you have nowhere else to be, you have nowhere else to watch it, you want to have us on for audio because Excalibur is just dog shit to listen to,
Yeah.
we're here for you. We're better to listen
that
to
would
anyway.
actually be a better idea if you just muted the show, watched it with us, and let us tell you what's happening.
Exactly.
That would actually be a far better experience.
So
It's like a Joe
we're gonna
Rogan
give it a
watch
shot.
along, but it like way better because it's like you have basically 3 super Joe Rogans on one stream, and you also don't have to deal with the fact that the UFC commentary is actually pretty good. AEW commentary is dog shit. So yeah, this is definitely the choice to make.
Oh yeah, we're gonna try this out, give it a shot. I don't know that we'll be doing that.
Is Tony
for
Schiavone on
WrestleMania?
commentary tonight? Because if so,
No.
be prepared to hear how everything is amazing.
Yeah, no, that's not a thing. So yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do this at all for Mania. I'm guessing probably not. We'll see what happens. We'll
No,
see how
we're
this goes.
streaming for 2 solid days for Mania.
Hey Phil, the pay-per-view starts in 19 minutes, so chill, dog.
I don't think I
Yeah.
can. But
We
all
should
right,
probably
let's
some
get
picks
to
going.
let's get
Yeah,
to
I would love to. I would love to.
this match.
Chick,
You guys
I don't know how
introduced
much-
the match. I need to refresh real quick. My
Okay.
VPN is causing all kinds of problems. I'll be right back.
You know, there is no better content out there than talking about internet and equipment problems. It is people's favorite content on the internet. So
Hey Phil,
let's
the show's gonna start soon, dog.
well, hey, I'm not the one refreshing, motherfuckers. So all right, let's get right into it. T.
All right,
Moxley
we're
or
gonna-
Page? Who you
All
got?
right. This is a Texas death match, like you said, lazy booking. This is one of those matches that they're going to use everything in the kitchen sink. There's going to be a ton of fucking blood. There's going to be a ton of violence. There's going to be no rhyme or reason to the spots. It's just going to be doing stuff. And that's kind of been the theme for Moxley throughout most of his career. Page had some potential at one time, but he's kind of just, I'm not that interested in him either. So I'm not that excited about this. Hopefully see some high spots, but yeah, I'm going with Hangman on this one. Gut feeling.
Gut feeling, huh? Champ, who you got on this one?
I don't know. The rumors have it that Mox is either going to take a vacation or turn heel on this one. If he turns heel, will it
Kind of
be? Then he almost has to win. I see vacation more realistic, as he has been kind of the one that carried him through the whole CM Punk crisis. So I'm going with Adam Hangman Page as well.
Oh God. Here's the thing. Moxley is doing he's doing what the other veterans of his promotion should be doing. That's putting over the younger talent.
Mm-hmm.
Hangman Page is just one of those, like, I don't want to see him win because I hate seeing him getting awarded for the whole CM Punk horseshit, but the backstage loves him, so they're going to give him the W. Mox is going to go take a little time off, and yeah, we're all in agreement there. Hangman Page, but all for completely different reasons.
Frankly, it's because Mox won the last encounter, and Tony Khan likes to emulate WWE. When
I was
he
about to
doesn't
say,
even
I
realize
thought
he's
he
doing
said
it.
he hated 50-50. All right,
He does,
moving onward.
supposedly, allegedly. Let's move on to Samoa Joe versus Wardlow. This is the rematch. Who you guys liking in this one?
So Wardlow just did this whole interview with he's supposed to be like more relatable now because he was talking about his dad's situation. So like if he loses, then you're like, what the fuck was that all about? Like,
Yeah,
because we know Samoa Joe, Ring of Honor is supposed to kick back off. He's got to get back over there. He's got a lot of lifting to do in Ring of Honor. So, but then there, I can't remember. There's supposed to be a ladder match to see who's the number one contender for the
right.
TNT.
And I believe that was Powerhouse Hobbs that came out on top there.
But like, so I actually kind of like that setup. If Joe drops it tonight and we get to see Wardlow, Powerhouse Hobbs in a feud coming up, to me, that actually kind of sounds okay if they can actually make a story out of it, which AEW sucks at. But so I'm going Wardlow. It just makes the most sense to me. However, I could see Joe retaining and then dropping it on later on this week to Powerhouse Hobbs. Either way, Joe loses it this week. It's just, is it tonight or is it later? It's 50-50.
Yeah, I've also got Wardlow because having Joe win it in the first place was honestly kind of stupid. It was stupid because it derailed all the momentum that Wardlow kind of still had after the big MJF win. They did so much damage to such great, authentic momentum that the crowd enjoyed. Like Wardlow was enjoying a real great come up story. Like the crowd was behind him and they cooled him off so tremendously after that. And this was one of those big things that they did to cool him off. And I think this is them trying to fix their mistake. So I've got Wardlow.
Wait. So you're saying Wardlow had all this momentum, but the company cooled him off despite what the crowd was wanting? Boy, howdy. I feel like Sami Zayn could have a word with Wardlow. He could maybe give him some good advice. Now, here's the thing. I want to pick Samoa Joe. I want to. I really do. But
you
the
really
problem,
should.
well, no, the problem is
Go with your heart, like you said.
the reason. Well, no, this is where my heart is. This will be the last time we see Samoa Joe on AEW television for a very, very, very long time because Samoa Joe has shown himself time and time and time again. He thrives the most when he is a big fish in a very small pond, like tiny pond, like the size of this glass pond, like TNA,
NXT, TNA, and ironically Ring of Honor.
Yes. Like he did great. Like his best work was in NXT. Okay, like that was his best work. He will never top what he did with Nakamura in NXT. Not going to happen. But what he can do is give some much needed star power to Ring of Honor. So he's going to drop the belt, the AEW belt here. He's going to go back to Ring of Honor, be a big fish in a small pond, and probably hold on to the Ring of Honor TV title for another 7 months.
So you've got Wardlow.
We all got
Wardlow.
Wardlow.
About him there, Phil.
Well,
he didn't talk about Joe.
Well, I'm letting you know. Now, it looks like Chicken and I watched one of the same prediction podcasts, so I know Chicken's just going to be right on down the line with my prediction.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of discrepancy here, so we're probably going to have to.
There's like 3 matches that could go either way in this one. Like
there are.
There's 8 matches, and one of them's an hour long. So
Isn't wrestling great?
Let's
like 3
start
matches out of these 8 that could go either way.
Let's talk about this one then. We've got Christian Cage versus Jungle Boy. Now, the first time they did this, it's kind of a
Jack
farce.
Perry. It's not Jungle Boy anymore.
Whatever. Fuck off.
So it's Jungle Man now?
Yeah, Jungle
Man.
Look, the first time they did this,
he got some hair down there.
Christian was fucking hurt, and they couldn't do an actual match. So it was kind of a shitty way to get out of just canceling the match, but they did what they did. This is the comeback match. So who do you guys like in this one?
Jack Perry.
I also like Boy.
This is one of the easiest picks on this one, I think.
I agree.
Christian won the last one, and this one really needs to go to Jungle Man. So now here's like just one quick. I think we could see Luchasaurus get involved here, but I'm going against the internet community. I think we see a Jungle Man Luchasaurus reunion.
I don't think
Oh,
so. I think
I don't
that's
think
the
so.
next feud. They're gonna do the Jungle Man Lucha, not a dinosaur match, and because they think people care, and it's gonna suck either way. But yeah, we've
If
all
they
got
get together, is it a man? Is it a?
we've all
Perry
got
in
the
his
Jungle
dinosaur?
Man Jack Boy Perry. So yeah, this one honestly, this should be a good match. I hope, but I think they're gonna gimmick this up. and it's
This will
gonna
be a
kind of a shit
dead
show.
spot bathroom break match, and you know.
Unfortunately, it's probably gonna be that. Let's go on to.
Or no, wait. There's a women's championship 3-way.
Oh, we're getting there, and I do recommend that as the bathroom break because that match is going to suck, folks.
Yep.
Let's go to Ricky Starks versus Chris Jericho. And the funny thing about this one is, it was great because, like, listen to Cornette's podcast. Brian List, he predicted this like 2 weeks before they did it. Like, he's going to try to feud with Ricky Starks because Ricky Starks is hot right now, and that's what he does. And he'll find a way to pretend to put him over while still ending up making himself look good. So if Starks wins, Jericho's going to win the afterbirth of the match. And if Jericho wins, well, that's pretty self-explanatory. But Jericho's going to come out the one looking on top of this, no matter how this goes down. So I honestly,
Jericho's gonna Jericho.
Jericho will Jericho. So who do you guys like in this one? Because I'm leaning one way. Can convince me otherwise. I'm going with Ricky Starks though.
Historically, it's this match. Anything Jericho's in, I always get like so inside my fucking head on what I want to pick, and that usually causes me to either lose the belt or not win the belt because it's all about fucking Jericho in these AEW events, and I always fucking pick the wrong way. So I literally flipped a coin at first, like heading into this. I wanted to say Starks, I really did, but then I'm like, well, so who's being banned from ringside? It's Jericho Appreciation.
Yeah,
that's it. Nobody else is being banned from ringside.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, like there could be a little fuckery going on. But when I flipped that coin,
big show.
oh god, yeah, that could be. That's another rumor. Yeah, but I flipped the
Chris
coin.
Jericho
and
just copyrighted Jericho.
Yep, that's true.
WWE didn't pursue the copyright, so Chris Jericho now owns the copyright to Jericho.
So when I flipped my coin, it landed on heads, which is Chris Jericho is my pick for the night. This one could go either way. This is one of the ones that you don't know what the story is. And if Jericho loves to run these stories on forever and make him into like 5 fucking matches. So, and Ricky Starks beating him the first time. If he beats him again, then you kind of have to end the story because it makes no sense. But it makes no sense anyway, because why would Ricky Starks be pursuing a match with fucking Jericho after he already beat him clean? Like, what the fuck is the point of the second match?
Yeah. Now, the thing is, you're right. Jericho likes to make 5 matches, kind of like Hulk Hogan, but Hulk Hogan knew to milk it over decades, not over a couple of months. Like, well, me and Ric Flair, we've had like 8 big matches, brother, and that's about
Hogan knew to do the first match, get the win, and go, gosh, leg injury, brother. Can't do the next two.
Oh, brother.
Now, what I'm going to say here is, Tony, you're correct. Ricky Starks on the way up. He's got a lot of momentum behind him. He's one of the future prospects, and he's somebody that really needs a big win over a big name to go to that next level. And that is why I am picking Chris Jericho for this matchup, because Chris Jericho is going to bury him just like he buried MJF on the way up. And he's going to bury – I think he's actually like almost like a hazing initiation rite to the main event of AEW. If you can't handle a Chris Jericho burial, you can't make it here in AEW.
Well, we finally have one discrepancy. I'm going to stick with Starks on this one. But ironically, the one guy that Jericho put over, Orange Cassidy, is also on this show.
Oh,
and
am I looking
did a lot
for
for
match.
him, didn't it? God, he couldn't be any colder right now. He sells shirts, though. I don't give a fuck.
Oranger.
Nothing. We've seen the joke. It's played out. So we're going to go on to the...
You're just upset he stole your aviator gimmick.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm better at it.
Well, no, you did it first. I'll give you that. Okay, I'm getting
Echo.
Oh, shit, that's me. Hold on.
Oh, that's chicken.
God, you fucking assholes.
This watch along is off to a fantastic start. All right, so we're going to go to the 4-way tag team title match. The Guns are defending against former champs, the Acclaimed, Orange Cassidy and Danhausen, and Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett. This is a mixed bag.
I'm going to go first here, okay? Because this is the one that could go a lot of different ways. The Guns, they're okay. Like, I get why they did it.
It was dumb to put it on them.
Yeah, like they should have left it on the Acclaim for a little longer. I'm going to be honest with you. I am really torn between two teams on this. Like, you have no idea how much I want to see Jeff Jarrett hold that fucking belt up high. You have no idea. Like, it would make me so joyous that Jeff Jarrett, like, don't matter where the fuck I go, flap nuts, gold's gonna find its way on my waist. Like, I just love that. And him and Jay Lethal could just do sweet, beautiful music forever. And yeah, he's just Jay Lethal's just I just wrestle with legends. Like, I can get anybody through a match. But when I found out that we were going to be graced by a team that is not only very nice, very evil, but freshly squeezed as well, I have no choice but to choose Danhausen and freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy are going to be the new tag team champions of the world.
Okay, I've written it down. You can't change it now.
No, I'm not changing it.
Yeah, they were literally brought into this to eat the pin. One of those two were eating the pin. Probably Dan.
Oh no, Jay Lethal's going to eat the pin.
You think so?
Yeah, probably.
As much as I want to agree with the Jeff Jarrett, like, that does sound fun in the crowd. No matter what you think, like, the whole situation, the crowd would lose their shit if you get Jarrett. Yeah. It doesn't make sense. None of these make sense, honestly. No. I wish the Acclaim would get it back because they do get the biggest
go with
draw.
Who sells the t-shirts.
But no shit, you should. But I don't know. Something tells me Guns are gonna retain.
I think that's actually the least likely from this match, just because why would they make it 4-way? Or is this just another reason Tony Khan's like, oh, we need to get everybody on the show?
No, I disagree. I think the least likely team to win is Danhausen and Orange Cassidy.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Then actually, it's pretty close between them and Lethal and Jarrett. And then
little freshly squeezed faith, Tony.
I think the Guns are probably the favorite here to win and retain. And
Acclaim could win, but I just don't see him giving it right back.
I think that Tony Khan realizes this is the second time he's fucked up with the Acclaim, because they didn't. Once he put the belts on them, after he should have already put them on them, he didn't really do much with them, and they didn't. I don't know. This whole feud with the Guns has been really.
You could think that he screwed him on a pay-per-view to win the belts, and then gave it to him during a live show during the week. So is this him giving payback of like, hey, sorry about that, guys. You can win it on a big stage at a pay-per-view now. Maybe that could be.
Yeah,
I don't think Tony Khan thinks that far ahead with all the white powder in his room.
Way too far ahead. That's the problem.
No,
I think that's kind
Adderall,
of the thinking.
Allegedly,
I think that's kind of his thinking here. He's gonna give him back that pay-per-view win. He's gonna because I think what he's trying to do is get over more tag teams, and I think that's obviously why he put the belts on the Guns in the first place. Like he thinks that hot-shotting the titles is somehow going to make the team. Well, that's not how you make the team, by just making the belts indifferent. But I think this will go a long way for one team in a win. I don't think it does a lot for the Guns. Like, they need to have a really strong feud, and defending against 3 other teams isn't going to help them. So I think this is going to be where the Acclaim takes it back. If I wasn't going to pick the Acclaimed, I was going to pick the Guns. So I'm going to go with the Acclaimed. I don't know.
Okay, we got some real differences on this match, folks. All right, this probably will be
the match a clear winner
that it comes down to, because nobody's picking the same on this match. So I like that. Now, guys, whether any of you want to admit it or not, the 2 biggest stars in this match are Orange Cassidy and Danhausen.
No, they're fucking not. Fuck you.
You don't have to like it. You don't have to like it, but it's true.
I don't like it because it's not true. So
are we going to just meme down?
Like, the only person that's even fucking close is Jeff Jarrett.
Phil, are we just going to meme Danhausen all night now, or?
Yep.
Yeah, yes, that's what this stream's going to turn into.
So yeah, I'm not looking forward to what could possibly happen here. God, if Phil's right, I'm going to cry.
I think Phil is a Democrat.
That is slander, sir. I have never been slandered. That is a dirty, rotten, goddamn lie.
Only half of this statement is accurate, and it's the latter.
Oh, wow.
That's great.
My finish is the pile driver. Nobody does a pile driver. So,
all right, let's move on.
Right along.
This
I
one
just
for me
secured my
might be
championship tonight.
let's talk about the bathroom break match because I think it's time.
God.
Like this is gonna be so awful.
Hater wins.
Nobody's.
Yeah, hater.
I'm not talking about the women's match. I'm talking about the trios title, the House of Black versus the Elite.
Oh, this is gonna be a good match, actually. Well,
Oh.
let's just quickly cover the women's match. Okay, Chicken and I both have hater.
Yeah, I have hater too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
As
no,
much
that-
as I would love to see Ruby Soho win, like, cause
I would
she's
too.
getting over. It'd be fun, but she's
not
here
as
to
good
take the
as
pin.
everybody pretends that she is. And
What? No, the crowd's over. It's more fun. Like, she's not that good, but it doesn't make sense to have her win. And then you got to come back with what's her Britt Baker. Like, you have to get Britt Baker back into the scene before that title changes hands. Like, it is not going anywhere until maybe Britt Baker takes it back. But
Ruby
about
Soho
to say,
has zero chance to win this belt. And this is a
Soraya
catalyst.
has like a 5% chance.
I say
Yeah.
if it's not going to be hater, it's going to be Soraya.
Soraya's
Soraya
just
is
not been
terrible.
impressive at. Yeah, she's
No,
been
she's
awful.
been
She
She's
shot
got
got
up.
a broken
She's been
fucking neck,
worse.
and she's been out for like 8 years. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Probably
she
should've
got worse
stayed
every
out.
time. Like,
Let's
she's
see
just
how
awful.
you look the first time you get onto a bicycle for the first time in 15 years, Chicken.
Or
Let's go,
hear
bitch.
me out.
No.
They retired because guess what? You can't go anymore. There's a reason they didn't clear you, Soraya. So I
Because
could see them,
nobody wants to see her get hurt.
and
So
we're going to
Yeah,
eventually.
that's
Could
true.
be tonight. And Soraya, I could see walking away with the belt because Tony Khan has no idea what he's fucking doing with this title. But it should be a catalyst for Hater versus Baker.
That
I'm
is-
hoping that that's where they're going with the conclusion of this. Hater wins.
unfortunately, Soraya's the biggest star. So if you're going by just who's the biggest star here, I'm sorry, but no, Paige is internationally known, and out of the 3 people,
Nobody
in
knows that her name is Soraya because
okay, let me put it to you this way, T.
And she
Out of the
looks like
3 people
dog
in
shit.
that ring, how like almost everybody that's going to be in that crowd tonight has looked up certain photos of Soraya, so they know exactly. Like she is quite popular, like Sunny style. Like
that's fine.
hopefully she doesn't have.
And all the
fate of
people that are
Sunny,
going to
but-
watch this show are going to be way more interested to watch Jamie Hater. So doesn't really matter.
Okay, can we move on? We've talked
She's easy
about
on the
this
ice,
match
too.
way
So,
longer
alright.
than we needed to.
Yeah,
Let's go to the House of
probably
Black
about as
versus
long as
the
the match is
Elite.
going to take.
I'm not that excited about this. It's going to be a spot monkey fest. It's
I'm
be
gonna love it.
gymnastics, Cirque du Soleil. Fucking Black is going to do some stupid miss. Kenny Omega is going to shake and pose for the camera. The Bucks are going to do 90 super kicks because the Usos did 80 last time. Then it's a battle. So, yeah, this is going to suck. I really like Black. I really like fucking Murphy. It's just, God damn it, we could have done this differently. I don't care about this match. What are you guys feeling on this? Because this is one of those 50-50s.
This is kind of a 50-50 one. It honestly
gonna go last.
doesn't really matter. There was no build up there. This match makes no sense. It all came down with somebody shutting a light switch off, I guess. I don't know. I haven't followed. I don't fucking know. Sounds stupid. There's some cool stuff you could do booking wise with this to make it fun, but you just put the belts on the Elite. Right? So yeah. It's another dumb. Well, that's why you might think, well, it's Tony Khan, so maybe you should go House of Black. But I'm sticking with the Elite. If you have the rumors that are going on with the Elite and where their future may be heading, it's that could sway a lot of people's decisions on what they think the rumors are. If you think they're going, then they're going to be off TV and off pay-per-view. But if you think Tony Khan's trying to get them to stay, they're gonna keep them as stars and keep them in the spotlight. Like, there's a lot of ways you can think about this, but I'm sticking with the Elite to win because none of this makes sense. And fuck it, who cares?
Yeah, God, I really. Part of me wants to pick.
If they lose, I expect that they're just going to disappear from AEW because they're probably going to WWE in like 6 months.
Let's say they're going to be who shows up on the Raw after WrestleMania.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not sold on this rumor, and I know I was dead wrong on the Cody thing, but I just don't see this one. I think there's a lot of smoke here, and I don't know that there's ever going to be a fire. I think this is a ploy. So I think that was kind of to maybe throw some doubt on this one. I don't know. I'm going to go with the Elite to retain because, like you said, they just put the belts on them. It's not going to mean shit. You're playing hot potato with the belts that are already stupid to begin with. So I think this is just giving them a win with the belts, a successful defense before they drop
What?
it. If they
This
do
doesn't
end up
look like
leaving,
truth and
maybe
fiction.
later this
I don't know
year,
what to say to you.
maybe this summer, possibly, you give them one title win, then they drop them.
All right, show's starting right now. Looks like Jericho Appreciation. Jericho's coming out right now. So that looks like our first match.
Okay.
Get that going on the other
Yeah,
side stream.
I'm popping it up on the private
All right,
room
So
portal.
My
me and Jiggin both
prediction-
have the elite. Phil, who you got?
All right, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. It's going to be the elite, and let me tell you why. Because they're not going to drop it to House of Black. And it's also the same reason why everybody was expecting Danhausen and Orange Cassidy to be FDR, but it's not going to be that because the elite are going to drop the trios tag titles to FTR and Mike Briscoe.
Oh God, I hope so.
And so, yeah, that. And can you imagine the beautiful, like, just homecoming, just like tear-filled moment when that goes down? So, yeah, and the elite knows that FTR and the Briscoes are fucking hot right now.
Yeah,
and they're
Mark
not going to let
Briscoe-
House of Black or anybody else work with them. They're going to get that fucking camera time rub. And
Mark
so,
Briscoe did pick up a pinfall on a clusterfuck match on
Mark,
the
Jesus
buy-in.
Christ. But yeah. So I think it's going to be FTR and Mark Briscoe.
If it's not FTR and Mark Briscoe, it's going to be FTR and CM Punk. Fingers crossed.
I don't think CM Punk is going to
Probably not.
come
I'm
back
holding
just for
out hope.
that. He
That would
could,
be
but
such
all
a
right.
big
So
money
we all
grab.
got the elite here, and we all
Yep.
don't like ourselves for it.
Nope. Hate myself
right.
for it. All right, let's talk about the main event. It is a 60-minute fucking marathon Broadway Iron Man match with literally maybe the best classic nostalgic territory level heel professional wrestler in the business today, world champion MJF, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, defending against the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryan, and one of the guys that if you're going to do a 60-minute Iron Man match, like this would literally be maybe the first name that pops into my mind. Who would I want to be in it?
Yeah.
This is going to be a fucking journey. It's going to be long, but damn, this match should be
a
absolutely
barn burner.
fucking great. I am really looking forward to this. I hate the build to this match. Like they made Danielson run the gauntlet for really no earthly reason, and they kind of didn't let that level of hate and just despiction between the two resonate. Like I don't know. I didn't love the build, but I am really excited to see the match. And I don't know if there will be a follow-up because obviously we're jumping the gun to a 60-minute Iron Man match. Like that's something you do in like match 3. But no, this is Tony Khan and it's erratic booking, so we're just jumping right into the hot seat and going with the 60-minute Iron Man match.
MJF and Bryan Danielson are really, really upset that they get to start with.
So I hate to get off topic here, but Starks is out. They started the match, but Starks, like they didn't tape his ribs. They taped kind of around his stomach.
Yeah, this is odd.
I don't get it. But he can still pose and move sideways. Like,
he
anyway,
looks
sorry.
great. He looks great. Starks looks fantastic. I just
Except for
wish,
that tape
Jericho
around his
rolls
stomach.
out.
yeah.
Jericho's
Starks
like,
with
no,
the
make
tape.
sure he covers his abs so people don't compare us.
Yeah,
Starks with
yeah.
the
I don't
rib
want
tape,
people to
does
know
the
how
dive.
ugly my fucking chest and stomach look.
Yeah.
All right, so
Starks does the
okay,
dive through the
guys, when
ropes,
it comes
of course
to the
he
main
does.
event, who do you have and why is it MJF?
It's going to be MJF.
Yeah. So here's dream booking and Phil. This I don't know if you watched this.
Head, Phil KOE MJF
Yeah.
2020.
Phil, I don't know if you watched this prediction stream, but the one best idea I heard is you get to the end. Now this is hook, crook, or draw.
We listen to the same
MJF
podcast.
MJF
I
walks
got you, you
away with
motherfucker.
it.
I know where you
And
steal your
then-
ideas from now. I got you.
Oh, I watched like 10 different ones. But anyway, I get a aggregate of ideas. Anyway, so the best part is at the end of it, the 60 minutes is over. MJF declared the winner by either draw or he had more falls. And then all of a sudden, look in my eyes. And all of a sudden, here comes CM Punk.
Mussolini.
And you end the show with that to be like a holy fuck moment and not even do anything with it, just to give them two like one more rub, one more go around. And you know what? The point they made on when they pitched this was, you think of the clicks and views AEW will get on YouTube videos alone just from that clip would make up more money than the pay-per-view sales probably do.
Probably. And Jericho's targeting the ribs. Now, you are correct. I don't think Punk's going to get involved. I think MJF is going to win this through some cheating bullshit way that everybody's going to be like, oh, fuck, Brian got fucked. And I think he does it on his own. I don't even think CM Punk's coming back. Honestly, I think he's looking for a way out. So he can go back.
I have another pitch. We're at the last 5 minutes, and we're about to end this match, and then all of a sudden, out comes Daniel Bryan.
3-way.
Yes. Wow. Daniel Bryan, he goes, hey, nice singles match you got there. It'd be a shame if somebody made it a 3-way. Apparently, and also speaking of 3-ways that feature Daniel Bryan, the Bella sisters are actually backstage at AEW right now.
Yeah,
Sorry. As many 3-ways that motherfucker's finagled his way into, I would not believe you if you said that's never happened. No, shut your fucking whore mouth. That is the king of 3-ways definitely finagled one of the greatest wrestling 3-ways of all time.
Yeah, that we can all dream and think about it.
Why? Steven Alexander. Why would CM Punk go back to WWE?
WWE wants him.
No. It's the exact same reason that Mr. Crab built another Krabby Patty right next to his original Krabby Patty when he was asked, "Why did you do that?" I like money. And so that's why CM Punk will go back to WWE. He likes money.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So I'm going with MJF as well. Looks like we're across the board on this one.
Oh God, that sucked, Jericho. Jesus.
Yeah, Jericho went for a backbreaker thing that he should have stopped doing.
He barely got him up in the air. Yeah,
should have stopped doing that when he was in a WWE contract.
With MJF winning this, I am excited. I don't think it's going to be CM Punk will be his next challenger, but I don't think it'll be a rematch with Daniel Bryan Danielson. But I do see this being really good, and I'm excited to see what the next chapter will be for MJF. But this match, again, it's a 60-minute Iron Man match. Whoever has the most falls, tap outs, etc., wins. And I think it's going to come down. If it comes down to a tie between Phil and I, how many falls total will it be? I'm going to go with 5 total. As a
5 between the
point.
two of them?
Between the two of them.
Total. Okay.
Total.
Okay, keep in mind, you got to keep the people entertained for a good long. Now, Tony, I could just totally do the Price is Right bitch move and be like, I'm gonna go 5.1 falls. No, I'm not gonna do that. That would just be a bitch. Don't you always like how much do you think that is? $30. The lady next to him, $30.01. Fuck, bitch. That's
sure
what the guy
Family
wants.
Guy had a Family Guy did a skit on that. And it was like, well, fuck you. It's like,
fuck you.
Yeah. So, but honestly, I was torn between there being 6 and 8 falls. And sorry, Tony, I hate to I'm gonna go with 6. Okay.
I think 6 is realistic. It'll be 3 and 3.
If it's 5 or less, you take it. If it's 6 or more, I take it. Is that fair?
Well, yeah, I guess that works. I'm going with 5 personally because I want to go with 3, but here's the reason I'm not going with 3. MJF is going to get DQ'd at least once on purpose to try to get that advantage.
And then he'll get a pinfall off of it. Yeah.
No, I could see him waffling Daniel Bryan with a chair or something,
at the start
and he gets
of
a
the match.
DQ, but he fucking covers him and gets 2 pinfalls for it.
Yeah, that's what Brock Lesnar did to Kurt Angle in their Iron Man match. I see something similar to that.
And also, I'm going to go ahead and say this. I know we're getting into the watch along, and join us, folks, because right now Jericho's got a abdominal stretch. But I'm going to say Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle Iron Man match on SmackDown was the best match that WWE ever featured on their free live television.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
Like I remember, like they promoted that on Raw, and they said on SmackDown it's going to be and I was fucking kidding.
Oh,
High
nice
school,
tornado.
Yeah,
I
tornado DDT.
changed my whole week. Like I made sure that for that hour on that night, I was not busy. Okay, like I did all my chores, got everything out of the way, and I made sure. So and now, gentlemen, we have the predictions for AEW Revolution. And now, folks, you get the treat of actually getting to watch this along with us. And also, if you don't want to drop the scratch, you can just listen to us as to what's happening. I mean, so basically, like, you know how your grandpa used to listen to baseball games on the radio? Welcome to the digital 21st century version of that. So, So what we have here, Jericho's on the top rope.
Going for a superplex, maybe?
Going for, he's gonna injure that that solar
Gets dumped
plex
flat.
area, and he falls flat, and he's
Starts
going
off
for
the top, gets kicked
Oof.
right in the ribs. I love it. This has been a
Man,
pretty good Jericho match, honestly.
This has been a really good Starks wrestling around Jericho match.
Well, I mean, Jericho's not tanking it, so like that makes.
They
me
only had
think
that
he's
one
gonna
really
win.
bad move. Otherwise, so far it's been
Yeah.
fine.
And like,
That's
I
the
think
thing.
it's really weird that they made Aubrey change her shade of lipstick.
To
but
be
like,
less distracting in the background.
to be frank, like it is a true thing in film. Your eye is drawn to the biggest distinction, to the biggest
Brightest red spots.
well,
Yeah.
no, the big here we go. Now I remember the word. The biggest contrast between lightness and dark.
Woo,
Your eye will
nice
immediately
slam.
be drawn to that. And so when she's got this
Ooh.
big, bright red lipstick, and look at the background, the aesthetic of AEW, it really makes the yellow
Look
of
at Starks
Stark's
just kicking
tights
him on the ground.
really stand out.
Like those kicks
Crafting.
do anything.
But yeah, like so it makes like big bright colors really, really overly stand out. Like I'll be honest, like Sting looks kind of common. Like he looks like just a piece of the background on AEW. And WC
into a
Oh!
code breaker. Nice.
WCW, he was something special. But here in AEW, he just looks like he's a piece of the equipment.
Jericho
Jericho
going for the
with
pin. One,
One,
two.
two.
This is the
Oh, and a
biggest,
kick out.
longest count ever. She did that whole like whip arm where it had
She
like
is so
she
distracting.
looks like she has an
You-
extra fucking hinge on all of her limbs when they do that count where it's like
You didn't watch
move it
much
as much as
WCW.
possible before coming back down.
Okay, like sometime watch Goldberg versus the Giant from WCW, and watch the ref when he calls the 3. He swings his arm all the way up, and people always thought that like the ref didn't give a fast count for Sting Hogan. That was like
Because he didn't, Phil. You can stop trying to justify it. Jesus Christ.
But the way he did it for
Masterpiece on
Giant
this
versus
shit. It was
Goldberg,
a
the way he
fucking
did
bad- it
every
was a
big
slow
match was the same way.
Jesus Christ.
One,
Phil. No,
two,
Phil. It was Hulk Hogan
three. And that
politicking. Phil, it was Hulk Hogan politicking. No, you're never going to convince
Tony,
anybody of this story.
Hulk Hogan
Good luck
never
with that.
politics. He just
Oh,
wins
Jericho
the match
going up
fair
top.
and square.
Took a while to get up top. Jericho jumps
Oh.
off, does
To
nothing,
nothing.
bounces off the ropes.
Ooh.
Nice.
Starks with
Starks
a shoulder
saves it.
tackle. Not a spear.
No.
No, that was Starks with a
It was like, yeah,
savior.
it's like it was weird.
Jericho just kind of stumbles off the top rope, and then Stark's like, well, I got to put on 200% on this, flying through the air with a shoulder block. So, what you drinking, T?
I'm
Or
going to have a dram of Jack Daniels Bonded.
nice. I'm probably just going to stick with Blanton's tonight just because I'm, like I was telling Chicken, I'm trying to, rather than open new bottles, I'm trying to just work down the ones that I got, make
Yeah.
some room.
I'm trying to. That's kind of what I'm doing.
They're about
I was
to
telling
make out.
I was
Yeah, they're
telling you
making out.
fellas earlier today that there's potential for me to be moving here in about a month, and I'm like, I better just start drinking some of the bottles I got. One, so I don't have to move so many,
There's that.
and two, I should probably save a little money.
There's also that. But yeah, like you should probably just suck down whatever bottles you got around. But on the way, you fucking review them, you motherfucker. You
God.
fucking review whatever hasn't been reviewed on its way down.
Jericho slowed down a lot here in the last couple minutes.
second, I thought
Yeah.
Rick-
ropes.
Starks
with
had
a
to like
super kick to the
readjust his
chest.
crotch for
No,
a second.
miss
Misses the moonsault. Jericho
Yeah,
gets
a line
the
tamer.
walls.
or is it
Baby.
walls now? Yeah, that's right.
It's whatever. Yep, he's got it locked in. But Starks is pretty close to the rope.
The Lion Tamer requires a lot of flexibility. The Walls of Jericho is basically how to not hurt the main event guys.
Starks rolls under and grabs the
Very little
hair.
effort.
That's you can't do that. What the fuck was that? Jericho grabs his hand and they flip up, and now Starks is turning him over to a single leg crab.
You
Yeah, that
know,
was like-
in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I always
That does not
thought
look like
I-
it hurts at all either.
I thought I was
No.
being really slick when I'd have my guy in a guard. I'd have my guard around a guy. Guy would stand up. I'd grab his ankles, push my hips up, and
Oh, who's
my
this?
God.
It's Sammy Guevara who's not allowed
Oh.
and gets fucking
Oh.
plastered
By who?
by who the fuck was
fan?
I
that?
couldn't see who that was.
Is that just a random fan?
God
Like,
damn
no,
it.
no, okay.
Jericho's got the bat.
Jericho's got his bat.
Fuck. I'm gonna be down.
Ref's
a point.
distracted, of course, trying to get everybody to quit fighting out of the ring.
And now I don't know what they're waiting for.
Starks is noticing the ref's not paying attention. Boom, he gets hit in the stomach
Gets
with
hit
the
in the
bat.
gut with the bat.
The way no one hits people with a bat.
Who the fuck is that?
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If you're ever in like a street fight and I see you take a baseball bat and you hit somebody like that, with
Blocks it. Yes. Yes, he blocked it. He blocked it.
Baseball bats have no impact on Starks.
on his injured ribs.
Yeah,
Him and Tony G.
he's just slapping him in the
Yeah,
back.
yeah. Tony G also impervious to fucking strikes with a baseball bat
Or sledgehammer. Come on,
Or-
Starks.
or car.
Come on. Boom!
Oh,
That's it. Come on,
Fuck.
baby.
just gonna
Gets
do
it.
it.
1, 2,
2,
3.
Oh!
I told you, it's always Jericho that fucks me.
Oh! Whoa!
Woo!
Tony pulls ahead in a big way.
Oh,
So
I needed
now-
that.
So who did you have, Chicken, in the tag match?
Which tag match are we
The
talking
the
about?
only one that matters for our belt.
He's
The
got the
four-way.
guns, and I've got the acclaimed, and you've got the team that's not going to win.
Okay, so basically, Tony,
So it's-
all you need is the not guns
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
to win.
Oh,
That is
I'm
Tony.
coming, baby.
I got to
I'm
tell you,
coming.
that was a big call there.
Oh, I needed that.
Because like I cut a brilliant promo on it. Like, yes, Jericho needs to put over the new stars. He needs to do this. Starks needs to go to that next level, and that's why Jericho's.
Yeah, that was my thinking too. I thought he'd fuck him. I really did. Oh, don't worry. Jericho's going to get this back because they cut away from the afterbirth. There's not an afterbirth. They've cut to the
This
commentator.
is like a feud in reverse, isn't it?
So yeah, that's what's going to happen. Now he's going to get his win back somehow, some way. Oh, goody. Now up, Jungle Boy
The
Jack
final
Perry
burial.
versus Christian Cage. The final
The final burial. Wow, they need to call
Yeah.
more Jericho matches that.
yeah, that would be more appropriate.
The final burial. Like, dude, like I feel like that kind of match should have a way bigger, like that should almost be a Hell in a Cell level. Like, this is the final burial of this character. Sure, it'll still be around, but nobody's gonna give a shit.
No, and
Bray
I,
Wyatt's like,
honestly,
I've been in 16 of those matches, motherfucker. I am the
Well,
final burial fucking master.
while we're waiting for Christian Cage to come out, they're moving along. Maybe they're trying to get this done in less than 6 hours, which would be nice for a change.
I was about to say,
what-
it's 8 matches, and one of them's
was
a fucking
Yeah,
Iron
I was
Man.
gonna say, yeah, they already got an hour booked too. Hey, fellas, I'm gonna jump off. I need to get something to eat and pack up
Before
my
you
bags
do
for
that,
the week. So
Before you do that, let's rate the last match. I'm just going to say it. It was a Chris Jericho match. I really liked Starks. Jericho slowed down towards the end, but committed to the finish. I gave it 3.
I'll give it a little bit better than that. I think 3.25. I thought it was decent.
I was going to give it 2.75, but the right guy won, so I'm going to agree with Tony. And Chicken, I'm going to say, Tony, also raise your glass. Chicken, if this is the last Revolutionary Wrestling podcast, you join us from your particular hacienda to the good memories, and may the where you end up bring you even many more years of great memories there too, sir.
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
Appreciate it. Cheers, fellas.
Cheers.
And do you guys want me to turn audio on the other
Up a
stream?
little bit.
Okay. There's
audio?
like no. So it's gonna disappear for a minute because I got to turn my VPN on, and then I'll turn the audio on, and
Unacceptable.
it'll pop back up. Jack, it's just Jack Perry walking out right now. So all right, see you fellas. I'll
Steve
try
Perry.
to jump back on later. When I get
Steve
time.
Perry.
Sounds good.
He's-
He is 9-1 since his loss at All Out to Cage, and he's 5-0 in 2023. They say so. I guess you could say he's on a tear, and they're trying to. I do like what they're doing in trying to make him feel more important, like he's more of a threat to his opponent. Because frankly, the name Jungle Boy has never done him any favors, and
No,
his baby
no.
face is always going to hurt him.
Now
So
I get it, Tony.
like
I totally fucking get it. Okay, like I know plenty of dynasty farmers throughout this entire state that they're appreciative of their old man, but they don't like living under their shadow.
Mhm.
And you gotta imagine in Hollywood that's got to be 10 times worse.
Well,
Okay,
sure.
and so he wanted to make his own way without using his dad's name, even though the commentators every 8 seconds would be like, "Yes, he's using his dad's name." There we go.
So
There we go. Now I'm still getting some
Light
echo. Still getting some echo on it.
all right,
Yeah.
it started 100 miles an hour. They're beating
He
the
said them. He
piss out
said
of
them.
each
He said
other.
they. Okay, it's gone.
Barry's wearing some jeans and boots. He's not wearing his
Daylight
usual
come and
prehistoric
we
shit, which is
won't go.
nice. Cage,
Okay, he's trying to change his image, and I like I said, I appreciate the fact that he tried for so long, but now it's time. Like the reason people paid attention to him initially was, hey, this is Steve Perry's boy, and he's trying
Yeah.
something different. So just lean into it. Like I always hated the fact that like they made Curtis Axel not be Curtis Hennig.
right.
Like that was 80%
Yeah.
of the reason to watch him.
Hell yeah, it was a dog shit reason. Like I never understood what their fucking problem was. Like they didn't hide the fact that he was Kurt Hennig's child. They didn't. They celebrated it. But then you make him go by Axel. It was just bad product placement. I don't know. I didn't like that either. But yeah, Perry, he's got something. Like the guy's got a lot of talent. He can't cut a promo to save his life. He shouldn't talk much. This is a good look for him. Shirtless with the blue jeans and the boots. This actually looks like it fits him. Because the tight shorts, I don't know. It always made him look like a 12-year-old. So I like this. I'm guessing this is last man standing rules. I don't know. Is it a buried alive match? I don't get it. But
Who knows?
Cage has been amazing as a heel. Like he's going for the fucking balls every chance he gets on the promos. He's going after his dead father. Like he doesn't give a fuck. He is a nasty dickhead heel, and I like it. I like what they've done
Christian-
with Cage.
If anybody would know how to, it's Christian. Okay,
Oh, he's
like this guy's been.
fantastic at it.
Like, do you remember one of my favorite runs of his that you hated was when he initially broke away from Edge, won the Intercontinental title. He would come out and like all of this like golden rain would fall, and this music would Christian, at last you're on your own.
It was so
It
over
was-
the top and annoying, but it
I
was
loved
perfect. It was perfect because it acknowledged the fact that he was always going to be inferior. It was just playing off of that, which was nice.
Yeah, like he's like, fuck you, I'm not Marty Jannetty. I can do my own thing. And
Except he's kind of Marty Jannetty.
he's okay. He's like
Okay, he's
the
a way better
final,
heel.
he's the final boss of the Marty Jannettis of the tag teams.
Okay, that's fair.
okay. Like
Now they're coming out of the crowd. They've gone up the entranceway. Cage is trying to get back in the ring. I still don't know what the fuck this match is, other than just anywhere falls. I guess I don't know.
it's the ultimate lazy booking match, Tony. The final burial.
Well, at least they technically had a match before that to justify this stipulation, because Tony Khan, like I said earlier, he's really bad at doing exactly that. So Cage has pretty much been on the defensive this whole time. He's letting Perry get his licks in. He's getting his comeuppance against the good guys. So the story's good.
Oh, you spoke too soon.
Yes.
Yep. Spoke just
Perfect.
a second too soon. There we go.
Pulls Jungle Boy off the middle rope by the hair, flat backs on the mat. Love that.
You know, there's the final burial match. They could do anything with it. It kind of reminds me like the final deletion match, which is something they need desperately in professional wrestling. And it's like, I don't like it, but they need a way that they can do a soft reset for a character that the fans believe.
Yeah, just say that you miss cinematic matches without actually saying that you miss.
No.
cinematic matches.
If they could do it in the ring, so in front of a crowd, I would much prefer it. But that was the one beauty of the final deletion is you could throw Bray Wyatt into a lake, and then he could come back 3 weeks later with a new haircut, some new merch on his body, a fresh lick of paint, and the audience would kind of buy it. And hey, we are actually joined by Tiberius D. How we doing there, sir? We
What up,
are
Ty?
here at AEW Revolution and the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. So how you doing, sir?
Oh, beautiful spot.
And we are watching right now Steve Perry's son from 90210 wrestle one half of Edge and Christian from the 90s. For those who haven't been
Christian's-
watching,
He's got
pro
Jungle
wrestling
Boy
for a
on his
while.
hands and knees. He's got Jungle Boy's arms pulled straight up while standing on his hair. That was a beautiful spot. Beautiful
Ugh.
heel spot.
Yeah, that was actually now
Taunting him while he's choking him on the middle
that
rope.
was
I
one of
love it.
Andre the Giant's favorite moves. If the guy had long hair.
Oh yeah, it's great. This
Oh
dude.
God.
Cage is just a fantastic heel. Like he's. I wish he would have been this level of dickhead heel a long, long time ago. But they went way too long. Like every company he's gone to has tried way too hard to make him a face, and he's a face in the same way John Cena's a face. It feels like it's way too forced. He's so much more natural as a snide, dickhead, cutthroat heel. It just works so much better. Now they're back on the outside of the ring,
Yep. And
throwing each other into the barricade.
you know, Tony, I'm really liking this watch along format. I think we're going to have to do that for WrestleMania, just 2 solid days. Just keep it streaming the whole night and into the morning as well.
That might be a little much, Phil.
Hope y'all are having fun. Oh, we are, because it's AEW Revolution, and we're on the last stop along the way to WrestleMania. And it looks like, Tony, you have a very good chance of being the champion here. You have
I'm coming back for my baby.
Well, okay, chicken. Only hang on, let me get the what?
Damn.
Christian's bleeding. What did I miss?
Christian's bleeding. Jungle Boy was standing on the ring steps. Christian just flat out swept his feet from under him and dumped him on.
Oh, I saw the replay.
Oh,
that's dangerous. That was
dangerous. A nasty little spot. I didn't see why Christian's bleeding. Now he's taking Jungle Boy's
taking his
belt.
About to say that's one of those. So
So
how's he gonna hold up his R.I.P. Luke Perry? Oh, I thought his dad's name was Steve Perry.
No, it's Luke Perry.
Oh no, Steve Perry's the guy from Journey, isn't it?
Correct. Yes.
You know.
I will say one thing about Christian's gear. I like the cutoff black shirt with the black pants, black boots, black wrist tape, black elbow pads. Does the black cutoff t-shirt have to be a turtleneck? Yeah, it kind of does.
It's the only thing that distinguishes him from 80% of the roster, T, is his outfit. So
I say it's a classic backyard wrestling look, but the turtleneck does set itself aside from the others.
Well, it's like Stone Cold Steve Austin used to say when they wanted to cut one of his promos short, and he went to Vince and he complained. It's like, I got black tights, black knee pads, black boots, black wrist tape, and I shaved my head bald. My personality is the only way I stand out. You take that from me, why the hell am I even here? And like Christian has personality for days. He's one of those guys that it took him a while to learn, but he learned how to make the kind of face of the guy. Oh, okay, so it's a buried alive. And there's a bunch of chairs in there. You don't suppose he's going to think about a concerto, do you, T? Tony? Oh, I lost Tony for a minute.
He wouldn't ever think about a concerto. No, he wouldn't do that.
I was like, you don't think he's going to do that, T? Then I go back to the other screen. You're not there. You're like, oh.
So, yeah, there's a casket and a bunch of dirt around it. So, yeah, we're going with buried alive match.
Oh,
went for a DVD. Christian goes for a scoop slam. They're trading spots to the casket. Kick to the gut. Jungle Boy going to powerbomb him on the dirt. Pile driver. Nope, gets backdropped onto the dirt.
I remember you turned down the idea of me making a Because like now this is just king laziness, but I wanted to make the scoop slam one of my finishes or like my signature, like the rock bottom.
Jesus, Phil.
You're just like, Phil, Jesus. No, just all old school. It's not because of laziness. Now, actually, in reality, like when I picked up people for a body slam, I was doing it like the old timey wrestlers would have been impressed. Like, oh, you just sack a shit them up into the air? They don't post on your leg or nothing? Always going for it? Is he going to hit? No.
Trying to hit the impaler on a chair, gets shoved off of the stage, falls.
Nice. That was actually an impressive bump. Jungle Boy jumping off the stage. Oh, nice.
Flip. Not bad.
Nice.
He is hulking up. Warrior style.
We also lost. I don't know if you did, but I lost Chicken's audio.
Yep. No. Yep. We lost the audio. That's a shame. Can't hear Excalibur telling us about all.
I know. There's only like 10% of the show we might want to somewhat listen to, and
folks, if you're still listening to us and not Excalibur, we thank you because we are way better at it than he is.
I was about to say no. You should be thanking us.
True. Thank us instead. Oh,
like
goes for the chair shot to the face, gets kicked in the balls.
Perfectly timed by Christian, too. Just a perfect ball kick. I got to give him that one. So, yeah. And yes, folks, the watch along of AEW. This is the
watch along of Extreme. He closes the lid to the casket, but nobody's in it. So, I assume we're going to get he's probably going to go for the impaler on top of it, which actually would be a cool spot. Slams Jungle Boy's face into the casket. Milking it. The crowd's hating him. Does it again. And again. Oh, Jesus, Jungle Boy.
Okay, that last one was a little rough.
That was
like,
all
Christian
Jungle
had
Boy.
to check on him a little bit. Like, you okay there, man?
Like, dude, you didn't have to headbutt the casket.
Dude, this ain't 1997.
He's got Jungle Boy in the casket. It falls.
There's a reason his knee is up.
Yeah. He's closing it, but Jungle Boy's fighting it off. Now he's punching Jungle Boy, trying to get him back in.
Refuses to die.
Choking him in the casket. Oh, almost closed.
He's
powered back up. Jungle Boy refuses to quit. He slaps Christian in the face.
Punches him. Punching his way out of the grave. Like, I feel like they both thought that was going to be a lot more epic visual than it was.
Yeah.
Like they dirt in his face.
That was
perfect.
Awesome. He tried dragging Christian back to the casket, but Christian throws dirt in his face. That was great.
Now, Tony, I need you to tell me something here. Okay, we've got this particular screen that tells find us. Or do I leave this up, this AEW Revolution Watch along? But it takes away our brilliant names.
That's okay. Leave the watch along up for now.
Okay. So any new people that come along, they know they're watching the AEW Revolution Watch Along. So, all right.
The AEW Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast Watch Along goes for the concerto, misses Jungle Boy's back on his feet after eating an impaler.
And he's got a and they're Highlandering the chair and the fucking
shovel. Holy shit.
And
Christian
he double
takes
legs
him down. Oh, yeah. Choking him out. Well,
let me tell you, T, if somebody's got a shovel and they're going to attack me, first thing I'm doing is double leg.
Now Jungle Boy flips it over and he's choking out Christian with the shovel.
Okay.
Christian rakes the eyes.
Applying pressure to his pecs, but yes, he's in the general.
Yeah, it was more
like he choked Christian the same way that Hulk Hogan got tombstoned on a chair.
Exactly. Christian swings at his face.
Oh, wow. He fucking, like, he missed barely, but he swung with gusto there. And now Jungle Boy's got the
step over to crossface with
got the shovel in his mouth.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
he's tapping, but it doesn't matter because it's a buried alive final burial.
And Christian has not been buried fully yet.
All 8 seconds of that STF, he's passed out now.
Well, it's better than a certain somebody that passed out from a fucking Achilles lock one time in a best of 7 match. I don't know who that asshole would be.
I don't know what you're implying, Phil.
I think
just be happy you got the win.
It's like I'm doing the Tyrion Lannister. I think you are absolutely sure. what I
Frankly,
decide.
I'm surprised you didn't pitch the idea of me passing out to the.
I pitch the idea of you tapping out, but you're like, nah, Tony G don't tap.
I'm just gonna pass out. Jungle Boy's got Christian up on the chair.
Oh, concerto of
concerto.
epic proportions. The
That was a good
crowd
one,
goes
too.
wild, wild, wild.
That was a good one. I'll be frank. This has been pretty good. This did not disappoint me at all. There has not been a lot that I really could critique too hard, given the fact that it is a lazy booking match. Rolls Christian into the casket. He's down. His hands are on his crotch, milking it. I don't know why. All you've got to do is close the fucking lid.
Because the
milk
person
it.
that's going to interfere with him
Do it.
isn't there yet. He just kissed him.
Dude, just fucking close it. Like, no, don't milk it. That's the dumbest thing you could do. This is my big critique. If he's about to win this match, milking it is fucking dumb. Okay, he closed it. Jungle Boy wins. That was what the fuck?
That should he could have milked it I'd say 15 seconds less.
The
And
fact
then
that it took
would have been
15 seconds or more to close the lid when Christian's
perfect.
laying
Look at the
there
people
prone.
already going to the fucking bathrooms. Jesus
Dude.
Christ, it's a bad shot.
The fucking casket dropped after he closed the lid. Did you see that?
Yes. I saw.
They dropped it below.
And then they had a cloud of smoke
Smoke.
come up. Yeah. We didn't need
All right,
that.
the right guy won. The match was good, but milking closing the lid for literally no reason because that's how you win the match. That was stupid. That instantly took that back down to a 3-2-5 for me.
I'm gonna disagree. It was 3.5.
I'm gonna stick with 3-2-5.
Jungle Boy looking like he accomplished something there. It's yeah, he should.
No, that was the right man winning. I mean that's how this has been a good feud. I mean, all things considered, they let it get off course a few times, but no, this wasn't bad at all. I really thought that was a good match. As far as buried alive matches, no fall, no pinfalls, anywhere falls stipulations go. That went pretty well, honestly. Like I said, Christian's a vet. He knows how to do shit like this. Jungle Boy really brought it there. That was pretty good.
Well done, Boy of the Jungle.
Oh, goody. It's the trios match. Yay.
Hey, it's one I'm going to like.
Well, that'll make one of it. Wow, they found some horrible stock footage of all of them. 6 of them.
Wow. None of that looked good.
Wow, I wish we could have popped that on the screen. God, that was terrible. The promo picture of all 6 men was god awful. Holy shit, they were horrifying. Kenny Omega looked constipated. The Bucks looked high. In the House of Black, let's face it, they're not exactly, attractive men. Not dolled up like that. So they're promo packaging this thing like it's actually a big deal in a feud, even though it's not. And these belts are fucking pointless. Let's be frank. Sorry,
They're trying
this too much already?
Well, no, the belts are going to have a lot of meaning when FTR and Mark Briscoe win it.
Yeah, that's true.
I just keep getting that motherfucker. I was calling him Jimmy and Jay Briscoe because I've been saying Jimmy and Jay in combination in pro wrestling for 5 years now. So what am I supposed to do here? Now, all right. We got the folks getting ready. Yeah. Oh God. Over the top fucking Edgar Allan Poe from South Park, House of Black entrance. I'm just so over the you conformist. I what the fuck is that? It's, some lady wearing funeral-y stuff and looking all weird. I don't know how else to put it. Just funeral stuff and looking weird. Now we got House of Black making their way to the ring with all of their varying horns. I've always liked the imagery of deer horns for the House of Black. It gives the slightest hint of Wendigo.
Yeah, but I don't know. That was pretty fucking cheesy. This is very cheesy. I don't know. Like,
And then the lights go out again. My goodness, T. They've got really good connections with the production people.
Malachi Black, like when he is just doing wrestling, I really enjoy his work. Like I really do. I think he's fantastic. He's got a good look. He's got a good presence. He lays his shit in when he just wrestles. When he does these theatrics, like no, this is just dumb. It's
Oh, hell,
terrible.
his weird, like,
No.
Satan worshipping theatric shit cost him a Saudi Arabia payday.
Yeah, it did. And now they're worshiping masks, and Julia Hart's got Freddy Krueger fingers and blackface. Jesus Christ, this is terrible. I'm sorry. Anybody who's a fan of this, you're fucking fooling yourselves.
You think Malachi is trying to sandbag it so he can go be Alistair again?
You know, possibly. And there's the Elite with their overly campy horseshit entrance. And the trios titles that mean absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. I'm not looking forward to this. Just not.
Oh, Tony, this is going to be beautiful.
4-0 trios record and a 53-day reign as the champions. And is this like their second defense? First on pay-per-view, maybe?
I believe you are right.
I mean,
is that Buddy Murphy?
Yeah, it's Buddy Murphy.
Okay.
See, and that's one of those matches that why aren't they doing that? Alistair.
Wait, is that fucking goddamn Cyrus the goddamn virus?
Yes.
God damn it.
Yes, Phil, that's Don Callis.
Yeah, oh, he can call himself his birth name, but no. He might as well just fucking etch Cyrus into his goddamn tombstone.
So they have Black and Murphy in AEW. Black and Murphy had some of the best matches together in WWE that had no window of opportunity to be as incredible as they were. And every time they did, the crowd would give them standing ovations because those matches were so fucking good. So what does Tony Khan do? He brings Buddy Murphy in and puts him in a faction with Black. Hey, you remember that time that they had the entire almost Undisputed Era and they could have done the Elite versus the Undisputed Era and they put them in a faction together. Hey, you remember when they had Cody Rhodes and Kenny Omega and they put them in a faction together? Seeing a trend here where Tony Khan's a fucking idiot?
I think he bases his booking on his WWE 2K universe. And WWE 2K universes have a lot of factions.
Yeah, but instead of, drawing money off of a match that people would actually want to see, he just makes them friends and buddies. It's terrible booking.
But here we go, T. Omega. Matthews.
Omega and Murphy would actually be a good singles match.
But you get to see them plus 4 more guys.
Oh, thank goodness. All right, so you've got Burt Murphy and Omega are the legal men. That'll probably be the last time we know who the legal men are.
Tony, you never lose track of who's legal in an AEW match. What are you talking about?
I try not to, but it's almost impossible.
There he goes with a good.
Murphy is really
wrist
screwing up here. This is going to play against Murphy because he's trying to have a wrestling match with a thespian. Omega doing an arm wrench.
Thespian, no, Tony. Omega's a dude. To be like, he'd have to be a woman to be a wait, what are we talking about?
No, Phil.
No,
that's not what I meant.
Not what that is.
Not what that is.
I mean, people can love who they want, T.
Good.
If they want to be gay or thespian, they can love who they want. Okay. That's not what that means.
No. Well, at least we're getting in some of the mild jokes that we usually make when the cameras aren't rolling during this watch.
No, fuck you. That's gold. I don't care. That's brilliant.
Well, we went from some good, back and forth exchanges to them standing there, and
Now,
Murphy
does,
tags in Black.
does Black have a menorah on his tights?
I mean, well, it'd be weird if he didn't, right?
It's like I don't think I've offended enough people.
Here's the
Now,
thing. I
Alistair's like,
get. It's a House of Black. It's a gimmick. They've got to be spooky and weird and supernatural. Do they all have to go like roll around in a chimney beforehand though? Because it looks so fucking
I
off-putting.
swept out your chimney, mum.
The chimney sweepers.
Jesus Christ. Do not
Like,
worry,
seriously,
me chimney
look like
brush
they're on a
is as
Mary
black
Poppins.
as me lungs.
chimney,
Chimmery,
chimmeroo.
God damn it, that's brilliant. Unfortunately, I bet the internet didn't sync that right because
Yeah, no, never does.
Jesus Christ.
That's
Fucking
too much to ask for.
Speed of light's not fucking fast enough for us.
Yeah, no, we're spoiled. Look, we grew up during dial-up. All right, people need to respect our heritage.
Oh hell, see, you and I are going to be some of the last old people in the old folks' home. They're going to be like, I was around before there was an internet.
Ah, God.
Oh
people won't
wow,
believe
that
it.
was flubbed. Jesus,
What was
that
that
bad.
supposed to be?
That was supposed to be an arm drag. I didn't know Alistair and Omega couldn't pull off a 2-arm drag spot.
That was disappointing.
Like, I'm sorry. Like watching that kind of like I kind of get why like Jim Cornette and the old timers were like, no, like you're athletic, but you're not a great worker.
Omega goes for the one-winged fairy, misses it. Black dives off, spin kick. Omega ducks it, falls on his ass,
And then he does the city thing.
And Black sits in front of him. Now they're both sitting in the ring, staring at each other.
Let's
and
have a little
Omega
powwow
claps for him. They're just gonna do this, I guess. God damn it!
Because why not?
Omega attacked in Pie Face Buck, or is this Road Warrior Buck? I forget.
No, I think that's Road Warrior Buck, the one who like fucking nobody can stop him when he gets going.
Matt Jackson cannot be stopped. This man is impervious to pain.
Oh, he's gonna throw this big guy around like he's nothing.
Yeah.
In fact, he's gonna get the first major offensive move on him.
Chimney Tank.
Oh,
Chimney Tank gets in, so Matt Jackson tries to tag in Nick, and Nick says, "Fuck that."
And he still hasn't taken a major offensive move, but he's about to
Nick
get
off
one
the
here.
Bounce, Nick in double drop kick to Brody King.
Okay,
Brody King, double shoulder tackle. Omega hits the ring, and we've already lost track of who's legal.
No, it's Balding Buck.
It is Balding. No. Yeah.
No, he tagged him on the way by.
That's right. It is Balding Buck.
Oh, God.
Oh, look. Now there's a triple Black attempting to suicide dive, but the elites slide back.
Like, you aren't stealing our unnecessary gimmick.
Even though Nick was just afraid of Brody King.
Oh, wow. Kenny just grabs the ref and yanks him out of the way. It's like Jim Cornette, you say, it's like, yeah, he's just the most ineffectual referee, this bald ref. He's like, my God.
Just bury the ref. Murphy's in the ring, takes an X
nice.
Factor off the rope by Nick Jackson. Matt set it up. Nick dives to the outside on top of Black. Matt hits a clothesline onto Murphy outside of the ring. Now Matt's climbing the top turnbuckle to dive to the outside on probably his own team. And yes, he does a little. No, Nick was nowhere.
It was entirely only his opponents. That's a
Brody King and Kenny Omega are now in the ring. Hey, Phil, who's legal?
It's still Balding Buck. And
who
that
else?
Big son of a bitch.
Oh, okay. So Kenny Omega has no earthly reason to be in the ring right now.
Nope.
So that's why he's the only one in the ring.
No, he needs to
Brody
set
King
up
slid out.
his.
Yeah, now
he
he's
needs to
doing
set up
Terminator.
his.
Couldn't he have done that when he was legal?
No.
Hits the ropes, bounces, dives over, flipping onto the entire House of Black. So now Brody King, who's the legal man, and Nick Jackson, who's also legal, are finally, half in the ring. Nick's on top.
Two legal men are now
Swanton
in the ring together. Oh, 450. Not bad. Gets thrown almost into the bald ref.
Corpse referee with a 1 count.
Tries a chop.
I don't know what that was. Misses the arm smash in the corner. Nick Jackson now beating the piss out of the big guy.
He thinks he's too good to take a fucking chop? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like,
Now Matt's back in the ring for no reason. Omega eats a boot on the outside, just for good measure. And I don't know. Jesus, there's just... Okay, Omega's not legal, but King's fighting with him on the outside anyway. Looks like he's going to use a chair. I guess that's legal. Matt and Black, who are not legal, we're focusing on them with the camera now. Brody King splashes Omega, who's sitting in a chair against the barricade. Nick Jackson, who's legal, is nowhere on camera. Oh, there he is. There he is in the ring with Brody King. Okay, so now we're going to pretend like the rules matter again for just a few seconds. Fantastic. That's fantastic. King tags in Buddy Murphy. Murphy and Nick Jackson actually could be a decent match. Tries to get a roll-up pin, only gets a 2 count. There's nobody. Buddy Murphy grabs Nick's ankle to stop him from tagging out. There's nobody in the corner to tag out. That was terrible. Just heaves Nick Jackson over his head. Big flip to the middle of the ring. Yeah, both members of House of Black are on the outside. The Elite are taking their sweet-ass time getting back on the apron for no good reason. They're not hurt. Brody King back up, misses a clothesline on Balding Buck. Balding Buck hits him with a kick and tags in Omega. Omega runs down the apron and climbs up to the top, waits for his cue, poses a couple of times. Frog splash to a standing King. Murphy hits the ring. Black hits the ring. Omega takes them both out. Omega poses twice. Spinning double forearm chop. Does nothing to King. Hits the ropes. Diving drop kick to the ankle. Takes him down to one knee. Omega bounces off the rope. Hits a famouser over his head.
You
Not
can
a
call it
bad
something
little
else.
spot.
It's a famouser.
Yeah. 2 count on King. Omega trying to pretend to be upset. I think that's the emotion he was trying to act out there. Why does Omega's head look like a freshly sheared sheep?
That's a good one.
King
you.
Flipping up. Tries to hit a moonsault. Knees up into the midsection. Murphy in the ring, even though he's not legal, drop kicks Omega, who gingerly elbows both Bucks, who go flying off of the ring. They sell for Omega, but not their opponents. You've got Black and Murphy on the apron and King in the corner, all running at Omega. The Bucks hit the Black and Murphy, and Omega moves for the
back
power
of the head. I swear to God, if that's the end.
Yeah, I don't know. Not a terrible little series, but All right. Omega gets the 2. Does some more posing. The thespian he is. The Bucks are on the outside, not standing there waiting for a tag. I don't know why. Gets King.
Can you even get that big son of a bitch up?
Well, he's trying to get King up for the one-winged fairy. Trying. Can't do it. So he's going to go for a snapdragon, but he can't seem to get his arms up. Nope. Eats a big clothesline, does a back.
I'll say, you just can't get anything on this big son bitch.
Why? Jesus. Brody King war paint faced up like Kratos. My God. This is a match.
It's a match, folks.
All right. So now Murphy, I guess, is legal. Or did he tag Black? Because all 3 men are now in the ring with Omega. The Elite are not coming for... Now Nick in for the save. Nick throws King into Murphy. Murphy goes down. Black hits him with a kick. Omega tries to attack Black. He eats a knee from Black. Gets the double. They flip over. It almost doesn't work. Black trying to lock him into the submission. Matt now pretending like the rules matter. Now he forgot. No, they don't. Does an elbow drop to Black. Black must be legal. King.
I don't know. I think it might still be. Oh, double
super kick party. Murphy takes his time to get up to the top. dives off, hits a double
Why does
knee,
he ever take his time? Like,
eats a
oh,
super kick.
Another
Black eats a
super kick.
Third super kick into Jesus fucking Christ. Flip over.
That was actually a pretty good spot. I don't give a fuck.
It's fine. Did it freeze up on your end?
No,
Oh, there it goes. Now Black and Omega, I assume, are the legal men.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go with that.
I like that assumption too. The trios match.
So yeah.
Where the rules are loose.
The rules used to exist.
Look
my
at
God.
that shot of just
Wow.
everybody sitting on their hands.
That was the worst crowd cut shot I've ever seen. It
Because
lasted half a
everybody on
second.
that whole side of the arena was just sitting on their hands.
Literally couldn't be less interested in this. Wow. Bad call, cameraman, production crew. Omega and Black trading shots. God, why
didn't even do the eat the fucking boot?
Why do we have to call this trios? It's a 6-man tag, for fuck's sake. It's just trios is luchador.
Because they're more different, T. It's more better.
Is that how they justify the rules not making a fucking difference? It's not a 6-man tag, it's a trio. Julia Hart looking like a
Tony,
creature of the night 90s Undertaker.
Like, you know how some people like try to go really hard to retcon things into Star Wars lore and shit like that?
Yeah.
I could see them doing that. Like they're like, no, you see, it's all part of the trios match.
Yeah.
The rules matter a little bit less because wow, okay.
Julia distracts Nick. Brody King locks him in a sleeper hold, dangling him off the apron. Matt makes a save. It's a super kick to the knee. Now a super kick to the face. King doubled over this middle rope. Omega hits a fucking knee, whatever he calls that. V trigger. Yeah. Whatever. Omega's warrior posing up on the rope. Black getting ready. Spin. Just a kick to the chest. Another kick to the chest on Omega. And
Daniel Bryan's like, hey, would you mind not stealing my gimmick?
Nice. Snapdragon, and he's standing back up, but he's wobbly. Now Omega gets another Snapdragon.
It's not how that's supposed to work, Alistair.
And he's pointing for another, posing for the crowd again. Stands up and poses again. Julia Hart slowly makes her way up.
And he just misses it.
He's going to stop and stare at Julia and try to have a conversation with her.
He's like, you think your female wiles are going to get me? No. You see, I'm immune to such things.
Black goes for the spin kick. Julia Hart's stupid and stands there.
What?
No. Black moves and she eats the V trigger.
Oh, God damn it. They're going to.
Kenny doesn't care. Eats the spinning kick to the fucking face. And Nick barely
takes out
makes
the referee, basically.
That's their referee. They can do whatever they want. The rest of the House of Black throw Nick out. Now it's time for Road Warrior Matt probably to make the save because you hurt my brother. Murphy gets him up, puts him on King, who hits the big double team. All three House of Black members in the ring. Black going for the pin. Matt makes the save. 2 count.
Wow. Road Warrior Matt slips in between 2 guys.
Yep. Murphy drop kick to both men on the outside, and Brody King does a suicide dive to both the Bucks on the outside. Jesus. I hate when big men do the suicide dive.
Don't get me wrong. If they don't win these titles, they have no momentum. So they kind of need to.
The House of Black have never had momentum.
Well, they're going to really not have it now if they lose this match. So
they're going to.
Tony's like, well, you can't lose something you never had.
Yeah. All three House of Black members are about to triple team Omega in the middle of the ring, and the ref's just going to let it happen. Bucks come back and pull out King and Murphy.
Yep, and Black and Omega.
Super kick. They're in the ring. Super kick from Matt now. Super kick from both men.
And those 2 high school children were able to fucking take out
double kick on Murphy.
Giant, muscly motherfuckers.
Triple kick on King. Who's legal? We don't know or care.
I think it's Omega.
I think it's still Omega and Black who tags.
Now
Matt.
Black's fucked. He
He
got
tags
Road
Matt
Warrior
on the
Buck.
outside while Nick Jackson stays in the
He's
middle.
got
of the
Road
ring.
Warrior Buck to deal with. He's fucked. There's no way he can defeat Road Warrior Buck.
So it's the triple knee. Yep, Black's fucked. 1. Yep, there you go. Not gonna happen yet. I like how Nick stayed in the ring. He wasn't legal. Matt went outside, gets the tag to get back in the ring, and Nick never left the ring. God, trios matches are fucking stupid. So now I think it's Matt
Nice.
and
That was good. I
Black
like
are
that.
legal.
That was a good new take.
They're
on
gonna
the
go
old
for
run
the
to corner.
fucking Meltzer driver, but obviously Murphy's literally right next to them. Who's gonna stop this?
Oh,
That was fucking dumb.
fuck, that was nice. Fuck
It
you.
was
That
nice,
was
but it
fucking
was
great.
telegraphed stupidly. They
I don't
might
give
win
a
this
fuck.
right
That was
here.
great. Oh, there we
They're
go.
gonna win this match
There we
right here.
go. 1, 2, 3.
That's it.
That is it.
House of Black, new trios champions. It was
House
a good
of Black,
little
not
finish,
bad.
but
I feel like their favorite. I think their favorite drink should be Jim Beam Black,
so
or maybe Johnny Walker Black Label.
I guess this is going to add a lot of fucking smoke to the idea that Omega and or the Bucks could be on their way out of AEW.
Or they're just wanting to put the Bucks back in the tag team scene, and they want to give Kenny another singles.
The fuck just happened?
The lights went out.
Yeah, but why?
Because I don't know.
Oh my god, that was horrible. They hold the belts up for about a half a second. The lights go black for 3 seconds.
And then when it comes back on, you see them all getting out of the ring.
A yellow hue light comes on as you see them exiting the ring.
I was about to say,
And then the entranceway ramp light was lit up normal colors so they could escape unseen. But we saw them leave. And now it turns to a blue hue.
Well, I was
And
about
Don
to say,
Callis comfort
what's
Kenny.
the name of their fucking escort again? What's the name of their manager?
Julia Hart.
Julia. Sorry, I couldn't remember it, but maybe don't wear high heels to the fucking ring. It'll assist in your escape from the camera shot a little faster.
Oh,
Like
damn it. I
it's
should have gone with House of Black.
where you all think that, but T, I'm still liking your chances.
Yeah, you too, but damn it, I really would have liked to settle that one up.
Bandit, they should call it the Whose Line Is It Anyways match, because the rules are made up and the points don't matter. That's brilliant.
I don't know.
And now, Tony, we get Jamie Hayter, Ruby Soho, and Saraya. All right. Well, shit, I just took a piss a minute ago. I think I can squeeze out a few more drops. I'll be right back.
Bandit, they should call it Whose Line It Is. Yeah, that's exactly right, Bandit, because this, I'm sorry, trios matches, 6-man tags, pretty much anything the Bucks do tag team wise, rules make no difference to them. They go through the motions, they pretend to care, they tag once in a while, but it just doesn't have any feeling. There's no match psychology. They just do flips, they just do moves. It's not impressing anybody. I don't know. It drives me nuts. That said, that wasn't a god awful trios match. I'll give it 2.75. I didn't hate it with a passion, so I mean that's saying a lot for me. I mean, a 2.75 rating on a trios match involving the Elite, yeah, that's basically a 5-star rating by any other measure. So yeah, that's saying something. We'll get Phil's star rating here when he gets back. Saraya already out pretty quick with Tony Storm. Ruby Soho coming out quick as well. I'm yawning.
Shit, I forgot to rate the last match here. I enjoyed the shit out of it. I know you didn't, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. I'm gonna break the scale, but just slightly. 5 points. No, I want to see if I can make you do a spit take with your whiskey there. No, I'm gonna give 3.8. I really
3.8.
3.8. You heard me.
Wow.
Fight me.
Phil.
I don't care. Like, I enjoyed it. I loved the spots at the end. Everything was very well put together on that. And there's a reason why the Bucks and Omega are as good as they are. So
Yeah, they're as good as they can be. And that's why I gave it a
and
275.
they're probably heading to WWE.
And it will suck because they're not. No, sorry, they're not. None of them. Are
They were
built for
all
WWE.
well. Like if I were them, I'd maybe wait just a few more months because Vince has come back to creative. But I get it. Now we got the haters gonna hate. That's fucking
Jamie Hayter coming out with Britt Baker. Soho, the only one with nobody in her corner, so I like her chances.
destination. Oh boy.
I like this women's championship belt better than the old one, but I don't know. It kind of looks indistinguishable from the trios title, honestly.
What is it about becoming an AEW women's champion of some flavor that makes you dress like you are from the year 2077?
Yeah.
Like I don't know what that is, but like every girl that ends up winning one of these AEW women's belts for an extended period of time suddenly start dressing like they are literally from Cyberpunk 2077.
Can't disagree with you. All right, so we are underway. We've got all three.
Jamie
women on
Hayter,
the
who wants to
thing.
stay at your house, gets it started. Like 8 people are going to get that reference, but it's funny as shit. All right, and Ruby Soho and Jamie Hayter, while Saraya just stays out of the ring. No, Saraya, don't grab ankles or anything. Just stay out of the ring. Don't. Oh, and she's throwing people around. Just don't
Throws
rattle
Hayter into
your,
the ring steps. This is already
just
going outside.
don't rattle and throwing her into the barricades. Because throwing into the
Wow,
barricades,
that was terrible.
that was not good. Throwing into the barricades always gets a lot of reactions from the crowd. So Saraya is just immediately going to the whoa! Just immediately
Nice out of
going to
nowhere
that
missile
well.
drop kick off the apron to Saraya from Ruby Soho there.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was
Ruby
a good one.
Good.
Good camera angle on that one. Didn't see it coming. Throws Saraya over the barricade with Hayter. Ruby getting help from the security guard to get up on top of the rail, takes her sweet ass time, poses, and then does a really bad cross body onto both women, who saw her coming a mile away while she posed about to jump off at them. That
So
was terrible.
apparently, Tony, this is a Falls Count Anywhere match because the referee is following them.
Well, it's a triple threat match, Phil, so there's no rules.
No, that's just in WWE.
No, that's generally pretty much how all triple threat matches go now because they realized, oh yeah, how do you DQ someone from a 3-way match? You fucking disqualify them and they're no longer in the match. It's a pretty simple fucking rule.
It's easy. They get themselves disqualified.
They're
They're
out
no
of the
longer in the match. It's now
It's
a
very
singles
simple.
match.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why. Like that's, but like when they figured out that you could do a 3-way match and the first pinfall is the win, like everybody figured out, okay, now we can get belts off of our champions without them having to fucking actually eat the pin. Now, as much as I hate to say, if that shit was around back in the day, that's how Bruno Sammartino would have lost his title.
Oh yeah, guaranteed.
And he probably would have won it like 8 more times if he
True.
knew that, like, oh shit, I could just lose it in the 3-way bands. Ah, fuck it, who cares? So it's always lame.
Wow.
Saraya doing things in a ring, T.
She is in a ring doing things. Rings and things.
Doing things, and there she is stomping a mud hole.
Poses, I guess. Like, I'm glad to see her back. I am. I'm happy for her.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I am. I'm happy for her.
Every time you see her in the ring, you're terrified it's going to be the last time you see her moving her limbs, okay?
But yes, I'm terrified that this could be the last time she moves her extremities because she shouldn't be in this fucking match. She shouldn't be in any ring. She shouldn't have been cleared. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sorry.
And
Like,
her
don't get me
work
wrong.
rate has
Kurt
proved
Angle,
that since her comeback.
Kurt Angle had some pretty bad stingers, and he kept going. But, like, I don't mean to sound like a dick here, but I'm just going to say it. Saraya is no Kurt Angle.
She is definitely no Perk Angle.
Kurt Angle is a 1 in a billion human being. Okay, like he's gonna keep working matches 2 years after he's dead. He's already talking about coming back and working a few more. And if they can get him for one more, he's coming back for 20, like the Undertaker.
Oh, that's a move you should definitely do to Saraya. A fucking rock bottom on the apron. Brilliant. Legit, maybe done moving. Ruby with a cross body to Hater off the top.
They're like, okay, this is just you and me for the rest of this match.
Thank Christ. Let's make the most of the 30 seconds we'll be given to have a real match now.
God, no
And
shit.
Soho.
Damn. Like these two are just like, okay. Like you said, there's a desperation in how good they are right now. It's like, let's get as much as we can in before Saraya rolls back into this ring to stink this up again.
Yep.
Like,
you
wow.
picked up what I was throwing down.
Yeah. Well, I know you didn't exactly want to say it that way, but I just.
Oh, no, you knew. You fucking knew.
Don't worry. I'll get in trouble. It's okay.
You fucking knew.
Yeah, we all knew. We all knew it was not going to go well.
Soho
this is
back. And Saraya's back.
And look at those brilliant punches to try and break. Like, what the fuck did I just watch? A lady taking a rear naked choke was fighting off Saraya. Like, Saraya, there's people who've been in car wrecks who throw better fucking punches than that.
Shit. This is not great.
Oh,
double clothesline to both women. Hater now double suplexes both women.
Nice.
And
it's a double suplex. It makes her look strong, and the opponents had to do everything. I'm shocked I didn't do that back.
Yeah, I think you did, Phil.
No, I did a double back body drop. At least there was a little bit of musculature of mine that was involved in that.
Sure.
So I was like, sure. Like, no, you had to completely leap over all 6 foot of me and land on your back. But I did kind of push up the other guy a little bit.
We'll have to do a watch along of our best of 7 series sometime.
How about not?
I think we need to.
Oh,
on the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast.
That is not necessary, T. How about like a best of 7?
Well, I mean, yeah, like I said,
2.5 minutes
of intro. Soho with the backdrop suplex to Saraya, which scared the shit out of me. She's rolling around, so she's okay. Soho eats a rock bottom onto Hater's knee, and it looks like she hurt her knee. Baker's like, oh, good, you're injured. I guess I'll take the belt back now. All 3 women down, because of course they are.
Now, the bigger question is, if Hater loses the title, does she go back to like 2043 or 2062? Or does
no, she's gonna go back to like 1725.
Oh, okay. So she's gonna have like a bonnet and a bustle and be like talking about like how she's got way too much butter churning to do today.
Yes, no, 1776.
Thou art can do no wrestling. Thou must churn thine butter.
All right, Saraya. No, they're all just kind of forearming each other. Now they're forearming only Saraya, who's
spitting like
taking
an idiot.
It, kicks, slaps both
slaps.
Women, and
Saraya's
says, "Stop!"
Now she's trying to like use like powers.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know.
She yelled at them to stop, and then I don't know what that
beat
was.
her and so this is a dog shit match. Thus far, 175.
Yeah, I knew this was going to be terrible.
And it's really too bad because Ruby and Hater are just putting in 200%, trying to make a good match out of this. And every time Saraya gets even involved, it stinks it up so fucking bad that it just takes you out of it. Like I'm sorry.
That's accurate.
It's like Saraya's rolled out of the ring, and now we know we're going to see some good wrestling here.
Wow. Yep. Soho's perched up top. Hater's taking over. Looks like we're going to get a superplex.
It's going to start stinking again the minute Saraya gets involved again.
Well, I'm sure she'll fuck this move up. Oh, yeah. Tony Storm rolls her in. Yep. Oh, we're going to get the powerbomb superplex. Our favorite. And it's terrible.
Yeah, that was not needed.
Saraya gets a 2 count on Hater, and then she rolls over to Soho and tries locking her in an
executioner or whatever.
That thing. The reverse cloverleaf Nelson thing.
It's a
Hater just
It's her
clotheslines
submission
him.
where it's like you don't know why, but you feel like you should maybe be like slightly turned on when she does it, but you don't know why.
Right.
Oh,
Storm on
fuck
the
you.
apron.
Like,
Hater
you don't know what
knocks
I'm
her
talking
off.
about.
Oh,
Oh,
God damn.
Jesus Christ! She just about dropped her on her fucking head and Jesus.
No, she legitimately just dropped fucking Jamie Hater on her goddamn
Okay,
neck and head.
like Soraya, I know like misery loves company, but neck injuries don't need company
Jesus
too.
Christ. Well, Jamie
Jesus,
Hater's
Hater.
okay. She broke up the pin, kind of. Holy shit.
She's probably still seeing stars. Ruby just decided I'm going to take a little opportunity there and just be like,
Maybe.
well, I mean, if she's too knocked out, I guess I'll just, take a little belt home with me.
Ruby
What
checking
do you
on
want
her.
me to do, Tony? She was knocked out cold because Soraya sucks so bad. What do you want me to do?
That was fucking terrifying. Oh my god. Stop
The eat
Soho's
defeat.
comeback. Gives her a boot. What the fuck?
At least she was where she was supposed to be.
I
Tony.
can't even call this. I can't imagine what
No, I can about
Excalibur is
imagine
saying
how
right
hard Excalibur's trying.
well, she was going for she goes for the well, then she goes for
There we go. Hater wins, and she can't even roll out of the ring. She's so fucking
Thank
just
God. Over.
flubbed here. The fuck is going on here?
Storm immediately attacks Hater. I guess.
I remember Storm's hair being a lot better when she was in WWE.
Yeah, this isn't.
I don't know what that is.
Look.
Now, granted, hey,
Soraya.
everybody's had. Hey, no. Everybody has a bad hair day once in a while. So I'm not gonna talk too much shite here, but
Storm and Soraya teaming up on Hater. Britt Baker hits the ring, starts attacking both women. I guess call it that. Storm now on top of Baker. Why are we trying to force Baker to be the face? Ruby's up now, throws Soraya out of the ring, throws Storm out of the ring.
this
all right.
is less than good.
Yeah, this is.
But
really
I'm sure
bad
people are
afterward.
getting back from the merch stands in the bathroom. So, yeah.
Yep. Hater shows respect to Soho for making the save. Soho turns on her and kicks her in the fucking face.
Nice.
And then hits a move kind of on Baker.
For a second, I thought she was going to drop her right on her boot or knee for a second. I was like, okay, think this one through.
Good. This was a god-awful afterbirth.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Storm just throws down the cameraman and breaks the camera for no reason whatsoever. Soraya kicks a chair.
Anger from Soraya. Soraya's
now
angered.
She hands Ruby Soho.
Oh, spray paint. We really need to stop doing this.
Okay, what the and she puts a yellow line down both women's chests.
L and L.
But Ruby just dumped them both out of the ring. Now they're friends.
This is retarded.
That was fucking ridiculously stupid.
I apologize for my language there, but this is just awful.
No, this was dog shit. The match sucked, and the afterbirth was confusing as fuck. Made no sense. Nobody cares. None of that made any difference on anything. Yep, that match sucked. 175.
Yeah, that was not good. That was less than good. 175.
Yeah.
Yeah, 175.
That was terrible. I'm sorry that anybody even bothered to watch that. That was terrible.
Yeah.
And now they're friends, I guess. Okay, even.
Let me tell you about my best friend. That's the thing.
Up after. I don't get this.
Ruby Soho is like the X-Pac of factions.
I do like how Excalibur's handle is "Shut Up Excalibur" at Twitter. Oh joy! It's the Texas Death Match. John Moxley and Hangman Adam Page.
Easy booking.
Oh God!
Oh God! HIW.
He's already
look at the cuts.
He's already got cuts on his forehead in the promo package. We're missing Hangman Page talk. Darn. You know how good his promo skills are. Okay, so we're just showing them bleeding and being carried out on stretchers and such. Okay. I don't
Hangman
know.
Adam Page. You know what's funny is Logan Paul does a better buckshot lariat than him.
Oh, tenfold. It's not even close.
Yeah, Logan Paul's got some just legit spring. Now, Page, he's young. He's got a lot of potential, but his involvement in the CM Punk debacle and getting the whole ball rolling on that is going to follow him the rest of his life. Like, it's just like that. There's going to be no escaping that. That's going to be something that overshadows him forever. Like, am I wrong there? Apparently not. I am 100% correct. Or Tony's earbuds just.
Yeah. Sorry.
So, well, no, Tony, while you were switching your earbuds, I said, Tony, if you agree with Phil K.O.E. on everything, you think I am correct on all. My opinions on wrestling are far superior to yours. And we are going to tie tonight because Danhausen and Orange Cassidy are going to take the tag team titles. And then I'm going to win the championship tonight. So don't worry about it, T. You agreed to all of that because I said, if you agree with this, just say nothing. And you didn't say anything. So
yeah, no, disagree with everything you just said, but good try.
No. You totally did just agree to it. It was implicit. Don't worry about it. And we got the Hangman making his way to the ring.
Hangnail Adam Page, ex-AEW World Champion, has won 3 of his past 4 matches, 3-1 record in 2023. Who gives a fuck?
Hangman.
Uh-oh.
That's about it. Oh no. Yes.
We just lost our stream. That's not cool.
Okay, we got it back.
Okay.
Chicken gave us back our audio even. Hooray! But I told him to turn it down. We didn't need it as loud. Because Excalibur sucks. We just want to be able to hear if somebody chants in the crowd like, fuck you, Paige! Or something. Oh, great. The barbed wire boards. Thank you. We need that. No, the Texas Death Match just had corners of the turnbuckle wrapped in barbed wire. So you could still work a regular match, but you just push someone's head towards the barbed wire.
Yeah.
So we got him like Jesus. Tony, this gimmick was tired back in 2001 when you did it all the time.
Yep, it sure was.
Like, but here we are.
And I came up to Orgy Blue Monday by Orgy, and it was way 30,
better. And there are instances that, let's see, you're Shane Grant, you're still working. Nice. Oh, I'm always working an angle, sir. I'm always working an angle.
Stop working.
Yeah, we're still working, but we lost the stream for just a half second that we were watching this amazing pay-per-view on to give you this amazing content. But yes, we got John Moxley coming here blatantly, shamelessly ripping off Tony G's gimmick.
Man, that is not good.
I mean, Tony, once again, I'm not wrong here. He is just and we are,
and it's underway in the
Hangman
crowd.
just ran out into the crowd and started punching. Okay.
Hey, you know what would be awesome, Phil?
If it was
I
started
did
in the ring.
See this 2 matches ago.
You know, that's very true.
Might have felt special then, huh?
Now, Tony, Jim Cornette's going to love it. Hey, why even bother even starting in the ring or ever even getting in it?
Yeah, why not have a Buried Alive match and then 2 matches later have a Texas Death Match? That makes sense.
Jesus. You know, it's just like WrestleMania last year, night 1, Steve Austin used a table on Kevin Owens. And you know, he fucking told the producers and agents of every match, the rest of this night, nobody's using a table because I'm using a table and and I'm in the main event.
Yeah.
What do you know, T? All night, nobody used the table. There was even
And
a
it
point where somebody
meant
had an
something.
opportunity to use a table, but they didn't use it.
All right, Mox up out of the corner.
Yeah, that was a
gets
good out of the
chop.
corner. Stole that from Raven. What about me? What about Raven?
Mox eats some chops, doesn't sell it, takes off the vest and the shirt, eats another really weak chop, throws
You
a
know,
weak
that's
chop
a
of his
brilliant
own.
move to do when you're in a match that involves barbed wire. Make
Yes.
sure to take off your clothes for machismo.
Absolutely. Like, this is brilliant.
I'll
Make
never
sure you can
forget,
bleed
like,
from it. He should probably go pantsless.
like, you know, you got a point there. You should probably just go completely nude, see how that
Yes.
works, and then roll around in the glass. I'll never
Funny
forget
enough.
this put Chris Jericho over with me considerably when he was fresh in the WWE and Ken Shamrock was kind of on his way out. They had a match one night. I forget if it was on Raw or if it was on Sunday Night Heat, where Jericho challenges Shamrock to a no disqualification first blood match. Then Shamrock comes down ready to go, and then Jericho comes down like wearing all this hockey gear.
That
like
was
full helmet,
fantastic.
like I just loved it. Like that was beautiful, and like I always thought, why doesn't anybody do that in these matches? Ouch!
Yeah, nothing like.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
good. Time to bleed already. They're fighting over barbed wire, and it's getting kind of touching Moxley's forehead.
And he's scraping it. All right, give him time. All right, walk away. Give him time to blade. Give him
Cut
time
away,
to blade.
cameraman. Double cut.
Kick him in the
Okay.
face.
Got to be bleeding by now. I think it's really great that during a Texas death match, we had to talk about Chris Jericho and Ken Shamrock.
Well, yeah,
That's how
Tony,
good this is.
the Attitude Era, you know, the good old days.
Yeah.
The time we all like to talk about.
It's my birthday. I want to taste Moxley's blood, say the two signs in the front row. That's disgusting. Paige puts the barbed wire around his cankle. Moxley has to fall back over.
Yeah, okay. Hey, T.
Two lacerations so
two.
far.
So it took 2 attempts. I was correct. Fuck you.
One on the forehead, one on the arm. Okay. Now Paige steps on him with his boot, and the barbed wire doesn't touch him.
And Moxley no sells a barbed wire stomp.
Yeah, of course he does, because it was stupid.
Yeah, he knew.
But that's not why he sold it, or no sold it. It was wise to no sell it, but that's not why he no sold it. Now he puts barbed wire on his hand. Oh yeah, knuckles, and he almost punches Paige's forehead. So now Paige will get to bleed. Thank God. Wasn't enough blood yet. I mean, for a John Moxley match, there's really not much blood yet.
Of post-pandemic, we still have matches where 2 people blade in the same match.
He's pulling a spoon?
Spork.
Oh, it's a fork. Okay. Pulls a fork out of his boot, because that had to be comfortable to work with for the first few minutes. Dumb fuck. Now he takes the fork like a knife. Paige takes him down, tries to wrestle away the fork. Moxley traps him in with a attempt at a triangle.
Oh,
and
Jesus.
He's stabbing his forehead with the fork.
And so now Hangman gets to blade more.
Yep, now he's
Jesus
bleeding a lot.
Yeah, I'd say Moxley opened him up. Now, don't worry about it, kid. I'll
Jesus
get you.
Christ, it's blood splatter all over Moxley's chest.
Oh, so Moxley's happy then.
Oh my God.
No, Moxley's happy if he's got blood spatter all over.
He may have hard weighed him a little bit.
No. What are you talking about? Not old Mox.
Ditching the fork for a chair. And another chair. you do a concerto, we've also seen that. Nope, Fork's back, peppering him with more shots. Jesus fuck. Why? That's how you keep your opponent down, kids. Just stab them in the forehead with a fork. Oh, wait. Nope,
Abdullah
two
the
more chairs.
Butcher. No. Hey, Abdullah the Butcher agrees, T.
Yeah, and Abby was a better worker than Moxley.
Okay, T.
Oh, and a fifth chair that has barbed wire wrapped around.
That's a little low.
I'm not
Abdullah
talking about
the
JCW Butcher,
Tony,
okay?
Abdullah the Butcher from like 1991 on was basically immobile.
I stand by it. Because at least
Okay,
there's some
folks in the
psychology.
crowd. Like, yeah, John, push against the fucking barbed wire you're trying to work with.
Puts the
But,
barbed wire chair in between the second and third row. Flips off the crowd.
Crowd, folks in the audience, let us know who was a better worker, John Moxley or Abdullah the Butcher.
Oh, misses the whip. Throws Paige's face into the barbed wire chair in the ring post. Wow. Now he can bleed some more.
In
This
pro
is
wrestling,
terrible.
it's so strange that foreheads always collide with all these varying sharp objects.
I'm sorry. I could have agented a better match than this.
You have agented a better match than this.
That's
T.
true.
Like this is not news. This is not news. Tony, how much are you loving this match?
I mean,
Oh shit, Boston
hate
grabbing him on the fucking barbed wire chair.
half crab on the barbed wire chair. I mean, it's
And
at
that
least a
won't be
visual.
enough to get a tap out for some reason because they got some more shit they got to get in. Yeah, like why wouldn't that be the finish?
Yeah.
Like what? Like by what power is he supposed to get out of that? Other than John Moxley just let him off.
He wouldn't.
Why, Lord?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is not good. Oh, big shot to the back with the barbed wire chair.
I'm sorry, but like we've seen all of this in every John Moxley match.
Yeah, there's nothing new here. This is just he's just going through some of his greatest hits, he thinks. Because he doesn't understand that you have to adapt, overcome, grow, do new shit. No.
Like, do you think Renee is happy that he left his $1 million contract to go play garbage wrestler in the B team?
No,
the B
she's
League?
only happy because she got a job there too. That's it.
Like, I'm kind of shocked Moxley didn't win the GCW world title for a little while.
He did actually, Phil. While employed in AEW.
That's right, he did.
No, I'm not kidding. You missed that?
No, I forgot it. And now I remember that he did. And that's what kind of set up Matt Cardona to being able to get it.
And then he dropped it to the bank addicted drug robber.
God, he did.
Yeah.
Granted, sorry, I don't keep up with GCW all that hard.
Neither do I. Oh, there are two chairs back to back with barbed wire on them. Paige hoists up Moxley. Moxley pushes him in the corner, goes for a 10 punch count in the corner. Now he's going to eat a power bomb onto this shit, isn't he? That would be fucking dumb. Now he's biting Paige's forehead.
Trying to open that shit up because it already closed. So I was right about this match going to need multiple blades. I was just wrong about with who. No. Fuck you.
Jesus. At least it wasn't onto the top of the chair, but he does take him out of the corner and powerbomb him on the seat of one of the chairs with the barbed wire on it. Okay. Bends that right in friggin' half. God, that had to feel
Marvelous
good, you
powerbomb.
dumbasses.
But you called it before it ever happened, T.
Yeah, it's almost like they telegraphed it a little.
No. You shut your whore mouth. They didn't telegraph it at all, T.
Yeah, didn't see that coming.
No.
Chases
Except for
Moxley out of the ring with the barbed wire.
We didn't see that coming, except for the part where you absolutely saw it coming.
Yeah, crazy.
There's that. There's that.
Watch
part.
out for that high dollar camera there, Paige.
Tony, you are hating this match more than you hated the women's three-way.
I don't know about that. Oh my
God damn
God.
it.
Page takes his sweet ass time to get up on
This
the second
is
rope to do
dumb.
his fucking moonsault to the outside, but first stops to wrap the barbed wire around himself.
Yeah, this was a great move when Sabu did it 20 years ago.
Yeah, and it didn't take that long to set up. He hits it, and then he sells the barbed wire. Because maybe that wasn't a good idea, dipshit. Because, you know, laws of gravity say you took the worst of that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like,
I
all logic says you took the worst of that. Not Moxley. Now he's making sure not to lose that barbed wire. Hangs it on the ring post. Lacerated on the back. Both men are. Both men bleeding from the foreheads. Only Moxley bleeding from the arm. So we've got a lot of bleeding to do yet. This is just getting started, folks. Yeah, there's the barbed wire board. Thank God. Coming into play.
Like, that's the part that I don't like, is where they have to build things that would never exist for any other reason other than to throw somebody onto it.
Exactly. He leans the barbed wire board on a steel chair on the outside of the ring. Moxley with an RKO.
Now, granted, towards the latter end of the Attitude Era, Vince McMahon's entire business model was, all right, we're going to build this thing and someone's going to jump off of it. Like, that's pretty much the whole business model.
Moxley bladed more on the forehead.
I was fucking right. Fuck
he
you.
reopened the wound.
Right. So we're on blade number 3 for Jon Moxley.
Yeah, only 2 for Page.
Now, if we could get to 6 times that they've had to blade in this match, that's with my 6 falls. So I'm kind of like half right on that. You know?
Moral victories.
There's goddamn, can you get the camera off him? He's trying to fucking blade more. God damn, man. Like, there he is, just literally fucking carving a piece of prime rib out of his fucking forehead, and the camera's just doing nothing but getting fucking shots of it.
Moxley goes under the ring and retrieves a long-ass rusty chain and 2 bricks.
You sick fuck is what the crowd is chanting.
Or you drink blood. I can't tell the difference.
It's you sick fuck.
What the fuck? No, he puts Page's hand between the bricks.
Oh, nice.
And kneels on it. What the? And stomps on it. What's in his fucking pants? Is there a brick in his?
I mean, I've heard many a times that like stuffing a brick down the front of your pants can make you look really good in the club for some people.
Yeah. Goes back out to get the chain. I can't wait to hear Cornette's review of this.
I was about to say, this is the first one I want to hear. I want to hear this review more than the trios match.
Puts the chain in the middle of the ring and does a pile driver.
That should be the finish. That should be the end and the beginning of a goddamn injury angle.
For some reason, Moxley bleeding more after doing a pile driver to Page. Now Page, I'm sure, is gouging the blade job he just did a minute earlier.
Like, Moxley's eventually going to get like Ric Flair, where it's just like if you just kind of give him a knife edge chop too hard, he's going to start bleeding at the forehead for some reason.
No, it'd be like Abdul the Butcher. He can just put his fucking finger in between the blade scars.
Okay, if he's all chained up, how is he supposed to get out of that?
That's a good question. STF with the chain. The bricks are right next to him. He bites Moxley instead of hitting him with a brick. Flips him off and slaps him. Man, this is just dog shit.
So they're eating each other's blood now.
Well, you know, for the match that has everything.
Except rules and an emotional investment.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'll be honest, like, Moxley's obviously going on vacation for a while after this. Like, that's where I'm We didn't even use the first one yet. Why are we setting up more furniture?
Yep, now we're setting up the other barbed wire board on 2 chairs.
Or as we call it, the RXW table.
And hey, they worked, all right? They looked way more hardcore.
You know what I find fascinating, Tony, with the barbed wire in AEW? It's never once cut the mats.
Yeah, weird. It's almost like it's not that sharp.
Or it's Hollywood barbed wire.
Could be. Moxley going for a power bomb on the barbed wire chair. Page gets him up for the Deadeye, but Moxley counters out into a sleeper. He counters into a backdrop. Moxley no-sells it, and then eats a clothesline. Sells that.
I remember the first time I had to explain to my dad, he's a farmer, what barbed wire is. He looked at me like a fucking turd was hanging out of my mouth. Like he looked at me like I was speaking some different language. Like, what? They do what to it? They replace the tips with rubber so it doesn't hurt. Then how do you keep the cow from leaving the fence? Well, Dad, this isn't used for cows. Then what the fuck do you use like he couldn't wrap his mind around it. It's the first time that we've had a good barbed wire spot the whole match.
Yeah, spinning forearms. Moxley stops the third one, and he's gonna eat a load over fucking Jesus
onto the chair. And not a drop of blood coming out of his back. Not one singular.
Not. Even though that should have shredded him like a cheese grater. And now Hangman hits the Deadeye onto the.
Okay, if that's not the 3 count, then fuck.
Well, it was the pile driver into the chain, the 3 count. So obviously this isn't going to be a 3 count.
Why do you got to be so right about that?
Page really needs a blade again. He's cleaned all the blood off of his face.
I think he should probably learn how to do it right the first time. But
well,
granted,
he's credit. He used a fork the first time.
Granted, he's in there with John Moxley, so neither of them know how to do it right the first time. So he's got a poor teacher at the moment.
One of my favorite of all time was Tommy Dreamer using a pizza cutter on a Raven.
Nice.
Dives over the top rope, hits Moxley, who falls into the barbed wire board on the chair.
Now, Tommy Dreamer, that was a guy who knew how to blade right the first time.
Yeah, he committed.
You remember when Raven gave him a drop toe hold to the end of that table?
I will never forget that spot. We both watched that live and just like, my God, did that just happen? You just didn't see it coming.
Tommy Dreamer, just the best crimson mask in all pro wrestling, just pulling so much fucking sympathy out of the people. Man, it would be great if that barbed wire would just stick to someone's clothes. Like, just put some sticky tack. Put a little bit of
there you go.
half-dried glue on there just so it sticks to their clothes for a half second.
Page, so bloody, he's not even bleeding anymore.
That's bloody.
Moxley hits the ropes. Page falls before he even touches them.
Yep. I was just about to point that out. Like, man.
Sets up a chair. Page crouched on the top. He climbs up after him. Gets the double underhooks, but can't lock his hands. Gives him a back rake.
Which is leaving more of a mark than the barbed wire did.
Strangely enough. Hangman counters and does the same.
Okay, that left a fuck of a mark.
What in the fuck are they going to do? He's putting Moxley up, but Moxley counters, grabs the barbed wire, and grates it across Page's back.
Hey, popped a pimple there. I see some blood.
Yeah. And now Hangman puts it on Moxley's forehead, and Moxley sits down gingerly in the chair and awaits the next spot. No joke. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Page gets up on the top.
Okay. Okay. At least there was something to that. He shoved him off. All right. Now he's got a chance to blade again.
Moxley
Jesus, can you not get the fucking shot of him blading and the ref helping him?
Moxley jumps out of the chair, knocks Page off the top, who was already jumping off as he touched him gingerly, dives off through the
And
barbed
then
wire
it
board.
catches the ref literally taking the blade from Page as he tries again, this time carving up the side of his head.
Jesus Christ.
Now, I remember Stone Cold
Is this
described.
it? They're counting him out. 9. Okay, it's not a. There's no. What the fuck? There's no.
I don't know.
Phil, correct me if I'm wrong.
I thought
Is
a
there
death
a-
match was.
10 count in a Texas death match for outside of the ring?
I don't know. But no, I remember
It's
one
not-
time. Okay, so apparently this is like a
We're just
last
doing
man
last man
standing.
standing. Okay.
But no, Stone Cold described doing blading. And he said, all right, you take the bit of that razor, you're going to bring it to you, and you keep pushing until you feel a pop, like you're popping a pimple, and then you zipper off to the side. You don't ever go vertical because that leaves huge scars. But if you go horizontal, you cut in the same direction that the muscles grow and heal. And so you can almost make those marks disappear. And so he said Bret Hart was who taught him how to blade. And when he actually at WrestleMania 13, he had Bret Hart blade him because that's how much he trusted him. And
Buckshot countered
Traded it.
into the whatever the fuck thing, double arm DDT. Puts the brick down in front of Page's face, curb stomps him onto the brick.
and that's not the finish.
That's not going to be the finish. Moxley celebrates like he's won, even though he. Jesus Christ.
Apparently, yeah, this is all. Seven, 8, 9, and he's on his feet.
So I Googled
And
it.
just to get him in a. What'd you Google?
A Texas death match is a wrestling match similar to the last man standing match. The only difference is being that you must be pinned. Then a 10 count is initiated. If the person pinned fails to get up by the 10 count, that participant loses the match. So we're just going to skip a step, I guess.
That's fucking stupid.
That is pretty fucking stupid, honestly.
So Moxley just gives him a sleeper hold, and he's now setting up the next step, setting up the next fucking spot, because obviously this isn't it.
If it was, God, that'd suck.
Well, they need to
Moxley taunting. Getting the chain ready for whatever's coming next.
Fine.
And both men
He's
are
up on it. Oh, and he chained up his hand
now it's a dog collar match, kind of.
for a second. And he just landed on the bricks. Ah!
Accidentally.
God, I'd be pissed
Oh, Jesus Christ. He sets both the bricks up vertical.
on their side. Because what could go wrong with this? You could get a better effect off of doing it without. Oh shit.
Okay,
I do like how they're teasing the bricks like that. Like whether you like it or not, that's good teasing.
I guess. Choking him out with the chain. Bricks are still standing there.
A choke chain, if you will. Oh,
He
and
back
a
kick low blows him.
kick to the balls. Right in the bulls. So we got him. Now Moxley's wearing the chain for some reason.
Okay, now he gets a brick and plasters Moxley in the face with it.
And that will not get a 3 count. It's like Jim
Or-
Cornette used
or
to
10
say that
count.
thing he
Oh,
hated.
Moxley didn't even sell it. He's already on his hands and knees.
Thing Jim Cornette always said he hated about ECW is that you could literally basically blow a guy up with a hand grenade for a 2 count.
Moxley stands there with the double birds and eats the buckshot lariat.
While
And eats another.
okay, are you fucking kidding me?
clothesline over the ropes while wearing the chain, and he's being hung over the ropes.
And
he taps.
And every single person that's had a loved one hang themselves is now a little bit more triggered tonight.
Yep, thanks.
Yeah, that's real nice.
That's
real
nice.
nice.
Thanks, guys.
Like I think it was bullshit why Brian got fucking fired from WWE for the first time, but you know that what I just said was the exact conversation that Bruce Pritchard said to Vince at Gorilla. Well, now everybody who's ever had a loved one hang themselves now a little bit more triggered by our programming tonight. Don't you feel good about this Brian Danielson kid?
True.
So,
well, that's over.
Yeah, Jesus, that was not fun. Like I don't know how else to describe it. Like
it was mostly uncomfortable to watch. Like in the spots, there really wasn't anything unique there. I mean, am I wrong?
You know, I think I now understand why they banned blading in WWE, and it's because now that kayfabe's been broken so completely, it does kind of make it a little weird for people to know, wait, they're cutting themselves with razor blades? And so, like, to me, it's like, dude, these guys cut themselves with razor blades like 6 times tonight, and Paige still can't bleed properly. So that's just the way that is, I guess. But, oh, man. So, Revolution.
I don't know. I'm not loving this match.
So, what did you give this?
I'm gonna give it a 2.75.
2.25. Samoa Joe versus Wardlow. Let's see who makes it this time.
All right, we've all got Wardlow, so
the big beefy men of big beefiness.
After this match, it's really going to come down to the following: the tag team match.
Yeah, that one. Like basically, if not the Guns win, it's down to you and me as to who's the champion.
If the Guns win, Chicken will tie me.
Yep, and Chicken will go into WrestleMania as champion.
If the Acclaimed wins, I'll win outright. If Danhausen and Orange Cassidy win, it'll come down to a tiebreaker between you and I in the main event.
If Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal win, you are now champion, and I'll still be very happy.
I got a 50% chance in that match then to walk out.
No, Chicken has a 1 in 4 chance.
Yeah, Chicken's only got 25%.
You've got a 75% chance of making sure you're within contention of the championship.
I got a 50% chance to win, a 25% chance to tie heading in the main event, and a 25% chance to lose.
Well, I mean, you forget the fact that Orange Cassidy and Danhausen are going to win the tag team titles, and you and I are going to be tied. If they win, Tony, and MJF and Daniel Bryan get 6 or more falls, on a scale of 1 to 10, how pissed are you going to be? I just need to know.
Very.
Tony's like, very. Why would Danhausen and Orange Cassidy win? Because they're the biggest merch getters.
That is not good.
Wardlow?
That gets worse every time I have it. What the fuck?
What are you drinking?
I just had a dram of the Jim Beam single barrel.
Yeah, unfortunately, when we tried the review of that, the footage isn't usable. So bring that over with you. We'll open up my single barrel and we'll just do a double. What the hell?
Yeah. The dual TV, King of TV, Samoa Joe.
You know, I was thinking about it the other day. We all remember the David Arquette angle where he won the world title. Yeah. If they would have done every single thing that they did with David Arquette the exact same, but instead made it the WCW TV title,
it'd have been perfect.
It would have been perfect. It's like, yep, I'm the king of TV. I'm all over TV, baby. I'm David. Yeah, that would have actually been a great angle. But instead, we got the thing that basically destroyed the business.
Yeah, pretty much put them out of business. Yeah, thanks for doing that. That was self-inflicted wound.
Well, they did hire Russo, so it's kind of one of those. You can only have so much sympathy.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember to fucking get under my skin, you'd call me Phil Russo.
Wardlow comes out like a shotgun, attacks Joe. Bull rushes him. Joe pulls him out of the ring. Wardlow back on top of
Well,
him.
they gotta get the crowd back after that garbage match, dead spot match.
Yeah, that
Like the
slog
fans,
death match.
as much as I hate to say, it was 2 dead spots in a row.
Yeah.
I just, out of respect for the professionals in that match, didn't give it a 175.
Wardlow rolls Samoa Joe back into the ring. And nope, Joe faces him on the top rope.
Now, this is kind of weird. Like, I don't like the singlet Wardlow's wearing because it makes his upper body look not as impressive as it is. His arms look incredible, but that
Yeah.
singlet doesn't actually make his physique look as good as it could.
Yeah, I don't
Because
know.
his-
I don't get it. It's always what he's gone with, but I don't understand it.
I don't know. Maybe he comes from one of those wrestling schools where it's like a wrestler wears tights. Like, because there are some wrestling schools where, like, they will insist, I don't care how cool your gimmick is, you're a wrestler, you're in a ring, you wear tights.
Joe on the
Which-
offensive, backs Wardlow into the corner, throwing the snap jabs. Takes a second to taunt the crowd. Smug face.
Joe.
The smug pug Samoa Joe face. Wardlow, Jesus, runs up the
Okay,
second,
that
third rope
was
and does a
impressive.
fucking barrel flip backwards onto Joe.
That, folks, is why WWE wants Wardlow to get out of his AEW contract so bad.
Exactly. This guy is a fucking athlete.
And they also know
Size and
Brian
athleticism.
Cage is probably going to head to WWE soon because he's got like 5 years left in the business at most. Before
Brian
his body-
Cage would be a great
enforcer, bodyguard.
the guy like Jason of the Impact Players. Never had a match, just stood there and looked pretty.
Yeah, but like we know Brian Cage can sort of work. So if he's got to take a bump or he's got to
And
do something, in a manner of speaking.
you forget
Okay,
that
like-
Brian Cage also lost a professional wrestling match to Tessa Blanchard.
This is true, Tony, but what I'm saying is he's more mobile and can take a better bump than, like, say, Paul Heyman. So that's why he'd be a good, like, enforcer. Because, like, he can get up on the ring apron, you can paste him with a shot, and he can fall and actually take a bump that makes a noise.
Meh.
Tony's like, I guess. But yeah, you're right. Like, Brian Cage's body's only going to last a few years. Wardlow, on the other hand, he's got a great physique, a great look, and he's got ability. And so that's why I see him going to the big leagues sooner rather than later.
For his sake, I hope so.
Okay, I'll put it this way. If I was giving him career advice, I'd say you'd be a damn fool to sign the first AEW contract they wave in your face.
Him too, Powerhouse Hobbs. Get him
Oh,
the
yeah.
fuck out of here.
Powerhouse Hobbs is also NXT bound as soon as he gets out of his contract.
Wardlow back on the offensive. Pepper and Joe gets him up on his shoulders pretty easily. Joe counters out, drops back, kicks him in the leg.
The DraftKings
Goes for
ad
a-
is some of the worst grammar ever. Play free for $25,000. That was their DraftKings ad they had about our English teacher is just like wanting to cry, Tony. Like, play free for $25,000. Like, we know what you're trying to say, but the actual sentence structure is saying you can play this game for free for the cheap price of $25,000.
Joe on the offensive now. Ducked a clothesline and swept the legs. Now Pepper and Wardlow in the corner with some snap jabs again. Elbow to the forehead. Wardlow goes down a step. The ref reminding him, hey, don't quite do that, Joe.
Hey, knock it off.
Like the refs have authority in this company. Wardlow reverses the whip into the
I'm-
corner. Joe with that big rock bottom throw, which is actually pretty impressive on a guy that size.
Yeah. Now, he's been doing that his whole career, so he knows.
Oh, yeah. Well, he used to be doing it to Christopher Daniels and AJ Styles, like not this dude.
Yeah, true. I mean, in this era of professional wrestling, a guy like Samoa Joe can pretty much throw anybody around.
Well, this, yeah, you know, it's
It's
just
like
showing,
we're
just
in the
showing that
era
he's a
where
legitimate tough
the next
motherfucker.
tag team champions are going to be Orange Cassidy and Danhausen. So, like, yeah, the wrestlers are.
You are just trying to will that into existence,
Tony. You like. Don't get me wrong. I like your chances, but your reign is far from a fait complete at this point.
You're right. You're right. It's not over yet.
It ain't over till it's over. Can't believe you, woman.
Yeah, part of me wishes I would have gone with the guns now.
Watching from England. How are you guys finding the pay-per-view? Not too bad there, Luke. Welcome from our good friends over at the UK. We are we're doing a little watch along here.
We've got
last
it on
two
another
matches-
screen, and we're watching it. As it's unfolding.
Yeah, the last two matches, I'm going to be honest with you, wasn't all that impressed. The trios
No.
match I really liked. Tony didn't.
Now, it's been a while since I've seen a good match on this show. Starks and Jericho was better than I hoped. Jungle Boy Cage was pretty good. Women's match, the death match, and the trios match all pretty much sucked, in my opinion.
I
This
liked
one's
the
been pretty good
trios
so
match.
far.
Tony didn't. So Tony's allowed to be wrong once in a while.
I'm allowed to be honest.
Okay,
with myself.
he just did an F5. Wardlow just threw an F5. Now, here's the problem. You don't throw a move like that because that reminds people of the biggest star in pro wrestling that isn't you.
Yeah, it does take you out of it. That was a bad choice. But Jesus Christ.
Nice swanton. I thought he was going to do a shooting star press just to really finish off the Brock Lesnar impersonation.
So he did an F5, and we all think Brock Lesnar. Then he did a picture-perfect swanton bomb, and I wasn't thinking Jeff Hardy. I was thinking, damn, that's a big boy doing a nice swanton bomb.
I got to give him that. Like, when he does something that's a little bit more general, because let's be frank, more than just Jeff Hardy does a swanton now.
Yeah. Joe locks in the fucking
the Coquita clutch.
The Coquita clutch. Could he go out? He drops him down. He's wrapping the legs. That's not good.
Damn, Joe might be taking this one.
Could Wardlow go to sleep?
Is he gonna Hulk up? Is he gonna Hulk out of it? Is he gonna Hulk out of this? Is he gonna make his way to the ring? Is he gonna make his way to the ropes? He's crawling. He's crawling. He's reaching. He's so close, but so far. He's starting to fade. He's fading.
No, he's holding on.
He's holding on. Joe, roll him over to the other side and finish it.
Use your foot. It's right there. There you go. He gets a foot on the rope.
1, 2, 3. Sad Joe. That's a
Joe's
sad
pug
Joe.
face sad now.
Oh, Lord. And Luke, thanks for coming. Be sure to subscribe right here at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify, too. God bless.
Joe back up, grabbing Wardlow to try to finish the job. He gets him up on his shoulders. Hits a big DVD. Gets a 2 count.
Nice.
Joe frustrated.
He's starting to show some heart.
Put Wardlow away. Powerhouse Hobbs now a little more morose, watching from the crowd.
Because isn't he facing the winner?
Yeah.
Now, you suppose like Samoa Joe does like the Brock Lesnar and intentionally gets himself disqualified so he doesn't have to face Bray Wyatt. Like when I heard like, oh yeah, Bray Wyatt's going to take the winner of that match. Oh, so that's why Brock kicked him in the balls. It's like, I don't want to fucking face you at WrestleMania. Now he's facing Omos now. He's like, God damn, can I get back in on that Bray Wyatt match?
Yep. Nope. Too late. You fucked up.
Oh, wow.
Slides under Joe, gives him a kind of a dropping power bomb out of
Now,
the
to his
corner.
credit, he was able to walk 3 steps out of the middle of the ring. I'd like to see you walk 3 steps.
No,
with some-
I'm good. I don't want
Whoa!
to try that. Carrying
Yeah,
that
like
fucker.
if I try that, I'll be 4 inches shorter than I was when I first started the match.
Jesus. Yeah, Joe would be like trying to carry like 8 sacks of fucking ready mix concrete.
Where about in America are you guys from? We are from the great state of Nebraska, sir.
The hot land of America. The
Yeah.
true Midwest.
Yeah, the real Midwest, not those other Midwests.
Like
Don't
Indiana.
believe the other Americans when they say they're Midwest. We're real Midwest.
Oh! Headbutt and Wardlow locks in his own rear naked choke.
That was another thing that was illegal back in the old days, like pile drivers and sleeper holds and all that kind of stuff. 1,
Joe drops the arm once. Joe drops
2.
the arm twice.
Is he gonna Hulk? I want to see him Hulk up.
He drops the arm a third time and goes to sleep. Samoa Joe put to sleep by Wardlow. Wow. Wardlow gets back the belt he rightfully shouldn't have lost in the first place.
Very true. Very true.
On
And Joe
technicalities.
is going to go back to Ring of Honor because he does the best where it's a big fish in a small pond.
So now we're going to get Powerhouse Hobbs and Wardlow. And frankly, that match probably shouldn't happen because they're both guys that they should be pushing. But somebody's going to have to weigh losing that match.
Honestly, this feud between Wardlow and Powerhouse Hobbs is going to sound strange. Should be a tag team where like each of them have like, for example, Danhausen and Orange Cassidy or somebody along those lines as their partners. They need somebody small and quick that they can throw around and show off their power while the two of them occasionally for like 30 seconds to 90 seconds do the big beefy men smashing into each other spots. Oh, the brass
Powerhouse
ring.
holds up his gigantic brass cock ring. Wardlow.
You know, I'm going to give it to him. If that's his cock ring, that's impressive. Okay,
yeah,
like that's I'd be showing that shit off all day, every day too. Okay,
I'd wear shorts wherever I went.
Oh, Luke, I'm going to Florida for the first time in October. Oh,
Ooh,
beautiful,
nice
beautiful
that.
country. I don't know what part of the state you're going to be in. Key West is the farthest south you can get and still be in America.
Been to Orlando a few times myself. It's a different kind of heat than you're going to find elsewhere. It's a much more swampier, much more humid heat.
Yeah.
There's moisture in the air.
Also, be careful swimming in fresh water.
There's that.
Like if you're in the ocean, you should be fine, but fresh water, there's gators.
Up next, we have got the 4-way tag team.
Okay, this one decides who's champion. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something real quick.
Yes, we've got the defending champs, the Gun Club. The tag team champions, the Gun Club, defending against the former champs, the Acclaimed, against Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett, and against Danhausen and the All-Atlantic champion, Orange Cassidy. So I really like my chances here. I'll be frank. I don't like Phil's chances. I don't think there's going to be any ties here tonight. It's going to come down to me or Chicken. If his pick, the Guns, if they retain, he will tie me and he will retain. If my pick, the Acclaimed, wins, I win outright. Championship is mine. If Lethal and Jarrett win, none of us will be correct, and I still have the lead. I will be the champion. And if by some ridiculous reason Danhausen and Orange Cassidy walk away the champions, win this match, Phil and I will be tied. It will come down to a tiebreaker in the main event on what are the total amounts of falls in the Iron Man match. And I'll remind Phil when he gets back, but I really don't think Phil's got a good chance here. Luke says, where I'm staying is fenced because of alligators. That's a good idea. True story. A few years ago, actually, a family from my state, Nebraska, vacationing in Florida, I believe one of the Disney parks, or close by, alligator unfortunately killed their child. So yeah, alligators are no joke. That shit is scary. No, thank you. You find yourself staring eyes with an alligator, run horizontal, not away from it, because they are speedily fast if they can run at you. If you can run away from it in a different direction, they can't turn and be nearly as quick to change direction. So if you find yourself in that unfortunate situation, don't run straight away from it. Run in zigzags or different directions, because yeah, they cannot, with a short stubby legs, while they're fast and muscular, they cannot actually change direction that quickly. So just my bit of survival advice for the day.
Oh wow. When I was at the restroom, well, and yeah, everything Tony said is absolutely correct. And also, if one does get you, you just bury your thumb in their eye, and that'll make them
That
let
too,
go.
yeah.
But okay,
They'll let me remind
Canadar,
you
who
of
actually comes onto the Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook, variety show that we do. He actually wrote a short story comparing me to Lucifer. It's pretty fun. So, like, wow,
fair.
I didn't know I was that popular amongst his particular circle of friends. So, my God Almighty. But yeah, check that out, Big Buckin' Empire.
Phil, you're now seeing Orange Cassidy and Danhausen in the ring. Orange Cassidy, let me remind you now, why your pick was shit, is the current All Atlantic champion.
Don't care.
That hurts your chances tremendously. Oh, I want to hear the rap.
In San Fran, but we have to go Oakland. Yeah.
Looking like a single mom in your cheetah pants. Jeff, you forgot to see Alice. That was pretty good.
Oh, wow.
The acclaim.
And Jeff sells it.
Yeah, no, Luke, we hope you don't have to use it either. Alligators are no joke. They're fucking nasty creatures. But if you do get a chance to see an alligator or a reptile show while you're in Florida, I do recommend it. It's actually quite entertaining.
Yeah, there's a place
with
called
a trained professional handling the reptiles, of course.
Oh no, there's a place called Gator World where you give them like $5 and they just give you a package of little hot dogs and you just throw them at the gators. It's great.
Yeah, no, fuck that. No thanks. Screw that.
Well, no, they're in like little cages and stuff. And you stand
okay.
outside of it, but you throw them the hot dogs and you can make them do like it's fun.
Yeah, much like Reptile Gardens.
Usually, it's like
South
any other
Dakota.
animal. You don't fuck with them; they're not going to fuck with you. But it's
well, you know, the ones that are put in captivity are generally pretty docile because they're used to it.
And they're probably like tranquilize them or some shit.
Yeah, they're hopped up on tranks too.
It's like that turkey that the president pardons every year. That thing is so fucking tranked up it can barely.
Oh yeah,
move.
those turkeys are on somas.
And that circles it back to pro wrestling. Good job there, T.
That's what I do. Orange Cassidy and Jeff Jarrett.
And Orange Cassidy.
Orange Cassidy goes for the pockets, and Jeff does the strut.
Oh,
5
the
stars.
strut.
5 stars.
Baby. Oh, 5 stars.
5 stars. Wow. Amazing.
And Orange Cassidy hasn't gone for the pockets yet, T. Oh, he's not wearing jeans. He's wearing sweats now.
He was always wearing sweats. They just looked like
jeans. Wow.
Orange Cassidy doing his own lazy strut. Jeff selling for it, because of course he does. And God,
doesn't even bother to do 2 fingers.
If you love this joke 3 years ago, you still love it, right? Hands in the pockets.
Oh, beautiful. Fucking beautiful. I want to know what brand of jeans Orange Cassidy was wearing.
Backdrop.
Because those are some fun. Like he could do a kick up and then fucking nice. Yes. Yes.
Damn it.
Danhausen. Very nice. Very evil. Yes. Yes.
This is
God make them tag team champions tonight.
Jesus, this is terrible. Orange Cassidy is fucking awful. I'm sorry. No.
I'm loving this. Oh no. Danhausen's in there with both Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett.
and he's winning.
Danhausen is wrestling, and he's winning against these two legends.
Head scissor, Karana,
Into a
Northern
Northern
Light
Lights.
suplex.
Nice.
This is
You
ridiculous.
know, Danhausen ain't all just gimmick. Boy can go in the ring when he needs to.
You fucking
No,
mark.
we just saw it. The boy can go in the ring when he wants to.
Oh my god, no! It still looks preposterous.
Oh,
Eats a fucking boot. They tag in the guns. I instantly am not giving a fuck.
Well, no,
about
Tony, you
this.
just don't want the guns to win. Like, that's really the big thing. Like, you want to win the
Please
belt back, the RWP championship, and all you need is, boy, that one there that's went on ringside, he looks exactly like Billy. Jesus.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Holy fuck. Like, he ain't got to worry about that one at all. Like, there ain't no question.
Now these kids are actually pretty fucking talented.
Oh, yeah, they're
right?
great, but they shouldn't have been given the belts yet.
No, it was the wrong time. I don't know why they
If
jumped
anything,
the gun. Pardon my pun.
them and their dad should have won the trios title.
That would've
Because
made
then
more
their
sense.
dad can basically fucking literally give them on-the-job training in tag wrestling.
True. Very true. That would have been
Which
better.
I think that needs to come sooner.
His
Jesus!
bagel.
And he's just so lazy about it. I love him.
And everybody sells for it. It's ridiculous. Cassidy
Nice.
lazily beating up two people at once because of course he is. He's half their size and lazy. That makes
Yeah!
sense.
Great tornado DDT right through the ropes. Lazily gets him with that. That was beautiful. That roll into a flip. More people. That is like, if he wants to be athletic, he can do it. Oh, Jay Lethal.
Jay Lethal in against Orange Cassidy, who's no selling for
Everybody.
wow.
Like, Orange Cassidy is fucking hulking up on everybody.
God.
Oh,
This match
wow.
started so strong with the stretch.
Wow.
Went downhill fast.
Fucking goddamn, Jay Lethal is good. No wonder Ric Flair wanted his last match to be with him, because he knew he'd make him look good and keep him uninjured.
Well, and he won Rick over years ago by doing a spot-on Ric Flair impression.
Well, yeah, but like, Jay Lethal was one of those guys that he kind of was a nobody, and then he just became the grizzled veteran everybody wants to work with one day. It's really
There's
weird.
that. Jay Lethal does a spot-on Ric Flair and Macho Man.
Woo!
And I hate the fact that Sanjay Dutt's committed to this fucking Sultan manager gimmick. The Acclaimed are in the ring doing the 3D or the Scissor Me Daddy leg drop to the crotch.
Scissor me,
yeah.
daddy.
Scissor Me Daddy. All right. There it is.
Jesus.
And the guns take over. Now, really, this is the match that we should be having.
They were about a half second off on
Okay,
You
now
had
Guns
the
leave ring,
Acclaimed,
leave on
right?
top. Yep.
I'm really liking your chances here, T. Because this match just seems to be all about, hey, look at how great the Acclaimed are.
There is that.
Except for
Luke-
whenever Orange Cassidy and Danhausen's in the ring. Nice! Nice! God damn it, Jeff. We love you so.
Luke is asking an interesting question that I'm not familiar with. Did you guys see the first tag team boxing match yesterday?
No, but I did see a few years ago a tag team MMA bout. So I'm going to have to, once this pay-per-view is over, we might have to look into that. There was also, we've all seen the clip of the older guy taking on the two twins in MMA, and he's wearing like his full suit and everything. I've heard a lot of different stories to that one.
I've seen a lot of videos of like triple or 6-man MMA fights where 3 guys take on 3 other guys in a team fight. And basically they all bum rush each other. And as soon as one guy gets knocked out, it becomes a 2-on-1 and a 1-on-1. And the 2-on-1 ends up real quick being another knockout. And then it's 3-on-1 and the fucking fight is typically over really fast.
Yeah.
So whoever's team wins that first knockout, that advantage goes a long way.
Now that match, I will say the MMA match you're talking about, is the strongest example of a team is only as good as its weakest link.
Yes.
Like,
Great
and back in the
vertical
wrestling match, a
suplex
great stalling
the
suplex
Guns.
by one of the Guns onto the Acclaimed. And now there's 4 people about to drop onto one of the. They're all 4 doing the Jarrett
Guns,
strut,
Lethal and Jarrett doing the strut.
and they all
and
scissor.
taunting the
wow.
scissors, and
Jeff gets out of there without getting any on him. Like, God damn it, is he
Brilliant.
such a great vet? All he did was strut and scissor, and he didn't even have to take a bump. And now he tags in. And then he tags out.
Look at that vet that knows how the rules work.
And all he did was like,
He gets crotched.
and then he's out again. God damn. Like Tony, I was pretty lazy in the ring, but Jeff Jarrett and Orange Cassidy are like putting on a fucking clinic on how to be lazy in the ring here and still look like $1 million.
Jeff Jarrett is just so visually on point. Always has been.
There's a reason why Rick wanted him in the tag match.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Angle slam.
Let me tell you
Jeff
something,
breaks up
flap
the pin.
nuts.
No, chicken, no. Chicken, our stream's down.
Oh, no. Well, while you get into that, getting back to your 6-man MMA match, like I have seen those before. Tag team box. The thing is, you can't do group rules in combat sports. It has to be something like football or basketball, because otherwise it just becomes like what Tony said. The first guy that gets knocked out. Now it is a representation of what like ancient battlefields used to look like. It's like, all right, Ungar, he got 2 men with his axe, and then we had the advantage. So that I do totally get. But yeah, we need to get this stream going, because I need to see Danhausen and Orange Cassidy take the tag team titles here.
Not going to happen, Phil.
But while we are waiting, folks, all of you beautiful people, be sure to like, share, subscribe right here to Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Check me out
if you haven't already.
K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Be sure to check this guy out at Tony the Rod 2.0 on TikTok. You can find us all at Linktree/Big Buckin. Also, you can find me on my new show, Truth and Fiction Pod on YouTube, where we get into all of and we're almost there, folks. We're almost there. And Billy Gunn's in the ring, and
Eats a double low blow from his sons.
And the crowd is going wild. The crowd does not like that. Thank you, Chicken.
The Acclaimed
Chicken
are back in the ring and not happy about it.
Nice. Yeah, whenever there's a technical difficulty, Tony, I will not hesitate to shill.
That's fair.
Oh, if Danhausen and Orange Cassidy stop the Acclaim from getting a victory at any point during this match, you're just going to hate them all the more.
Oh, because that was ever in question. Austin eats a big fucking shot.
That was nice.
Down, big elbow drop. God, I wish this was the end.
Okay, that was actually a good pin breakup. I like that. Just throw a dude on top of another dude. Like, okay, I can buy that. Tony's like, just so long as the Guns aren't in the ring, I don't care.
Yeah, just not the Guns, really.
That's all Tony wants. Because, God damn it, if Chicken
really
goes
want Lethal and Jeff Jarrett or the Acclaimed.
Because if Chicken goes into WrestleMania again as champion, we're never going to fucking hear the end of it.
True.
Wait, he's got a guitar.
Yeah, this isn't legal. So, why? Ducks the guitar shot. You can't.
Oh, he's going to get himself disqualified, T. Sorry.
It's a 4-way match, though, so probably no rules, right? Nope. Ref Aubrey says there's rules.
Oh, wow. We have a ref that actually has a bit of...
Oh, my God.
No.
Oh, my
way.
God.
No.
Oh, kick out.
Tony's like, I'll take it.
I'd take it.
it. Oh, wow. Look at him slap.
Jeff working with Ref
Now,
Aubrey.
is this going to be like when he abused women in WWE and he put them all in figure
let's
4 leg
not
locks?
Hope so. Jesus.
Like, I remember that got over the top. Like, he put the makeup girl in the figure 4 leg lock, put Mae Young in the figure 4 leg lock. Oh, God damn it.
Ass Boy 1 throws him out. Danhausen gets a roll up. Gets a 2 count. Gets a backdrop
Nice.
suplex.
This
Kinda
is
holds
the
up.
best chance of you losing the night right here.
Yeah.
Danhausen and the Guns being together.
Nope, this hurts me.
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. This is your worst chance right here.
Yep.
Ah!
There it was. God damn it.
Oh, that is pain. That is pain. Now you realize this is 2 pay-per-views in a row where Chicken ties. You realize that, right?
God damn it.
He tied with me at Elimination Chamber. He tied with you here at fucking Revolution. So, son of a bitch. And he took the belt at Royal Rumble by the hair of his chinny chin by Anaya Jax. Okay, that's not a slim margin, but he took it by Anaya Jax.
He won it on a technicality, and he's holding on to it by the skin of his teeth.
Well, Tony, that's just going to make it all the more better when the American dream, the true American fantasy, Phil K.O.E., takes the belt at WrestleMania just like Cody Rhodes.
This was not a good choice.
It was a good match. I enjoyed it.
They're trying to make a case for themselves. I'll give them that.
I'm gonna give this.
There's FTR.
FTR making their way to the ring. Or at least their music hit. We don't know if they're making their way to the ring.
There they are.
There they are.
All right. This just got better.
Wow. This is a new development. And I like how they got like just that classic 80s theme.
Oh, it's perfect. They weren't on board with it at first. We're like, okay, yeah, it kind of fucking fits.
Okay, nice.
Now the Guns brawling with FTR. Business has just picked up, folks.
Oh, my.
Oh, and Spike. Pile driver.
God, they're the best at that. I mean, other than me and Endline.
Jesus.
What?
Dax is fucking bleeding.
How?
I don't know. Like, Jesus.
Oh, apparently somebody decked him.
Eyebrow is like dangling, I think. The fuck happened?
Did they, like, I forget, like, if they did, it must have been for like a New York minute. Were they ever AEW tag champs?
Yes, they were.
Okay. It wasn't long, and they lost them to the Bucks, didn't they?
No, they didn't.
Who did they lose them to?
So oh God, who they win them from?
Because they weren't fucking champs for all that long, man.
No, now I'm gonna have to look. If you're AEW tag titles. Oh, they defended them against the Bucks.
I know they went up against the Bucks, but I figured they were probably doing the job on that one.
No, the second reign. I don't know what was it.
Now,
So
Dax,
they won them in September of 2020, and they dropped them in November of 2020. It was
yeah, they didn't hold
they're
them
the
for
ones
long.
that beat Omega and Page
Okay.
for the belts, and then they dropped them to the Bucks in the
Well, yeah, that's
first
right.
match.
So yeah, they dropped into the Bucks, of course.
But they
because the Bucks-
did defend them again against the Bucks in a rematch, which was the Bucks' best match ever, and they were victorious in that one.
Okay, 60-minute Iron Man
Yeah,
match.
time for an Iron Man match now, and now we got to sit here and be pissed about Chicken retaining off of another tie. God damn it!
I think at WrestleMania we make a tiebreaker even for champions advantage because it's Mania. There needs to be a definitive winner.
Yeah, you'd think after 2 nights there would be a definitive winner.
No, because Chicken's just going to copy all your picks
True.
and what culture says.
Hmm.
Who's
That's
that
a valid
skinny ginger guy with the glasses? I'm Adam, whatever the fuck.
Adam number 4357.
Yeah, because apparently you have to have the name Adam to work at what culture. So
Yeah.
if like you got hired on, T, because they're not hiring me, Jesus Christ. But if you ever got hired on, you would have to change your name to Adam G.
True.
Yeah, that's he's the guy. And this is the news. But yeah, that's the guy that like Chicken copied his predictions and even said his same like that rumor and that rumor is like Chicken. You watched the same video last night that I watched on the drive home.
Fair.
Okay, like
I'm gonna go take a leak before this starts.
not allowed. T. Let's take solo there for a little bit. So yes, folks, we're getting into the main event. We're getting into MJF, Bryan Danielson, right here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. RevRest Pod on Twitch as well. Folks, this is it. Bryan Danielson making his way to the ring. And folks, if you enjoy what you're seeing here, be sure to check me out, Phil K.O.E, right here, K.O.E Nation on YouTube, K.O.E Nation on Twitch, and also K.O.E Nation on TikTok, because this is the AEW Revolution Watch Along. And also, folks, be sure to check me out on my new show, Truth and Fiction Pod on YouTube, TIF_pod on TikTok. It's really a good time. I've been invited on to make this show with some folks to talk about the news and views and all the issues of the day. So that's Truth and Fiction Pod on YouTube. But first, head on over to K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. K.O.E Nation YouTube, K.O.E Nation Twitch. Give them follows and subscribes, folks, because you know it's the right thing to do. And we are getting into this. Bryan Danielson has made his way to the ring. He is signaling to the people he is ready. He's got a very tight man bun on the back of his head, and he is ready for competition. And the people are going to be coming alive for him. But we are awaiting the arrival of the champion, the true champion. Roman ain't got nothing on this guy. Maxwell Jacob Friedman. Yes. MJ of the F. He's got like this really morose classical music playing. Everything's gone. Now the lights are coming on. And we're getting a bunch of people walking out. What in the Sam hell? Bunch of people wearing masks and carrying violins and stuff. This is craziness. Yeah, they're wearing like Zorro masks, and there's like 20 people with violins and stuff, and they're all wearing like devil masks. Okay. This is interesting. Oh wow. These cellos are playing his music. This is bizarre. The audio equipment's not picking it up very well. This is unfortunate because there's like a 20-person string orchestra here, and it's not being picked up well in the audio, which is so unfortunate. But okay, now his music starts. MJF comes out in a white robe and a black mask with a devil face, black and white mask with a demon's face. Looks like a Japanese demon. And that is a bizarre entrance. I gotta say, that's a little over the top. Huh.
So
I don't know
this is that mask that he used on his return. This is the mask that he was wearing when he won the ladder match, the number one contendership ladder match. And at the end of the pay-per-view, he took it off to reveal that it was him, which felt completely unnecessary.
Huh. Interesting.
I don't know why it.
I wonder what sort of weird symbolism it has for him.
Yeah, there's got to be some significance there that we don't really know about.
Or maybe he's just selling himself to the Illuminati totally. Like,
There's
hey,
that.
I'm totally down for whatever. You got some sort of Moloch thing you need done?
Yeah.
All right. So MJF standing in the corner. Daniel Bryan standing in the other corner. And this is a 1-hour Iron Man match. Bryan Danielson. He's main evented with Lesnar, main evented with Roman, main evented WrestleMania, won the main event of WrestleMania. So anybody getting to spend time in the ring with him, it's a privilege.
Absolutely.
Hell, he won WrestleMania 30. It's not like they have that every year. And MJF, he's also got a giant red-headed hole in his heart right now. It's so sad. Did he change the color of the strap?
He did.
Oh, wow. But sorry, Maxwell. If she's willing to leave you when you're on the way up like this, you know, you got off easy. Oh, wow. I do like that color scheme a lot better. Like, I don't know why, it just works. Got you, little bastard. Little gnat fly in my face. All right. Well, I'm
We
reading
are underway.
Yes, 59 minutes, 51 seconds. Now, Tony, I read your side message that you sent to Chicken. I won't read it on air, but boy, howdy. Tell me how you really feel. Feel like you're
I
feel like you're holding back there a little bit, T.
You're right. I probably could have gone harder in the paint.
You should have, really. So, all right.
We are 30 seconds into the match, and neither man has left their corner.
Well, Tony, they got some time to milk it, okay?
No, they're being pussies, Phil.
Jesus.
Being total pussies.
Like, if they even make real contact before the first minute's out, they're rushing into it.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Like, this is the 60-minute Iron Man match is the epitome of playing chess. If you can do it and do it well.
Oh, yes.
MJF rolls out. And they just take the timer off the screen.
Yep. I hope they bring it back
in.
eventually.
He's back in.
I'm guessing they're going to bring it back every 10 minutes because they learned their lesson in WWE the last time they did one with Seth Rollins and Dolph Ziggler. Because what happened is at the end of every minute, everyone count 10, 9, 8, 7, like the Royal Rumble, rather than paying attention to the match. So they circle
so both
again.
spin back in, they lock
First,
up.
real lockup. Daniel makes a turn. MJF makes a turn into a hammer lock. And we are on our way for the 1 hour Iron Man match. Nice trip up, goes for an ankle lock.
Beautiful. Joint manipulation by Brian. So good at this.
Oh, beautiful leg joint
Great
manipulation.
transition. Locks up the leg over top of the other leg and puts his down, applying pressure. Flies back to apply more. Turns into it a little bit more and grabs the neck and flips it over into a surfboard.
Oh, God, yes. Nice. And back to the, oh, wow.
Back to it and then into, holy shit. Into a pin even. Barely lets go of it. MJF grabs the ankle. He's trying to grapple with Brian, which surprises me. I'm surprised he's not going for more heel tactics early on.
Well, he is the world champion. He's trying to prove that he can at least kind of go. And Daniel Bryan's like, kid, I've been doing this since you were in high school. And in Brian doing jumping jacks in the corner just to show off how.
There is something that is just inherently satisfying about the fact that Brian Danielson, severely undersized, but is legitimately one of the best grapplers and wrestlers of the modern era and could straight up jack your ass around. And it's that smug smile he gives that he knows he can. That's so satisfying.
Well, it's the smug satisfaction smile of a man that's had a lot of three-ways.
There's that.
I mean, I'm sorry. There is that. He knows every man that he sees. I've had way more three-ways than you.
With twins.
Exactly. I mean,
nice hip toss.
But no, MJF kicks him in the gut, does his jumping jacks too. Just
scoop
perfect.
Slam. Misses the elbow drop. Brian back up. Drop toe hold. MJF misses.
Okay, this has been perfect.
Wow.
This has been a perfect sequence.
Wow.
Wow. Perfect grappling.
They're actually picking up the pace. Arm drag.
Like, gentlemen,
double
you got an hour.
Holy shit.
Oh my God, they both kick up. What the fuck?
That was fucking beautiful.
5-star sequence right there. Like, that is a sequence that every rookie wrestler needs to and Daniel Bryan's like, hey, you actually can keep up. You're not just a fucking loud kid on the mic.
That's the face of somebody acknowledging. Wow.
Oh, that was gorgeous. Like, I'm sorry, that sequence.
That was beautiful.
Like, Tony?
That was poetry.
That got a better reaction than all fucking 40 minutes of Moxley and fucking Page's garbage match.
Yeah, exactly. MJF smugly with a hand behind his back offers a handshake. Bryan Danielson looks at his hand, looks at the crowd, knows better.
I mean, yeah, he's doing the Hulk.
Kicks the hand.
Kicks his hand. MJF rolls out the ring.
MJF out.
And he's getting in the face of some fan.
In the crowd.
And he pours garbage on the fans. He picks up a garbage can and starts pouring garbage on them. Like, because he's brilliant. He's fucking brilliant. Okay?
He really is. He's kind of the best.
Grabs that lady's drink and pours it on her kid.
Wow.
She grabs that lady's drink and pours it on her kid.
That was fantastic.
What the fuck?
That was awesome.
That is the single greatest heel work ever. MJF is fucking brilliant. He's fucking brilliant, okay?
Time to get back in the ring. You're going to eat a count out loss. Let's not do that already.
Jesus, that was great. Takes a drink and pours it on her kid.
Gets back in the ring and seamlessly drops down and rolls back out. That was fantastic. Seamless.
I'm going to win the Bryan Danielson Award. Jesus Christ.
Danielson rolls
out. And then Danielson chases him out, and then he runs back in the ring and then steals Jarrett's strut just for shits and giggles. Oh, man. MJ. Fantastic. Now, granted, when you got an hour, this is the kind of milking you do.
Oh, okay? You have to.
Like, but
You've
okay.
got to jack the people around. You've got to
Daniel
stroke 'em
Bryan,
off
more
a bit.
jumping jacks.
You've got to stroke the crowd a bit, and this is what they're doing.
Oh,
It's
MJF
brilliant.
just poured a mother's drink on her child. Okay, like how much more can you milk a crowd?
It's incredible. That was incredible.
Oh, like that, like
trading
like,
full Nelsons now.
Like that is up there
Brian
with the
rolls
first.
out and under, rolls MJF into a pin, kick out at 2.
Remember the buy into the first AEW pay-per-view, and immediately MJF just starts putting the boots to the fucking legless guy?
That was, yeah, that pretty much sealed it.
Like him pouring that drink on that kid is up there with that move in terms of heel brilliance. Okay, like most people wouldn't even come up with that. MJF makes a career off of that. That was fucking brilliant.
You're jealous of that, aren't you?
I am unbelievably jealous of that, Tony. Like, that is like, why didn't I do that back in the day? Now, granted, it would have been somebody my own age, but it still would have worked. I would have had some boyfriend wanting to fucking beat my face in, which is what I tried to do every night anyways, is try to get the whole crowd beat my face in. In fact, that one night when one person from the crowd came in and started punching me, I was like, all right, I'm doing a good job. I was young enough. That was the first time I'd ever gotten like really punched in the face, like actually hard. And I kind of expect like, okay, why am I not getting knocked out? No, this just hurts. This sucks. Ow, 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 stop it. Like, right. But yeah, then when I got into MMA, I found out I got a good chin, which means when you get hit, it hurts so much. Why am I not unconscious? Like, so.
Boy, I wish I was unconscious right now.
You lucky fucks who get knocked out easy. Jesus. But yeah, Daniel Bryan now getting picked up from the corner. MJF whips him off the ropes.
Beautiful
back body drop. Which, funny enough, I remember Al Snow said it's like the punch you do, it's a real thing that looks incredibly fake. The back body drop is something that everybody assumes is really fake, but it's one of the realest things you're going to do. Is take a back body drop.
That's true.
Now, Tony, as a guy that took 100% more back body drops than me, how did they feel?
Yeah, not great. Not great at all, Phil.
Bandit, because he wanted it to hurt.
I've been invaded if you hear any other noises, FYI.
Well, everybody
and
has
MJF with a
MJF takes a back body drop and eats a hell of a one. Everybody, take a drink. Tony's been interrupted by his kids.
Yeah. And he Hulk poses. Beautiful.
Nice. God, this is beautiful. Hulk. That don't work for Hulk, brother.
He's not 6'2". He's like 5'11".
Maybe. Now Brian pulling him back in by his hair. Eats a arm drag off the top rope.
Or some sort of arm thing. I don't know. Like
arm stunner on the rope.
I forget, like, man, when we were in our teens, we remembered every single move's name. It's been a while. You know what I mean? Like it.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we had the guide that was WWF Attitude on PlayStation or N64 that told us the names of every move.
I was about to say, No Mercy was a great textbook. I don't think any video game will ever be as good as No Mercy.
That's right. You got fucking hosed on Attitude and Warzone on the N64.
Yep. No, we didn't get none of that shit. That was
those versions were terrible for some reason. The PlayStation had like bells and whistles. Yeah, you didn't. I don't know why.
Yep. No, but Nintendo 64 was amazing. Way more interactive, just really fun. And other than a couple of the 2K games, no game has ever come close. And there's actually a couple of mods to No Mercy. So there's a WCW version, there's an ECW version, where basically like Eddie Guerrero becomes Rob Van Dam.
I think there's still some mods for Here Comes the Pain SmackDown, which is still regarded as the greatest wrestling video game of all time.
Yeah, that one was pretty good too. SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain. I
That was
remember.
the pinnacle of SmackDown series.
I remember you and I on one of the SmackDown games. We did a 2-person career mode.
That was the first SmackDown game on
Okay.
PlayStation.
And I'll never forget, like,
Ah,
and it was
so
your
painful.
game, your system.
My game, my system, yes.
And for some reason, it gives me just the most motherfucking push. Like week 3, I'm getting a shot at the hardcore title. Week 5, I'm getting a shot at the Intercontinental title. Week 10, I'm getting a shot at the world title.
I think you're even
Tony's like,
tag champs.
what's that?
I think you even had a tag partner for the tag
Yeah,
titles.
that wasn't you of all
It wasn't
people.
me.
The other person playing the game. You think, but no. What Tony did get was at one point you're like, "Fuck you! I'm the European champion."
I did have the European title.
Yeah, you were the European champion. While I was the Intercontinental, World, Hardcore, and maybe tag titles. So, and that was on your game, on your
was
system,
my
and it
system.
buried you fucking hard. I'll never forget that. But now back to the match, folks. Brian with a great drop kick to MJF through the ropes while MJF stands on the outside. Daniel Bryan now bouncing off the ropes, going for something high risk. Hits it on MJF. And no, MJF grabs him and throws him into the barrier. Okay. Nice. MJF sees an opportunity here. God damn, MJF is
I like how he's able to visually portray his acknowledging the opening. Like everybody can see what he's thinking. Not everybody can do that. Wow,
Nice.
package DDT. That was
Well done.
beautiful. And that's how Jamie Hayter should have landed in that match earlier from Survivor.
I gotta say, this is some of the best shape I've ever seen MJF in his life.
Oh, he looks incredible. His physique has gotten better and better every time you see him. Like I think it's clicked. Like he knows his heel work is second to none right now. His in-ring work is classic, but it feels fresh. That physique has gotten better. His tan has gotten better. Like his overall presence, it just gets better and better. This guy is like the next great superstar. If he can continue the momentum that he has at this moment and sustain it, this guy's still young.
Okay, now
This
this
guy
makes
is
sense.
going.
He's 26 years old because when he first started with AEW, like let's be frank, he was a kid.
Yeah.
Okay. He's
A
22,
kid with
23.
more experience than most of the 40 to 50-year-olds in the garbage.
Yes,
federation.
but he was great on the mic, had amazing heel skills, but he just needed a few extra years to get that extra discipline to get the kind of physique that he's got now.
Yeah.
So like
he's
I
got
think
it
like
tenfold now. He looks amazing.
he's got, if he can keep himself healthy, 10 years of just prime fucking MJF. Okay.
Well, the style he works allows for him to not have to be in a high-risk situation most of the time because he's working smart in most matches. Like, he doesn't have to go overboard with the spots because there doesn't have to be a bunch of spots. It's psychology wrestling.
Now, he's amazing, but the reason he probably hasn't signed with WWE yet is because if he didn't get at least one AEW world title reign under his belt, he'd be almost his manager.
Yeah, there's that. Like, you got to assume that.
Oh, we need you because you're great on the stick, pal.
So if you look at MJF, and you look at some
left-handed?
of the other guys on the roster in WWE right now, like you can't. Yeah, 7 foot. Sorry. If you look at MJF compared to like a Roman Reigns, compared to a Brock Lesnar, it's still not even as physically imposing because WWE is still always going to be the land of the giants. But MJF's no small guy. You can put him in there with them, and he's big enough and imposing enough, and he's got enough of a presence that if he works smart, the match is still going to make a ton of sense, and you still are going to go into it thinking, yeah, he can easily win this. There's no reason he can't. And that's the difference between him and basically most of the other people in the business today. Big sunset flip powerbomb out of the corner from Daniel Bryan to MJF.
Like, it's funny because when Jim Cornette said, and also Austin Theory is left-handed, so it's even better. And MJF looks like he's left-handed too. Because
we are
for like
44 minutes left of the match, 16 minutes deep.
Because like if you ever watch like John Moxley when he hits his DDT, it's always under his left arm because that allows the opponent to use their right arm to catch themselves. so there's a lot of things where the offensive move is designed around using your left hand and your left side. So it gives the opponent the ability to use their strong hand to drop them, to catch themselves.
Yeah,
And
funny
so
enough,
if
it's
you're
interesting you say that because I found out years after the fact that we'd basically been doing vertical suplexes and scoop slams backwards that whole time we were backyard wrestlers.
yeah, pretty much. But like now me, I was it kind of depends. Like, yeah, like for scoop slams, you let them use their right arm to post on you. So I was doing them backwards because picking them up with left hand first. But DDTs, you're supposed to drop with your left arm for that
Right.
reason. And so there's a bunch of moves that like MJF and Austin Theory are just perfect for being left-handed.
Yeah.
And so yeah, the fact that MJF is left-handed, like there's not a lot of things that make you good that are good for being left-handed in this world, but pro wrestling is
Top
one.
rope hurricanrana. Brian goes to the cover, gets a 2 count. Now, automatically, like I know the comparisons are going to roll in, like you're just saying, because Austin Theory and MJF, they're two of the younger guys in both companies right now. Sky's the limit. Physique's there, presence is there, skills are there. God, if you can get another few years of experience on both of these guys, you get them into a prominent main event position. That is a legitimate main event type match. Now, obviously, MJF's still going to be a better heel than Austin Theory because he's got that in spades over Austin Theory. So, would an Austin Theory work as a face against an MJF in like a main event for a WrestleMania?
MJF Roman Reigns WrestleMania.
Well, okay, so Roman Reigns first, but I'm saying like an Austin Theory down the road, MJF Austin Theory down the road.
Oh, that'd
Would
be beautiful.
Austin Theory and it work as a heel or work as a face against a heel MJF?
Anybody would work as a face against heel MJF, Tony. He just spilled water on a child.
Oh,
you remember that?
Holy God. That was beautiful.
Is beautiful. Like I
A-
like again,
a
that's one of those
power bomb
moves.
onto the knee.
That's one of those moves that 30 years ago you do a whole injury angle on it.
Holy crap! I want to see a replay of that. That was picture perfect.
That was really good.
Are they seriously not going to replay that? Yes,
here we
here
go.
it is. Pop up, power bomb right under the knee,
the
into the small of
knee.
the back. That was beautiful. And the 2 count was perfect.
Austin Theory, MJF. Yeah, that'd be amazing. You'd have to let MJF be the heel. Although I think eventually, I don't know when, but there's eventually going to be an MJF face turn.
Eventually, yes, and it'll be fine. Like, I mean, The Rock was good as a face when he had to be. He just didn't insult the crowd.
Yeah, the Rock was just a wee bit good as a face, T. Just a little bit.
He turned off the heel persona by wow. Daniel Bryan tries to do the Shawn Michaels, pull himself back into the ring over the top rope, and he gets super kicked in the face for his troubles, and MJF hits the Shawn Michaels pose in the ring. That was beautiful.
Gorgeous.
We're 20 minutes into this match and no pinfalls yet. No, The Rock when he was originally a face was terrible because it was not appealing in the slightest. It was after he became a heel and then became a face that people accepted him because he was so charismatic.
Damn. Oh, nice. MJF's acting like he
springboard moonsaults to the outside, misses Daniel Bryan, and then sells a leg knee injury. Daniel Bryan rolls back in, hits the ropes, suicide dive to the second rope, both men down on the outside. But The Rock's face run basically was only a face run because he just stopped insulting the crowd. That was the only change he made. That was it. Everything else about his persona essentially stayed the same.
Hey, Chicken, this is 2 pay-per-views in a row that you win by a tie. I wouldn't be the champion's tie advantage, which we do have precedent in past WrestleManias where we make a tiebreaker even for the champion because it's WrestleMania. So
yeah, this is basically just like the CEO like phoning it in, like, yeah, you guys do whatever you want. I'm on the course right now. It's fine. Just gonna take some hours. No big deal, guys.
Pretty much.
Just keep pushing pencils and paper, fellas. Pump handle into a Jesus goddamn Christ.
Better than Kenny Omega's One Wing Angel, actually.
That was like a half Nelson he picked him up for and dumped him into a sit down Death Valley driver. What the hell was that?
Oh,
Excalibur would
Tony,
have a
you
name
just
for
saw
it.
it right here. If we tie at WrestleMania, I'll hand it over. It's right there.
Wow.
We saw it.
Wow.
Saw
Ow!
it. That's as good as the contract.
Wow. That was beautiful. That was stunning.
So Chicken
That
said
was
if he
absolutely stunning.
ties at Mania, he will hand it over, T.
All right.
So,
Hang on. Hang
no
on.
champion's advantage at WrestleMania.
If we tie at WrestleMania, I'll hand it over. Has to be both nights combined. But no, for a tie, there still has to be a tiebreaker, though.
No, Tony,
You
he's
can't
saying
hand it over for a tie.
no, Tony, he's saying as champion, if he gets a tie, he's considering it a loss. That's his
No,
prerogative. That's his
I'm-
champion's prerogative. That is
I'm not okay with
also
that.
a verbal contract in all 50 states. So we got it.
I'm not okay
Tony,
with
you
that.
might not want to win that way, but I'll win that way, no problem.
Just
So-
because Chicken's been defending that way.
because I am the K.O.E., the MJF, the People's Champion, the NWO Black and White Hulk Hogan of the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And I'm also, just like that Rolex wearing, styling, profiling, alligator booted, limousine riding, absolutely no commercial flying, kiss stealing, wheeling, dealing, woo, son of a gun, Ric Flair, the dirtiest player in the game.
Meanwhile, we've got really good rest holds into pins. Both men are trading them back and forth, getting 2 counts, head scissors into roll-up pins. Like, this is just beautiful wrestling. Bridge into a pin, shoulders down, kick out, small package. Daniel Bryan gets a 2 count. MJF rolls it over, gets a 2 count. Bryan rolls it back, gets a 1 count. They roll through 5 more
Nice.
times. Now they're doing
just
the rolling around
all
the
over the
ring.
ring. The ref
This
can't
is
even
brilliant.
keep up.
This is absolutely brilliant. And a kick out. And we are 23 minutes into this match. Rolls it back up, bridge back, 1 count into 2 count, into a 1 count, back into a no count. And they're again rolling back around and forth. And they are actually trying to get that pin, knowing that this is an Iron Man match where all the counts are false. Bridge up, bridge back down, bridge over into a pin on Daniel Bryan and a 2 count. This is wrestling from a day gone by.
Another
Head scissor flip into a roll up pin. MJF gets Daniel Bryan, who rolls him back over. Almost gets the 3 count.
that
Holy
was
crap.
close.
Like, this might actually be more impressive than the first series. The pin exchanges. That was
No, nothing's gonna top that first series there, man. That was too much. Oh, nice.
that was fantastic.
That
I-
was
Oh shit. Okay. Well done. Daniel Bryan, they both clotheslined each other, and now they are both down.
girlfriend.
My girlfriend says MJF can last 60 minutes. That was the sign in the crowd.
Wow.
And we have a 60-minute time limit, and we are almost
35 minutes.
5 minutes in. There are 35 minutes left.
35 minutes
This-
and about 15 seconds.
This is fantastic. I am not at all disappointed whatsoever.
Oh, this is amazing. And we still get more of it.
That's the beauty of this. Like I said, you can't pick a better person for a 60-minute Iron Man match than Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson. He is the perfect opponent. Just look at this. 25 minutes in, he just did a kick up. He's as fresh as a daisy.
And he's wanting him up. Oh, God, he's going to hit him with the kick.
He's calling for a shot. Hits
Oh,
the big
hit it.
knees. This might be it. This might be a pin. That is the first fall.
Yep.
Bryan
Daniel
Danielson.
Bryan.
Goes up
Bryan
a
Danielson.
point. 25 minutes in. The score is 1-0. Bleeding from the elbow now. I'll be damned. I don't know that I saw him getting the first pinfall that way.
Just
I'm going to
clean.
call it right now. MJF's going to go down 2-0 because of a DQ. He's going to use a chair or something. He's going to go down 2-0, and then he will go get tied back up.
Like I could
'Cause
see,
he
like
incapacitates Bryan with a chair. That's what I'm expecting. Bryan calling for it again. He's going to hit another flying knee. MJF flops and just face
Nice.
plants on the mat. Fantastic. My son laughing. That's why it works. Low blow. Is he going to call that a DQ?
No.
No.
That's another pick.
That should be a DQ, though, ref.
1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Nice. Okay.
Then when he's done it?
They're screwing up the graphic on the screen. They have 0-2 now for Daniel Bryan, but it's actually 2-1
Yeah,
for MJF.
Cody Khan said, "Get it off of there."
Yeah.
Look at MJF rolls to the outside, sits next to the apron, grabs a bottle of water, and is drenching himself taking drinks. No, they did call it a DQ. 2-2.
What?
Okay.
I thought he had 2 and he had to
Well, I don't know. See, I don't remember the ref calling it a disqualification, but it should have
It
been.
happened so fast that
Kinda looks like
it was done right in front of the ref. So
My son says MJF looks like Patrick Mahomes, and he's actually not wrong.
I'm
Quarterback
afraid you're
for the
good.
Kansas City
I'm
Chiefs.
assuming that I was about to say. I'm assuming that's a foosball player.
Correct, Phil. Yes.
Or no, I know who you're talking about. He actually sent my nephew get well tweet
Yes.
Last year when he was going to the Super Bowl.
Yes. And they won the Super Bowl this year.
Yep, good for them.
Wait, did they win it? Yes, last year. No,
No.
It was the Rams and the Bengals, right?
Yep.
The Rams won.
Now Bryan Danielson going up to the top,
Oh, no, this
hits
is
a
bad.
flying drop kick, sends MJF back asswards, and he flies through the second and first ropes. He's on the outside of the ring. There are 31 minutes and 35 seconds
He's
left
gonna
of
grab
this
the chair.
match.
He's gonna grab the chair.
And MJF comes up with
Why does he not grab the chair?
nope.
Brian starts
Doesn't grab
chopping
the
him.
chair. He throws him up against the barricade, starts chopping him, and starts throwing chest kicks. Another chop.
I
Turns
think
him back
MJF's
around.
getting a little blown up here.
No, he's
Probably-
avoiding getting blown up.
You know what I would do? I would just
Face
go-
plants him on the chair. That's a DQ.
You know what I would do? I would just go into the crowd and hide.
You get counted out then.
Oh.
Daniel Bryan rolls in and breaks the count, which is not actually a rule. Both men have to do that, but we forgot about that.
Tony, that hasn't been a thing since at least the early 90s.
Bullshit.
Out that guy.
Mid 90s.
No, Andre the Giant kind of started that in his match with Hogan. He would just kind of put half his. He would just kind of.
I have Royal Rumble 1993 on Sega Genesis, and it counted 10 for both people individually if you left the ring.
Okay, Tony. Well, I mean, my God, if Sega Genesis says so,
Hey, just saying.
it's as good as canon.
Damn right. It's canon. Razor Ramon's in that game. So's Diesel, Shawn Michaels, Bret
Oh,
Hart,
The
Undertaker,
Razor.
Crush.
Quincy Johnson.
He's got MJF on a chair in the corner of the barricade, delivering the yes kicks. Races back into the middle of the ring. Races back out to break the count. I don't know why. Runs on the outside and delivers a beautiful flying dropkick knee combination
That was-
into MJF's face.
Oh, MJF, we fucking love you. We just love you. You're brilliant. You're fucking brilliant.
He's just fantastic in everything he does. Like both men are fantastic. There's a reason Bryan Danielson has been our wrestler of the year in
For, like, all the
2022.
years.
Not this year, but or not 20 or no, excuse me, 2021 he was wrestler of the year.
Who?
Ah,
That one or that? That one? Why?
MJF making a strong case for 2023.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think he was my. I forget who my nominee was for Wrestler of the Year last year, but MJF was close on that list.
Oh, he's
Or
up.
no,
there.
it was
Yeah.
Roman. It was Roman.
But,
We all
we
said-
all unanimously picked Roman.
It
for
had to be the tribal
2022.
chief.
Roman reasons.
Yes, Roman Reigns, the tribal chief. Acknowledge him.
Against Logan.
Even your boy, they're like, wait, you talking about the tribal chief? Of course, talking about tribal chief.
Well, he's a fan of Logan Paul, so that was a fun match to watch.
Nice.
I liked when he had the Pokemon card.
Okay, MJF is on the rope. I mean, he's in the middle of the ring. He's selling the knee. He is banged up. The score is tied 2-2.
That's all he cares about, so long as he's ahead or tied.
I think the one that
Rake in the eyes after Brian goes for some more joint manipulation on the ankle.
that one.
Oh, figure 4 leg lock. The figure 4 leg lock.
Brian Danielson locks in the figure 4. MJF flies back on his back, but kicks out at 2.
28 minutes left in this match.
Slaps him. Talking mad jargon right in his face, slapping Brian Danielson, trying to work through the pain. Brian Danielson lays
now he's
back,
applying an ankle lock as well as figure 4 leg
slaps
lock.
MJF back, knocks him back on his back.
Why can't you hear it?
Muted.
Because the reality is a heel hook, if applied
Like-
properly, will rip out the ligaments in your ankle and your knee, which is why heel hooks are usually banned in most jiu-jitsu competitions. And about the only place you can do them is in MMA. Just ask Husamar Paul Harris.
Right. MJF does roll over the figure 4, but Brian rolls it right back around.
I remember our buddy
And MJF
Endline.
gets the rope.
He could legitimately in an actual shoot fight in a grappling match apply a sharpshooter or a figure 4 leg lock. He was that good.
That is true.
And when I was in a real figure 4 leg lock and I turned it over, guess what? Doesn't do
It still
shit.
hurt.
Still
Yeah, it
hurts like
still
a
hurts.
son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, that's
We're
bullshit.
33 minutes into this bout, tied 2-2.
26 minutes and 50 seconds left, folks.
This has been absolutely fantastic. And you know how I know it's fantastic because we're over a half an hour into this thing and it's felt not even close to that. Going for a package crystal pile driver on the apron.
I like how we still call
Holding
it.
it. Well, we got to mark out.
I don't know how, like,
Loses it.
yeah.
Oh,
no. MJF
Brian up for a
went
tombstone. On the apron. Brian's fighting it out.
He
He
signaled to
counters it.
Brian what leg to start hitting.
Brian attacks the left leg MJF.
Push him off.
A slap to the bicep.
Push him off.
They're both fighting it off.
To push him off.
Oh, on that injured
Don't
shoulder.
even have to push them off.
Still going
Oh,
after the left leg. The crowd responds in tenfold. Knocks
Oh,
MJF down. Laying on the
25
apron now.
minutes and 45 seconds left. I'm glad the crowd's not doing the 10, 9, 8, 7 countdown for every minute because
Yeah, me too.
that's lame. Now, granted,
They're actually appreciative of a good match for maybe the first
that
time tonight.
it was Seth Rollins versus Dolph Ziggler. You want to talk about a fucking throwaway match?
This is the last one.
How many did you have?
There's been 7 before this.
This is number 8.
Just 8? How long are they?
Oh, this is an Iron Man match. It's an
Going
hour.
for almost 4 hours.
No, you haven't. You've been down.
3 hours, 45 minutes. Yeah, we are hitting the 3 hour, 45 minute mark of this stream.
That we are.
Oh, they're both fighting for position on the top rope. MJF fights off Brian, knocks him, hits the apron, falls to the outside.
I bet something can happen to the fake Patty Mahomes.
My son now referring to MJF as the fake Patty Mahomes.
You know, I've been called the fake Jack Black, so I can identify.
That's true. I mean, all right. It's a compliment then.
Hell, years ago, I had a girl at a drive-thru at McDonald's think I was Jack Black. So I just played into it. And to this girl, that lady still thinks she met Jack Black. Oh, yeah, totally. Rock on. Grab my McDonald's food and drive off. No, I didn't ham it up too much. I knew I couldn't, like
Did you see he's a man? Let me hear you applaud. He is more than a man. He's a shiny golden god.
Don't tell nobody I'm in town, though. Rock on! And then just pulled out. And yeah, to this minute, lady thinks she bet fucking Jack Black, which is too funny. All right, now MJF climbing the top rope. Well,
Danielson out. Oh. Fighting off the leg injury. He's in so much pain, but he ascends to the top rope. He's standing on the top rope. A turnbuckle dives off with an elbow drop through the table.
Elbow through the table outside the ring off the top rope. That is like a video game level move there, okay?
And somehow that's not a DQ.
Tony, just
fall.
right, just okay.
I'm sorry, a low blow's a DQ, but smashing MJF's face into a chair and MJF dropping an elbow through a table, neither of those are DQs.
Tony,
this is why AEW
right,
pisses me off.
Like, I feel like I'm Randy leaving the casino after they let it ride. Like, Stan, just Stan, just. Okay.
But I'm not wrong. I haven't once heard you say I'm wrong.
Just Tony, just okay.
I might be an asshole, but I'm not wrong.
Tony, just right. Okay. Just right. Now MJF rolls back in the ring, tells the ref, fucking count. And the ref said, 4.
Brian
Ref
laying in
hits
the heap
5.
of the table. What's left of it?
The ref, 6. 7. Oh, he tried. 8.
You guys need to go lay down.
9.
He
and
beats
he
the
makes
count by
it.
a second.
Beats the count by 1 second. MJF is just like, come on, man.
Still tied 2-2 with 21 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Still another 20 minutes to go in this match. And MJF is milking that leg injury. Oh, God almighty.
MJF
So Tony
rolls to the
Schiavone has
outside.
been on commentary all night. So he just
Yeah,
thinks
he
everything
has,
is
surprisingly.
so
They didn't
amazing.
break out Jim Ross, who's probably just like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, fuck all of you.
I'm surprised they didn't bust him out for just this match.
Yeah, I'm shocked MJF didn't insist on that in his contract.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Tony, much like the invasion angle, suddenly your room is back to the way it always is.
MJF has Brian Danielson up for a tombstone, and Jesus God!
What the fuck? Just what?
Okay, that was actually pretty good. Still selling the knee injury the whole time. He sacrifices the knee injury that he's got in this match by delivering a tombstone pile driver to Bryan Danielson through the remnants of the table that was still leaning up on the outside of the ring.
Oh, wow.
Like, that actually made sense. And he's selling it. This is how you do furniture spots.
I was about to say, that's 20 times better than anything Moxley and Hangnail Page showed us.
This was America.
And Bryan Danielson is already bleeding better than
either
Hangnail.
Page or Moxley, yeah.
No, Tony, after Moxley played about 8 times, he was okay. Now here's the problem. Like, he was trying to like rip that cut open a little more, but like it's the reason why on a lot of handguns they put very aggressive texturing, because if you get blood on your hands, blood is actually slippery like grease. Okay, so you saw the minute like he tried again, his fingers were all slipping on Brian's forehead because blood is greasy. And now it's 3-2. MJF pulls out ahead. So we got us. I mean, my God Almighty, we got.
Damn it! I looked away for a half second. I missed the pin. What happened?
MJF did his between the ropes pile driver thing and got a 3 count.
Between
All
the
right.
did
someone die? Bandit, I'm thinking of that Randy Marsh quote. Is this America? I'm sorry, this is America. It's somewhat close, Bandit, close. But now Brian is still with us. MJF pouring water on himself again, then throws some on the fans. Then he basically like accidentally decks the cameraman just a little bit. And now
Fantastic.
he gets
Mounts
the mount
and
position,
punches.
starts punching Brian in the head in the hopes of busting that cut. Oh, he just did. He
There
just
it is.
busted that cut open.
There
Okay.
it is.
He fucking hard way that. Because they got 20 minutes. 18 minutes and 17 seconds.
This has been fantastic. Everything about this.
Yeah.
Over 40 minutes in, and now you're getting blood. This is how you do a blood spot.
Just one guy's bleeding.
Stepping on hands. Stomps on Brian's hand. His hair's a mess. The kinetic tape on his shoulder falling off. Blood. Crimson mask developing.
Damn.
MJF going hard in the paint.
Well, I mean, he's only been out there for 45 minutes, too. Just as well.
Great. Doing great.
Yeah, he's fucking brilliant. He's just fucking brilliant, man.
Clubbing the face, making him pay. Slow, methodical beatdown.
I will be right back. Let me know if I miss anything.
MJF now grading the cut job on the forehead of Bryan Danielson, taunting the camera and the crowd, saying how he's the best in the world. Oh, could that be? Could that be a nod to CM Punk? It could be. Fingers crossed. Probably not, though. So, Bryan Danielson on his knees, down a pinfall. MJF standing above him, kicking him in the face, taunting him, playing with him, toying with him at this point. Everything looking MJF at this point, but still 16 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Still toying with MJF. This is fantastic stuff, people. Like this is already my candidate for match of the year, and I will not apologize for it. This is gold. Absolutely gold. How has the pay-per-view been so far? This has been a one-match pay-per-view, and it's all the main event, the 60-minute Iron Man match. Watch it. Bandit, I'm surprised they didn't stop the cutting in the 90s when AIDS was at its height. They did take some extra precautions. That's why the fake blood became a thing for a little while. Danielson tries to trade headbutts. MJF has a little more in the tank, so now he falls over after the headbutt. MJF just milking it at this point. This is great. 15 minutes left. I assume we're probably going to see at least 2 more falls.
So I would have technically.
You would have got. I right now I have the tiebreaker point if it came down to that. But 15 minutes exactly left. I'm assuming we'll see 2 more. Oh, Danielson reverses the ping pong off of the ring post and sends MJF forehead first into the ring post. I'm assuming MJF will be coming up bloody.
Oh boy.
Brian on the apron now. Runs across it, delivers the running knee to the face of MJF. Tumbles down.
So the blade that Brian had hidden in his in his wrist tape, apparently MJF is using that now. Uh-oh. Daniel Bryan climbing the top rope while MJF is on the outside of the ring.
Danielson.
Oh,
launches.
wow.
Launches into MJF, who ends up upside down on top of a chair.
Yeah. That was impressive. So we got
Hit him with a knee on the way down. Beautiful. MJF
Nice.
on the mat. Danielson ascends. MJF posts up, hits him in the face. Both men trying to regain some composure.
Okay, MJF
MJ
didn't just necessarily blade.
Regains quicker. Starts climbing the turnbuckle. Standing on the top rope now. Danielson tries sliding his feet through, dips down, posts MJF crotch first on the top turnbuckle, remaining there.
Oh,
Danielson
this is marvelous.
crumbles to the canvas, but MJF tries to recover, turns around. Danielson back up to his feet, now standing on the second rope.
Uh-oh.
Gets on the other side of it, starts punching MJF in the forehead.
Mm. Uh-oh. MJF
position.
going for a gonna be hit with a superplex by Daniel Bryan. Oh, and Daniel Bryan hangs on to the top rope.
Danielson hits the superplex, but keeps his legs on the inside of the ropes and hangs there upside down momentarily.
Gives
finally
himself a
sitting
sit up
back
to get
up.
back up. He's got blood in his teeth. Daniel Bryan does, or Bryan Danielson. So he took a blow to the face that he's not happy about.
Turns around. MJF laid out spread eagle in the center of the canvas. Bryan Danielson on the top turnbuckle. Hits a flying headbutt.
Flying headbutt. Shocked. I figured that was just kind of retired from wrestling. Yeah, you can see the blood in his mouth more than anywhere. It's 12:05 is left on the clock, folks. 12 minutes even now. 12 and MJF is a bloody fucking mess. God almighty.
No, he kicks out at 2. Keeps his 1-point lead alive.
Jesus.
He is dumping blood now.
And he fucking bladed like a champ, too. Like Ric Flair would be proud of this.
Yeah, he must have gouged himself.
Well, no, it's like Steve Austin said. You just got to go all the way down to the fucking bone and zipper yourself, and you'll get a good blade job. But you got to do it from side to side, not up and down. If you go side to side, it'll heal to the point where you'll never see it. If you go up and down, you get those Dusty and Abdullah the Butcher scars.
MJF bleeding profusely, stumbling around. Danielson hits him with a knee. This could be the tie.
Look.
No, he says no, not good enough.
11 minutes left.
Flips him over, crosses the legs, steps over into
STF.
There it is.
Step over into a crossface. Is MJF going to tap out in the STF? Bryan Danielson. Yep. He taps out. Now it's a tied game.
3-3.
Tied game, folks.
Just over 10 minutes remain.
10 minutes, 30 seconds. My God, 3-3. MJF, Danielson, 10 minutes, 20 seconds left. Danielson, he's beat up. He's got blood coming out of his mouth. MJF, he is a bloody mess. He's got the classic crimson mask. He bladed himself, I'm guessing, all the way down to his skull because he's just, oh, shit. MJF counters
out of nowhere
into his own Fujiwara armbar.
Could he tap out Bryan Danielson?
Fucking crimson mask. Look at it.
Done right.
Oh,
Danielson powering out.
Danielson's gonna power out of the Fujiwara. He rolls out of the Fujiwara.
And he's gonna lock in a crossface Rings of Saturn.
Oh, he's going for the Rings of Saturn.
Danielson can take the lead here.
And Danielson, is he going for the S-lock? He's going like
MJF's trying to get to the ropes.
Just trying to get to the ropes. Oh, no.
Oh, Danielson flips it over back to the center and sinks it.
Oh, he's got it in. He's got the yes lock. 3-3. 9 minutes left. Oh, my God.
MJF
holding on. Will he tap out again? Will he tap?
He's holding on.
He's got out.
He rolls it into a pin.
Oh,
2 count.
and
And
back
then
to the
rocks in.
Fujiwara Harper.
Fantastic. And he is sinking it in.
This is
Danielson
gorgeous.
inching towards the rope.
8 minutes, 25 seconds left. Tied game here, folks. Fujiwara armbar in deep, and Brian is so close yet so far. And
Drags him back to the
drags
center.
it back, wraps
Locks
his
it in.
legs in. Oh, he ain't going nowhere now.
Legs
It's-
are locked on the shoulder.
Oh, and he's cranking it in. Oh, and he's still. Oh, Brian
Still
Danielson
able to
still dragging himself across the ring, even though it's grapevine.
hooks the arm with the other free leg and pulls
Oh,
it
now
over.
cranks that one too. Oh,
Still fighting with the feet. Pulls the leg back. He has
Brian
one
Danielson
limb
still not
left.
giving up.
One limb left. Can he reach the rope with the one free leg?
No way. He's got it. Can he do it? Just tap out, Daniel.
He got it.
He's on the fucking rope. Oh my god. MJF was like, what the fuck? I've got 3 of the 4 limbs wrapped up, and he still makes it to the ropes. 7 minutes and 15 seconds left, folks. Oh my God almighty.
Yes, Bandit. Women do find Bond villains sexy.
Well, I mean, look at me. I'm like James Bond and the villains all wrapped into one. So I totally understand that. Oh, now we're back to this. Like the people are chanting over a sequence of submissions, Tony.
Yeah, it's almost like, pro wrestling is happening.
Yes! It's like a random act of professional wrestling perpetrated itself on this sports entertainment program, and I'm loving every minute of it. And I'm glad that we at least get another 7 minutes. They're forehead to forehead getting up on each other's knees. Epic. MJF cocks back and hits him. Daniel Bryan cocks back and hits him. MJF cocks back and hits him. Daniel Bryan cocks back and hits him. They're both on their knees struggling. Crimson mask on MJF. Cuts and bruises and blood coming out of Bryan. And now they're headbutting each other. Probably going to bust each other open even more. Oh, God almighty, the humanity. Now they're back on each other's feet. And Bryan with a headbutt. MJF has wobbled, folks. But MJF returns in kind with a forearm. Daniel Bryan hits him with another right. He's staggered, folks. But MJF returns the favor, and Daniel Bryan does it right back to him. Folks, this is an exchange. Right hands back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Who will be the AEW World Heavyweight Champion, folks? Oh, and a double forearm shot. They fall to their knees again.
Crumple over
head to head again. My God, how brilliant and beautiful. This is pro wrestling at its
are on
finest.
Their feet applauding.
2 men exhausted on their
5
knees.
minutes left.
And Daniel Bryan's got a big old smile on his face. MJF looks like he's about ready to cry. Daniel Bryan's feeding on the crowd. 5 minutes remain. And they just
both men spring to life.
Start going at it. They just grab each other, dirty boxing clinches, and now oh God. Look at all the blood on Daniel Bryan from MJF, and he returns a chop.
Danielson looks stoked about the situation. MJF looks distraught. This is a brilliant tactic. They're going to plant the seed that Danielson has the chance to win.
And a thumb to the eye.
Poke.
4:30
Beautiful.
left in the match, folks.
Head kick to MJF. Hits the second rope. Returns with a spinning forearm to the face. Bryan hits the corner and delivers one of his own. MJF falls in a heap face first on the mat. 4 minutes, 10 seconds remain.
Yeah, I'm betting Bryan Danielson bit his cheek or his lip or his tongue or something. He's bleeding from the mouth profusely. God, I could see it. Bryan Danielson like, all right, MJF, we got 4 minutes left. Let's not milk too much.
Oh, there you go.
Devastating.
Slingshot pile driver off the middle rope. Only gets a 2 count for MJF. Rolls to the
Nice.
outside. Now you're going to start seeing some fuckery. Here he goes under the ring, grabs a bottle of water again. Not
Why?
sure. Takes a drink. Okay. Throws it out. Danielson up in the corner. He sets him up on top. Sets him up, chops.
3 minutes, 10 seconds.
He sits on the top rope with Danielson, grabs him in a cutter scenario, flips him
Oh my
over with a
God, he's gonna go
snapmare.
for a stunner. Or
3
no, he's
minutes
going for a
left.
tombstone. 3
Danielson
minutes.
counters, grabs the arm, shoulder, elbows to the neck and shoulder.
2 minutes, 50 seconds.
He grabs the hair of Danielson, brings him back over the snapmare. He's got him in a tombstone pile driver position. He's sitting on the top
Standing
rope.
up on the middle rope in a tombstone pile driver.
And
Oh my God! Tombstone pile driver off the top rope. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. Off the middle rope, but oh my God.
Gratuitous shot at Brian's package.
Like, that is like stuff that you'd get from a video game, man. That is
Still selling the knees. And MJF has a big fucking bruise on his forehead.
well, he's had a bit of a couple boo-boos tonight, okay? And now, folks, 2 minutes left, folks. 2 minutes in what is undoubtedly thus far the match of the year, folks. Like, there's a lot of year left to go, but god damn, you got some competition. 1 minute and 40 seconds left. MJF desperately trying
Finally
to drag
rolling
himself
over with a minute 34
Just put
left.
one little finger on him so he doesn't even know that you're covering him.
Yeah.
I've seen people pull that off.
This could go to sudden death if he does not get the pinfall here. Now he gets the cover, and he puts his entire body on Danielson, who rolls him over into a half clover leaf.
Oh my God!
And he's got him in the center of the ring. Minute 8
in the middle of
seconds
this
to go.
fucking ring, and he's got a minute and 2 seconds.
1 minute remains.
Left.
59, 58. The
8,
countdown is on.
7,
He has to survive the submission
5,
with a 3-3
3,
head-to-head
2,
tie.
1,
50 seconds to go.
48.
He's fighting. He's fighting.
46,
He can't reach
and
the rope. He's back into the center of the ring.
43.
The crowd
42.
is on
41,
their feet.
40. 39.
Brian
28,
sits down, sinks it
37.
in.
36.
MJF in the
35,
push-up position,
34,
trying to break
33,
free. He pushes up.
31,
He pushes up.
30,
Danielson's
29,
standing now.
28,
MJF on an arm
27,
starts fighting
26,
towards the rope,
25,
biting his own
24,
fingers, trying to hold
23,
on.
22,
Crawls, army
21,
crawls
20,
back towards the rope.
19, 18,
His eyes bulge. He falls
17,
down. He thinks about
16,
tapping.
15,
His arm is up.
14,
His hand is ready to
13,
tap.
12,
He holds on.
11,
No, he drops
10,
the arm.
9,
He's going to tap
8,
with the left arm.
7,
Danielson
6,
grabs it.
5,
He's got one arm up.
4,
4 seconds left.
3,
He's going to tap.
2, 1.
He holds on. He holds on to zeros and taps.
Oh, he holds on to the zero and taps. It's sudden death. Oh my God, it's a tied game. Tied game. Does MJF retain? Oh my God, folks, that was.
No.
They are saying that it's staying with MJF.
Are they calling it?
Yep.
No. Wait. No, come on.
MJF retained by a tie.
You gotta call it sudden death.
It's a bitch move, but guess what, Tony? You didn't win by a bitch move either tonight. So you can identify. You can definitely identify with Bryan Danielson.
They broke out a cooler with fucking air for MJF as the belt is laying across him.
Oh my God! Yeah, they got an
The crowd's
oxygen
pissed.
tank on MJF.
Wait.
Hang on.
Tony Schiavone is about to announce the sudden death.
Ah!
Oh,
Tony Schiavone's just like, yeah, I'll go down. I'd be glad to say, fuck you, MJF.
this calls for Blanton's gold.
What?
This calls for Blanton's gold.
I'm drinking Blanton's myself, not gold, but I am drinking the store pick from
Schiavone
local
is
grocery
telling
store in
Justin
New York.
Roberts. What could this possibly be? Sudden death? Tony Khan.
Make it
says sudden
happen.
death?
They got MJF coming off of oxygen.
Tony Khan will not allow this match to end in a draw. Therefore, this match will continue for one more fall under sudden death rules.
Oh,
There we have it.
yes. And that's the biggest pop Tony Khan's ever got.
Danielson standing. The crowd is behind him. MJF looks perplexed. The fucking air tube he was sucking on disappears. Danielson looks like he's hardly done anything tonight. MJF looks distraught.
Oh, he's like, what? But, oh, this is beautiful.
Triple zeros on the clock. The pinfalls no longer matter. The
Oh,
ref
no.
pushes him, and Danielson gets a 2 count. What the fuck was that? He grabs the ref, low blows Danielson, gets a roll-up pin, and the tights, and only gets a 2.
Ah!
Oh, it was beautiful.
This is brilliant. This is the most brilliant match I have seen in a while, T.
This is
Oh, my
professional
God.
wrestling, folks. This is why it works.
And yes, this is
And we're
This is an
back at a
actual match.
stalemate. Back at a stalemate. MJF's got the belt. The ref sees it. He's pissed. The ref says, "You want to lose the belt? Be my guest." Hit him with it.
Wow. A ref with an actual form or figure of an erect
He
penis
gives
in
the belt to
AEW?
the ref. He digs into the tights, puts on the ring, and misses the punch with the dynamite diamond ring. Bryan Danielson hits a reverse Hurricane Rana.
Reverse Hurricane. He is staggered in a way you can't
The
even
yes
believe.
chant. The yes chant. Oh my God, the crowd is on their feet. He hits the double knee, the flying knees. Could this be at 1, 2? Kick out!
Oh!
Danielson can't believe it.
Kick out at 2.999.
Wow.
Oh my God. Oh, Daniel
That was
Bryan,
unbelievable.
MJF, this sudden death after this hour-long epic. Folks, this is what pro wrestling is all about. Bryan Danielson still bleeding profusely from
As
the mouth.
it should be.
Oh my God. Crowd is on its
Unbelievable.
feet.
Danielson up, grabs the leg, starts kicking
Starts-
MJF's
Ugh.
injured quote-unquote leg. He's going to go for another half crab. Sinks it in the center of the ring. MJF has the diamond ring.
Oh, the ref
takes
takes
it.
his diamond ring too.
He has
Oh
to
my
tap now.
God.
He's not tapping. He's punching
He's
the
trying
mat.
to Hulk out.
Danielson repositions. This
Oh, this
Oh.
is.
does not look good.
Oh my
MJF
God. Will
teases the
MJF tap?
again.
Will he tap? Or will he make
He
it to the
wills
ropes?
himself a little closer. Army curl and gets a finger
Oh,
on
he
the
gets
rope.
a finger on.
And then taps. Gets a finger on the rope and taps.
Oh, Danielson thinks he won.
Danielson heard the tap, thinking he's won.
Oh.
The ref informs him no, he got to the rope first. MJF on the outside with
He's got the oxygen tank.
He has the oxygen tank. Danielson's gonna reach down to try to pull him back in the ring, and he's gonna eat the oxygen tank to the head and blasts him with the oxygen tank. Throws it under the ring. The ref did not see it. MJF rolls back.
Oh, yes. Is this going to happen?
And he locks in
A deep.
the yes
The
lock.
yes lock. Jackson, the yes lock. Oh, my God. Will Brian tap out or will he pass out?
He's unconscious. He can't tap.
Oh,
The
my
ref goes
God.
for the arm. One,
One.
two,
Is
That
he
was
going to
one.
Hulk out?
two.
Oh, no. This is it. This is it. He retains.
No, he holds on.
He hulks out. He's hulking out of the hold. He's not going to let this hold him down, folks. He's on his knees. He's got one foot up and he's still hulking. Yes,
MJF
yes,
refuses to
yes,
let go.
yes, 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 yes. Oh, this is beautiful.
He might be fading. He's
Oh,
fading
but
back
no,
down.
he faded out again.
And
He's
he
tapping. He tapped. He tapped. He tapped. Daniel Bryan
Brian-
taps to the yes
Brian
lock.
Danielson taps.
Oh,
my God. Brian Danielson taps out.
Oh. 5 stars.
5 stars all fucking day, folks.
Oh, that
Oh
was
my
amazing.
God.
That was incredible. That was an
I'm
experience.
Blown away.
That was
That was incredible.
That
was
I'm
hands down.
flabbergasted. I'm
Match of the night,
gobsmacked.
obviously.
Well,
Current
yeah,
match of the year,
yeah. Currently,
I think. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong.
oh,
The first time in the history of the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, Tony fucking G is giving a match 5 stars.
God, that's right. This is the first time in history you've
That's
given
it.
close.
That is a 5-star match. That was a 5-star match. That was it. There you go. That was professional wrestling at its finest.
Wow.
MJF, Brian Danielson, 60-minute Iron Man match goes to sudden death rules. False finishes even in sudden death, and finally Brian Danielson forced to tap to the yes lock.
This
That
happened,
was
folks.
incredible. That was fantastic.
Now, yeah, that, and yeah, he falls back to the mat.
That was amazing.
Oh wow,
That was his Mona Lisa.
yeah, that was brilliant. That was beautiful. That was amazing, and the pay-per-view fades.
Pay-per-view fades to
to
black. Oh.
Fade to black.
And I'm not even like a lot of these matches had me like exhausted. Like I don't even want to watch the rest of this. But that went an hour and probably almost 20 minutes.
And every minute of it, we were on the edge of our seats.
It
loving
felt like
every
20.
Second. Yeah, that really went by fast. Like, I'll be honest, Tony, like my feet were getting a little tired standing this whole time. But that last match there, I wasn't even thinking about it. It didn't even enter my brain because I was enjoying the match that much. And yeah, MJF, Brian Danielson, like you said, that was MJF's Mona Lisa. Brian Danielson can point to about 50 matches that he could call his Mona Lisa. But this one is MJF's just, like I'm gobsmacked, flabbergasted. I'm not speechless because that was incredible. But yeah, like I was wondering, are they going to throw something in the afterbirth like CM Punk? And I'm glad they didn't because it didn't need it.
No,
that stands on its own. That stands
MJF
on its own.
having a career victory. This was the epitome of what it needed to be. Now, granted, they could have milked this. They could have built the matchup differently. This could have been the culmination of a feud where they traded victories, where MJF gets disqualified, Danielson gets the win. But they did this right. The match went exactly how it needed to. The match was perfect. There probably will not be a rematch, and there doesn't need to be. And I'm glad there was nothing afterwards that sullied such a fantastic match. 5 stars.
Yep. God, this is your first 5-star match in
It is.
RWP history, isn't it, T?
My first time giving a 5. I think the highest I've given before that was 4.5.
What was? Do you remember what the match was? Or
Seth Rollins, AJ Styles.
okay, that's fair. I remember I gave Nakamura versus AJ at Mania 5 stars, but you gave it just shy of that. I think it's probably
Well, it wasn't a 5-star match.
You know what, Tony? You know, Tony.
Sometimes I'm right, and then the
but
other time,
but we
I'm
are
right again.
We are right tonight. This was a 5-star match.
Yeah, no,
this was
absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely. Now, like Tony, this is the funny thing. That match we were on the edge of our seats for. We loved every minute, and it was an hour and 20 minutes. Moxley versus Hangman Page, we couldn't wait for it to get done. Like, it was just like, God almighty. This is the match that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friend. Well, they just started wrestling that, knowing what it was, and they'll just keep on doing this shit forever just because. And that's kind of how I felt like going through Moxley versus Page. I know you didn't like the trios match. I enjoyed it. I thought it was actually pretty good. I know. So for you, it was 2 dead spot matches in a row, or 3 dead spot matches in a row. For me, it was 2. And then we got to
this
the
thing had a real slog in the middle.
Then we got to the tag match where the wrong guy won, the tag team title match. But it set up FTR coming out because, like, I think eventually they need to make Mark Briscoe and FTR win the trios titles. I think that's definitely a necessity. But they can do that anytime. So, unfortunately, this was it's kind of like Jim Cornette would say about one of their other pay-per-views, double or nothing. This one either was double or it was nothing throughout the night. But it ended with one of the greatest matches I have seen in years. So I can forgive the blemishes, T. And I'm going to give this overall pay-per-view 4 stars.
I can't give the overall pay-per-view 4 stars because...
But it gave us Orange Cassidy and Danhausen as a tag team.
The tag match I gave 3 stars just because it was pretty good in spots. The women's match 175. No, not a fan. The Elite versus the House of Black I gave 275. Joe versus Wardlow I gave 3 as well. It was very middle of the road. Pretty good though. Hangman I gave 275. Sarge Jericho I gave 3, and Jungle Boy Cage I gave 3.25. So it was pretty average overall, except for the main event. Everything about the main event.
It's kind of like the last couple. It's kind of like Royal Rumble, unfortunately. Like, it was all about Roman. It's kind of like an Elimination Chamber. It was all about the main event, and it was gorgeous. It was brilliant. So we have MJF and Roman Reigns are now the top 2 guys in wrestling. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. It's clear now because MJF just had his moment. This was the culmination of the heel career, the heel run that MJF has had in AEW. This was, like I said, his Mona Lisa. This is his best match, hands down, in the company. Probably his career. If you can point me to a better one, if you can point me to a better MJF match, please, by all means do, but never will the stakes be as high.
His match with Darby Allin was really good, like exceptionally, just technically good.
I wanted to call that my match of the year, but I knew better.
God, I almost did too. But this is definitely better. Like, this is, like, you could see MJF sitting in the corner with just like that feeling of satisfaction of, I fucking did it. I fucking did it. Because guess what? When you want to get into professional wrestling, all you're going to hear is naysayers. Naysayers from some of the people that are closest to you in your life. They're going to say, nah, you can't do it. You shouldn't do it. Why would you want to do it? And MJF was in that moment just soaking up like, fuck you, all the naysayers who said I couldn't do it, who said I was too short, said I couldn't make it. Like, fuck you. I'm sitting on the top. And yes, this was a gorgeous pay-per-view.
Ulick on Twitch says, "What a pay-per-view, not bad for a bad build-up," and that kind of mirrors my sentiment. Like the build-up for most of these matches.
What build-up?
The build-up was so off the wall compared to what matches delivered, especially in the main event. Like I said, the main event had such a strange build for the match that we got, for the stipulation that we got, and it's all forgiven now because the match was so good. But God, if it had a better build, imagine, because that was it for me between CM Punk and MJF. For me, that match was like the best match of the year last year, but the build was also the best build of the year. Why couldn't they have done the same here with Danielson and MJF? They could have.
Well, this pay-per-view stands on its own. Even if you don't like all the matches, everything there stands on its own, to the point where if you were going to introduce somebody that wasn't familiar with the AEW product and only had kind of a fuzzy understanding of pro wrestling from the Attitude Era, and you were to point them to AEW Revolution tonight, start to finish, they would at least have a feel for what the product is. And
that's fair.
And so this is one where I kind of feel like this would be the show you bring into town when the circus is new in town and you want to get some new marks. So this is like literally them trying to appeal out a little wider, and MJF is going to be the guy to do it, to bring them to a new era. So this is...
it's a very strange placement on the calendar, because this show routinely is the go home wrestling event before WrestleMania. Then WrestleMania happens, and then after that, you've kind of got Backlash and Double or Nothing, in there. So this one has that unfortunate handicap of having to live up to the biggest weekend of wrestling in the calendar year. And fortunately for this version of the pay-per-view, it has right now, and I suspect will be at the end of the year, the match of the year as the main event. So, I mean, good luck to Cody and Roman. I have all the anticipation in the world for that match, but I don't know that they can live up to this one.
It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. They're going to have to pull out all the stops for that, because this was a technical masterpiece. This was a working masterpiece. This was a psychology masterpiece. There is no flaw you can find in this match. And that's so rare to say.
No, the only thing I could complain about is
it should have been 2 hours.
Right. Yes. No. We throw around tombstone pile drivers like they're a DDT, like they're a clothesline, which, whatever. The placement of them in this match, I'm not going to complain about at all.
I was about to say, like, if the only thing you can complain about is some of the incredible spots we saw a few too many of them. Oh my God. So yes, folks, a random act of professional wrestling was perpetrated upon us on AEW's pay-per-view.
And I consent.
Yes, but Tony, we now find ourselves, this pay-per-view, you tied with Chicken. Elimination Chamber, I tied with Chicken. Now, we go into WrestleMania, folks. We are on the road to WrestleMania. Chicken defends his championship, and he's throwing all its throat, because last year I put the emperorship of Big Fucking Empire on the line, and I put it all on the line. This year, he's putting the belt on the line in a total way. No championship advantage. If he ties with either one of us, he will hand the belt over. And so, folks, there will be a definitive winner at WrestleMania. And you be sure to find it right here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Tony, anything you'd like to say to the people?
Yeah, Chicken wins the belt at Royal Rumble on a Nia Jax showing up cameo.
She's not like most girls, because
he hangs
most
on to
girls
it at
can wrestle.
Elimination Chamber by tying with you. He hangs on to it tonight by tying with me at WrestleMania. The prophecy will be fulfilled. Cody Rhodes won't be the only one bringing that belt home that should have been there a long time ago. Tony fucking G will be a 15-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. That I can promise you, folks. It's going to happen. This is not the year of the Chicken. It's the year of the dog. And damn it, I intend to bring that bell back where it belongs, right on this shoulder. So you make sure to like, share, and subscribe to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And we will see you back here live for the WrestleMania coverage, the previews, the predictions, the review, the results, and the recap and the ratings. We will see you very, very soon.
Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify for our first ever watch along. This is history in the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and we did it for an amazing match. I'm glad we did. So, folks, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. I hope all of you make it back to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast happy, healthy, much the wiser. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast power. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. That is K.O.E. Nation, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And be sure to join me and Tony later this week on Big Bucket Empire. Either Thursday or Friday, we will to be announced to join in all the fun times that we have to offer for you, beautiful people, the folks of the Big Bucket Empire, the KOE Nation, the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and also check this guy out, Tony the Rod 2.0 on TikTok. God bless every last one of you. Please make it back here, like I said, happy, healthy, much the wiser. My God, what a pay-per-view and what a match. Tony, take it away.
Thanks for a great match, Daniel Bryan, Brian Danielson, MJF, Maxwell, Jacob Freeman, and we will see all of you fine folks back here for WrestleMania.
And see if it just smooths itself out.
Yes, this has been quite an evening with all you beautiful folks.
If I ever get back.
But I am going to go ahead and
promise to
sign off.
fabricate you.
And I'm going to give you the
Raging rivers.
to do so because it's been a beautiful evening with all you folks. But it's getting pretty close. It's getting to be that time. So we're going to end it off with Edgar Allan Poe's The Bells. God bless. Travel well, folks. All that being said, thank you for being here at the KOE Nation. God bless all of you. It's the poem of the week, folks. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope you make it back here to the KOE Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless you. How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one's by Edgar Allan Poe. The Bells. Hear the sleighs at the bells, silver bells. What a world of merriment their melody foretells. How they tinkle, tinkle, tinkle in the icy air of night, while the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle with crystalline delight, keeping time, time, time in the sort of runic rhyme. So the tibulations that so musically wells from the bells, 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 from the jingling and tingling of the bells. Folks, that was this poem of the week, The Bells by Edgar Allan Poe. If you got a poem you'd like me to read, or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know down in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. And until next time, God bless. Travel well.